Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Oh, that hurt.
Okay, it's off.
Yeah, it's off.
Did I do that? Did I bump it?
I'm guessing.
Ow.
I mean, I didn't do it.
Okay.
So you're going to hear faintly whoever just talked to me.
There you go.
Oh, there's Tim Walker.
Tim? Wait.
Do these doors need to be closed? Are they in shot? No, that doesn't look like it. Oh my gosh, that hurt. Good morning and welcome to Giving Tuesday coverage here at Sandals Church. My name is McKay Vandenberg.
And I'm Chanel Federico, and we are so excited to have you guys with us. Throughout the day today, we'll be telling you about many of the projects that we're raising money for across all of our Sandals Church locations.
As you might have heard before, Sandals Church is one church with many locations. While we are all unified by one mission, as you're going to see, ministry looks a little different at each campus. Because of this, we try our best to put this vision of being real into context for each of the diverse communities that we serve.
If you've been a part of Giving Tuesday at Sandals Church before, you know that we typically raise quite a bit of money for one big project. But this year, we recognize that each of our campuses have their own unique needs, and this made us decide to make a change. This year, each of our campuses have their own project that they're raising money for. Whether you decide to give to the campus that you attend, or if you decide to donate to a cause that's just close to your heart, I want to thank you for deciding to support this important work. If you want to learn more about each campus and what they're raising money for, or if you're ready to donate to a particular cause at any point today, you can go to sandalschurch.com/givingtuesday at any point.
Well, we have a great broadcast lined up for you today. We're going to hear from each of our campus pastors about the projects that they are raising money for, and we will get to see a little bit more of the kind of work that Sandals Church does throughout California and around the world. Stay tuned and check back in throughout your day to hear updates for how we are doing with each goal.
In just a few minutes, you are going to have the opportunity to hear from lead pastor at Hunter Park, David Sean, in the studio with us today to hear a little bit more about what this day means to him and our church and for Hunter Park specifically. For now, we wanted to take a little bit of time to look back at some of the early days of Sandals Church and how God has continued to build places where people can be real with themselves, God, and others. Take a look.
Matthew Stephen Brown grew up in church watching his father pastor a congregation and learning about the God of the Bible. When it came time for college, a school where he could study the Bible seemed like a good fit. During the summer of 1992, Tamara Harrington and Matthew Brown both moved onto campus at California Baptist College. One Sunday, Matt and Tammy both found themselves at Harvest Christian Fellowship, hearing a sermon from Pastor Greg Laurie about the love of God and the saving grace of Jesus. While Tammy had been attending for years, it was a fluke that Matt found himself there that night. Over the years, Matt felt as though the church wasn't a place where he could be himself, and he had grown tired of playing pretend. He had lost interest in church and in following the God he claimed to believe in. But whether he had planned to be there or not, when Pastor Greg spoke, Matt heard God and knew he needed to listen. Matt walked toward the altar in response, right past his future wife, who was praying for the man she didn't know she was about to marry. Not long after, Matt and Tammy met on their way to a student event. Although Matt had been asked to talk to her for a friend, he left that conversation with a date, and their story began. With a newly reignited faith, Matt began to pursue God and the call he had felt toward ministry since junior high. But he still found himself tempted to play pretend and be someone he wasn't when it came to church. A few years later, Matt had finished college and started a job at a church near the beach. Tammy Harrington became Tammy Brown and joined him there to lead high school students. The newlywed Browns, who were also newly pregnant with their first daughter, Madison, wanted to spend their lives serving God, but they knew there was something missing from the experience they were having. Matt began to dream about creating a church where people could stop playing games and instead find a place to be real. When Matt shared this dream with his boss, he was asked to leave and given 2 weeks to find a new way to support his new family. Together, this young couple made a brave decision. Head back to Riverside and see what happens when you create a church where people can be real. Phone calls went out to a few dozen of their friends, some who followed Jesus and many who didn't. When they came together for the first time, 8 people found themselves in Matt and Tammy's living room, newborn Madison Brown included. While other churches looked on, few offered support for this strange new church. Health insurance came by way of Tammy's grandmother, some funding came from their adopted grandpa Jack, and hope came in the form of wondering how long until they could quit their real jobs. Even Tammy's dad went around inviting people to attend, and at that time, he wasn't even a Christian. To make ends meet, Tammy went to work full-time as a teacher, while Matt did his best to grow this new church and stayed home with Madison and their newly born second daughter, Kennedy. With a new marriage, new family, new church, and no money, stress ran high. But so did Tammy's faith and Matt's vision, pressing them to stay the course and charge forward. That small gathering that began in the living room began to grow, and with that growth came new forms of help. Growth of this young church, congratulating Pastor Matt on the first time Sandals Church broke 100 in attendance. More churches began to help out by opening their doors and allowing the growing congregation a place to meet. A small offering provided for some needs, but finances remained tight. So Matt preached at other churches for extra money whenever he could. As the church grew, so did attention for Pastor Matt. A few years in, Pastor Matt was offered a job that would allow him to pastor a large church in a place that he loved. But this new role would mean leaving behind the new church that had just been formed. In the spirit of being real, Matt and Tammy shared the needs of the church and challenged people to consider giving more intentionally. In one service, the people of Sandals Church gave enough to pay the bills and raised enough to move to an even larger space, right back where Matt and Tammy's story began at California Baptist University. At this point, ministry began to grow. Tammy was now out of the classroom and instead working alongside her husband in creating incredible events for the people of Sandals Church, all while adding a third child as their son Ethan was born. But as the church expanded in incredible ways, new forms of pressure began to mount. Matt's voice began to falter, and tests showed it was possible he may lose it for good. Once again, Matt tried to reconcile what was happening in his life with what he knew God had called him to do. Throughout this process, God showed Matt he was far more interested in his character than in his career. Thankfully, his vocal cords healed, but the struggle was about to increase. While the church continued to grow and thrive at California Baptist University, the two organizations began to struggle having enough space to share, and Sandals Church was asked to find a new home. In the middle of the worst economic recession in recent U.S. history, Sandals Church was faced with needing to buy property and needing to ask the people of Sandals Church to help pay for it. During this season, Matt began losing his hair from stress. he and Tammy bravely watched as the challenge of finding a new location meant losing a lot of friends too. Desperate to keep the church alive, Matt rallied the church staff to pray for God to provide what was needed for the next step a few days before pledges would come in. And soon after, the people of Sandals Church once again became God's means of providing what was needed to qualify for the loan to purchase the first ever church property. Again, local churches stepped into the gap to provide places for Sandals Church to gather while escrow closed and construction was completed. Next thing they knew, Matt and Tammy were standing inside the first ever Sandals Church building alongside nearly 2,000 people. With this room came growth, and Pastor Matt and Tammy saw that as soon as they provided space for people to become real, it got filled. For the first time ever, Sandals Church tried something new and rented out space at a local school for a satellite campus. Matt added another sermon to his Sundays and hopped in the car every morning to drive from one campus to the other. Soon, Tammy had the opportunity to bring something that had been stirring in her heart to life as she watched women struggle to be kind. Cultivate was born and began to show women the truth that kindness reflects the heart of God. Even though it felt like the church had just settled into its new home, every space was already bursting at the seams. In just 5 short years, Sandals Church had doubled in size and more space was needed. Clinging to hope that God would yet again provide, Matt and Tammy asked the people of Sandals Church to give towards creating more space for people to be real. Each year that followed brought more phone calls from church. East Valley, Montclair, Moreno Valley, Banning, and Palm Avenue. It's been 20 years of being real, 20 years of hardship, and 20 years of growth. And after 20 years of incredible service to God in creating Sandals Church, Matt and Tammy are still set on changing lives with this crazy idea of helping people learn to be real with themselves, God, and others.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of Giving Tuesday here at Sandals Church. If you're just now joining us, we are highlighting the projects throughout the day that are happening at each of our campuses. We are back with Pastor David from our Hunter Park campus. Pastor David, thank you for joining us today.
Good to see you, McKay.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Most of our people don't know, Hunter Park is running a campaign called First Aid for Families.
That's
correct. Can you tell us a little bit about that project?
Yeah, First Aid for Families is an initiative where we are wanting to be prepared for the emergencies that impact people's lives. Mm-hmm. So, as you know, we've been in this community now for almost 15 years. There are people now in this season, this time, where families are impacted by inflation, they're impacted by rising prices, changing jobs, families are struggling, and there's a lot of families that come to Sandals that are a part of Sandals that are struggling, and a lot of people that are in our community that are trying to make it, try to get by, and will often come to us for assistance or aid or help. Yeah. But there are also groups that come to us and ask us to help. Mm-hmm. In fact, one of the groups that we have here at Sandals is a group called Never Alone. And Never Alone is a group of widows. So they have lost their husbands. And when you have lost the primary, resource in your life, there's a lot to grieve. There's a lot to get through. And many of these women have found each other here at Sandals, and that's just one example of the kind of people that we help with First Aid for Families.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's awesome. It's so cool to hear about that ministry here. One thing I didn't mention, but you and I have talked about before, Hunter Park is trying to raise $100,000.
Yes.
To most, I would say a lot of people, that's a lot of money. Can you explain that one a little bit?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I don't know that I can explain it other than, if you're going to go for a goal, you go for a big goal. If you're going to shoot for the moon and hope you hit the fence post, is kind of the way that I think. So it's one of those things that we always put big goals out there to test our faith, to grow our character, and to strengthen our giving here at Sandals at Hunter Park. And so I felt like it was a goal that we have been able to hit, we've hit in the past. And when it comes to first aid for families, I felt like there was enough connection there that we could say, yeah, this is something that's worth, investing our money in. It's always good, I think, to not just have an external motivation, but to have an eternal motivation, and that is that this is a project, this is an initiative where we can make an eternal impact.
Right, definitely. That's so cool.
Yeah.
So you have been on staff for roughly a year now?
A little over, yep.
Yeah,
yep.
As you've gotten to be involved with Hunter Park and the campus here, what are some of the needs you have seen from our people at this campus?
Yeah, that's really good. The needs that I've seen at the campus are just like at any other, in any other family. There are people that are struggling to get by, so they need food. There are people who are working through family emergencies, whether it's the loss of a loved one, and now they're faced with this situation that they feel the crushing weight of, or similar to one of our Lake Arrowhead families. They have 8 kids, and we helped them with a van to get kids around. There are things like that I've seen here at Hunter Park, where we have come alongside families. But I've also seen where we've come alongside groups. We've come alongside groups like Olive Crest, which helps foster and adoptive parents care for and keep foster kids, or work through the process of adopting those kids, trying to get kids in permanent homes. And we help them in every area, from adoption costs to resources around training, to even family help. So those are just a couple of the examples where I've seen us do here at Hunter Park, here at Sandals.
That's awesome. Well, Pastor David, thank you so much for joining us in Studio A today.
You're welcome.
We are praying for you guys and hope that you reach this goal. Thank you for the work that you and the Hunter Park campus and volunteers and all of your staff do in Sandals Church and here in Riverside. Coming up, we'll be hearing from Pastor Matt Brown about what Giving Tuesday means to him, how 2020 changed a lot for Sandals Church, and many more. But first, we have an update on where we are at with Palm Avenue's Giving Tuesday goal. We have an update for one of our projects happening at our Palm Avenue campus. Later today, we'll be hearing more about how important Benevolence is at Palm Avenue and what it means to Pastor Adam Atchison. So far, Palm Avenue has managed to raise 1% of their $25,000 goal. There is a lot left to raise, but there's plenty of time to be a part of this important work. If you want to help Palm Avenue reach their goal, you can go to sandalschurch.com/givingtuesday and click on the link for Palm Avenue. Be sure to check back in throughout the day to hear more about this project and to get more updates on our progress to raising $25,000 to make a difference in the lives of the people of Riverside. For now, let's get back to our broadcast.
Sure, you can start with as early as Genesis and go all the way to Revelation, that God is doing something in us where He wants His people to be a blessing to other people, right? There's that. There's an element of this, why do we do it? Because it makes us more Christ-like, right? There's an element of this where as a community, we want the headline of our reputation to include the word love. Because Jesus says, you know that you're following me, or you're my followers when you love one another, and you will know them by their love. In that, there's another element of this where it says, it's not about receiving a blessing, but being a blessing. First Aid for Families is about encouraging parents and families when they're struggling the most or when they're being affected the most by what's happening. And so First Aid for Families, the reason why we're doing it is to be more Christ-like, to be a blessing, to show the love of God to others, and to encourage parents and families in a time when they need it the most. In Titus 3:1, there's a small part of that verse that says, be ready to do good. Always be ready to do good. And what that means is that Paul, or the writer of Titus, was saying, hey, when it comes to who we are, be ready to do good. Be prepared for it. First Aid for Families is an opportunity for us to be prepared for the things that come. If you go in and you read the book of James, James 1, verses 2 and 3, he says in these moments of trial or tribulation, he says these are the moments that bring out the life-giving elements of our faith. This is when our faith becomes real. This is when our faith, where the rubber meets the road and we show who we really are. That even in the difficult, trying times, where we believe in God and how we believe in God comes through when we step into moments like this and give and share and love people, even when it may be difficult. We're trying to help 1,000 families. So we're trying to raise $100,000. Now, where does that come out? How do we use that money? What would we do with it? Well, it shows up in 3 different examples that we're working with right now. One of them is through our partnership through schools. Right now, we're partnered with University Heights Middle School, where we're showing up on the campus alongside the teachers and the administration there to serve the students and the families of that school. We're partnering with organizations like Reach a Generation, who their objective is to serve and care for the most vulnerable of the children at University Heights Middle School. These are the students who are on the verge of dropping out. These are the students who are on the verge of taking the wrong path. These are the students that are on the verge or the precipice of whether they're going to make it or whether they're going to fail. And the school has partnered with us and let us tutor 60 of these students. Another example is our Never Alone ministry. And our Never Alone ministry is for widows, young or old. They used to be a part of a family, or they used to have what might be called a normal family, but then that normalness of life was severed. They lost a husband. They might have lost a loved one in their life. And Never Alone is overseen and led by a young woman in our church named Jenny Haggard. Jenny Haggard is a widow herself that took the devastation of losing her husband in a terrible auto accident, and she took the pain and she took all of the things that most of us would consider the worst parts of life, the most painful parts of life. And she's turning around to be a blessing to other men or other women who are struggling and going through the challenges of it themselves. From young women who just lost their husbands who are in the military, or who just lost their husbands to an unforeseeable accident, or even through a diagnosis of cancer, all the way up to women who are even in their 60s and 70s, who were married for a long time but recently lost their husbands. We're also doing this alongside of our Olive Crest family. Olive Crest is a ministry that we partner with that helps families who are fostering kids and trying to adopt kids. Do you know that here in the IE, if you drew a 6.5-mile radius circle around our campus of Hunter Park, that there are more single-parent families in that circle than anywhere else in the entire United States? Did you know that? That there are more single-parent families. And these are families that are struggling. And there are families within that circle as well, where we have one of the highest populations of kids who are in foster care. That if you tally up inside of Riverside County and in the Inland Empire, there are over 4,000 kids who are not a part of a family. They're not a part of any family. There's no permanent family life for them. And those are the kind of kids and those are the kind of families that we want to help through First Aid for Family. Whether it's through a or a family that's struggling with their students in junior high, whether it's a family where they lost a provider, lost the husband, and we're working with widows, or for those families that are trying to just continue to make it with everyday life because now they're a single parent family trying to make it through. These are the things that we're doing with our First Aid for Families initiative, where we're helping those families with, you can imagine, it's a number of different things, from helping them with resources, helping them with food. It's helping them get through the hard parts of life or through the hard seasons of life. And our First Aid for Families initiative is the thing that we would love for you to give to this year on Giving Tuesday.
Welcome back to our coverage of Giving Tuesday here at Sandals Church. We are joined now by our lead pastor, Matt Brown.
Hey,
How are you
guys.
doing today, Pastor Matt?
I'm great. Thanks for
Good.
waiting for me.
Yes, of course, anytime. Matt, it's been about 27 years now since
Wow.
you and Timmy founded Sandals Church. Did you ever think that you would be sitting in a studio, let alone this studio?
No, never. Oh my gosh. No. In my wildest dreams, I think I was hoping that Sandals would be like 10,000 people, one location. That was like my big vision. And it's crazy. I remember actually I was looking at one of my journals from 2007, and my prayer was, God, let Sandals hit 2,000 people.
Wow.
Like I was like, please, because I'd given up on the 10,000 dream. I was like, let's just hit 2,000. And so, and actually in that same prayer, I was praying for Dan Zimbardi to be our executive pastor.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it was a trip.
Yeah.
What a thing to look back on.
I know, yeah. So
Such a
it's
wealth
it's
of...
a little freaky though when you look back at your old journals and you're still struggling with the same issues. So
That's
a little discouraging.
Yeah. Early in the broadcast, we watched a video about launching our first campus,
Yeah.
Hunter Park. Massive undertaking.
Yeah.
Did you ever think we'd be able to raise that amount of money to build the building we're in now?
No, I mean, a lot of people don't realize this, but the final week before we raised the money, we actually had a meeting to split the campus into 3 campuses. And I shared with Pastor Neil, you take a campus, to my brother, you take a campus, and I'll take a campus. And the reason was we couldn't fit anywhere. So a lot of people don't realize this, but in the early 2000s in Riverside, you couldn't rent schools. So schools were open one Sunday a month, and specifically the legislation was for that to prevent churches. So you think about it every week. Now, since then, school districts have learned that that's profitability for their schools and overtime for janitors, so they like it. But back then, there was nowhere for us to go. And we actually had talked with Riverside School Board about, oh my gosh, what's the high school on Magnolia right by Madison? Oh man, sorry. Ramona High School, because they have a theater.
Yeah.
So they were talking about upgrading their theater and how Sandals could play a role in that. And it just didn't go anywhere. It didn't work out. But that would have been a fantastic location for us to move. And and then this building, Hunter Park, became available, which at the time, you guys, was I had never been to Palmerita Avenue.
Right.
So I'd been in Riverside for 15 years. If you said, hey, there's a location on Palmerita Avenue, I would say, where is that? I mean, we were so far out here, and all that was out here was literally these buildings and donkeys, wild donkeys. That was all that was
And
out
the
here.
donkeys are still here.
Yeah, and it was scary, man. I mean, we had people when we came out here for Vision Sunday that literally about 1,000 people said it's too far and left our church.
Wow.
It was scary. So, but God's good, man.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I feel like my lifelong story is Gideon. He just keeps whittling me down and saying, it's not about the numbers, it's about your calling. And so, but no, I never ever imagined.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Wow. And we're so happy that you followed that calling to come here to Sandals Church, Hunter Park, and for all of Sandals Church in general. So here we are, and now we are raising money for 14 different projects. What does that mean to you as our pastor, but then also what do you think it means to all of Sandals Church to raise money for 14 different projects?
Yeah, what I like about this year is one of the things that we need to do as a church is every campus needs to feel the financial burden of what it means to be a church. And so, historically, the Hunter Park campus has kind of carried the load for a lot of our campuses. And that's because it was the first campus. It's the largest campus. But part of becoming an adult and not a child is learning to raise and do things for yourself. And I think that's really, really important. And so even though we are, 14 locations, one church, we want each location to feel the weight for their local ministry and to have a passion for what's going on there. And I was at Azusa campus this weekend listening to Will Yee preach. So he probably wasn't super thrilled that I was there. But I got to hear Will just bring a great message. And then Pastor Griff got up and shared about their vision, about how they need to get students from Azusa campus to the campus and they don't drive. So that's one of the weird things. Like when I was a kid, like you got your license at 15 and a half. I mean, you were like pining and wanting so badly to get your license. And now a lot of kids, young adults just don't do that.
Right.
And so they're raising money for a van. And so I just thought that was fantastic. And they got up and shared the vision for what they want to do. And they've been using the Hunter Park vans, which is great, I mean, all of our resources for all of our campuses, but they want their own van to utilize that. And I just thought, wow, I never would have thought about that. And so what this allows us to do is each campus gets to pray about and just, okay, what is it that we need? What is it that we want to do?
Yeah.
And in our local context, and I think that's fantastic. So it's a bit overwhelming, but everything that God asks us to do always is overwhelming, because if it's not, we don't need him. And so, a couple of years ago, I got a friend of mine that pastors in Orange County, and they wanted to raise $60 million. And I was like, you're crazy. And so he said, will you come and kick it off for us? And I said, sure. And my sermon was Crazy for God.
Wow.
Right.
And they actually got the money, which I didn't think they would,
Wow.
but they got it. They actually
That's
went
awesome.
over their budget, which was, it's the nice thing about living in Orange County.
Yeah.
Little deeper pockets. But, I'm just always amazed that when God guides, where he guides, he provides. And I've just seen that over and over again. So I'm excited to see what God's going to do. But for all of our listeners, God works through his people. God does not magically, send down money from heaven. He's already placed the money in the pockets of people that attend the church, and he convicts them to give. And that's the way that it works. And my wife was asking me this morning, she said, what do you want to do for Giving Tuesday? And I said, because she's sick, she's homesick. I said, we'll talk about when I get home, we're going to give. And we always do that. And so I don't know how we're going to give or where we're going to give, but we want to be a part of that. So.
Yeah. How cool.
Well, if you're ready to make a donation to one of our Giving Tuesday projects, you can do that by going to sandalschurch.com/Giving Tuesday. Pastor Matt, we have a couple more questions for you. Thank you so much for taking the time this morning. 2020 obviously was a pretty drastic time for everybody.
Yeah.
As the leader of the church, 27 years, can you reflect on some things you were thinking through during that time period?
Yeah, I mean, 2020 was the hardest time that I've ever had to lead through anything. Right? You had the pandemic. We had racial tensions that I've never experienced in our country. My mom and dad, they remember 68. I wasn't around in 1968. My mom said it was very similar. On top of Civil War, Vietnam War, and then assassinations. JFK, Dr. Martin Luther King. It was a pretty volatile time. So, but I didn't lead through that. So it was my first experience with all of those issues. And then the election and January 6th. It just felt like it just kept piling. And then if you guys remember, it's when they talked about aliens and murder hornets. So it's just like, just come on, bring it.
Yeah.
So it was a crazy, crazy time. But what I learned is, God cannot be stopped. And I think the thing that was most amazing to me was in 2020. So in 2019, we had 17,500 people attend church on Easter Sunday.
That's incredible.
So I thought it was incredible.
Yeah.
Well, we got shut down. For those of us you're listening from other states, like if you were in Idaho or Texas, COVID wasn't real. But if you were in California, it was very real.
Yes, yes, it was.
And we got shut down here, and I remember thinking, how are we going to recover from this? And we had almost 1 million people watch online for Easter, and it was like. So I thought the church was going to close, and really what God did is he opened Sandals to the internet and to a worldwide broadcast. And so that was something that was completely amazing to me. And even churches in California that are much, much larger than us in a weekend attendance have a much smaller impact on the internet and through social media than we do. And so God has just kind of given us a very, very special niche. So it was a hard time, but it was a good time. There's a lot of things that, I learned. And I feel like I have to learn this lesson over and over again. Never lead through fear, lead through faith.
Yeah.
And so, I never know what God is going to do. He rarely tweets me and tells me, hey, this is what it's going to be. But know that God has a plan, and, just constantly remembering Jeremiah 29:11. I know the plans I have for you, plans for good and plans to prosper you.
Amen.
And a lot of people know that verse, but they don't know the context. The context is Israel has been completely defeated. The king has been murdered. All of the sons of him are being hunted down, and people are being sold into slavery. And Jeremiah is weeping. And then Jeremiah 29:11, I know the plans I have for you.
Right.
You know, so oftentimes we need to remember what we see in front of us is not what God has for us. There's something bigger and better. And, you know, and it doesn't make sense to me, but God uses every situation. My wife makes fun of me all the time because I text myself. I text myself more than anybody. And the reason I do that is when I have a thought, I just text it. And I was just processing, you know, some of the difficult times and some of the hard relationships that I've gone through. And 2020 was an example of lost friendships. I mean, everybody knows that. You lost family members. You know, politics is the new religion in our country. And I just text myself, the relationships that God allowed to hurt me are also the relationships that God allowed to reveal me, the true me. And so it was through that pain, through that heartache, through that suffering, and a lot of my pain, you know, it comes from godly people, Christian people. You know, I don't have close relationships with, you know, a lot of non-Christians. And so, but God used those relationships that I thought, God, why on earth would you allow this to happen? He utilized that to reveal me and refine me. And through 2020, I would say that was a big part of that is, okay, I got to really trust in God. I really got to lead through that. And you guys probably don't remember this, but you know, I was kind of leading the charge to reopen the church. And through no decision of my own, here I am standing in front of Fox News, Telemundo, you know, giving interviews. And my best friend was killed on May 13th of 2020. And so that was a tough time for me, you know, losing Bob, you know, my coach, a mentor, a friend, huge leader in our church. That was a tough time, and yet in all of that, God was a part of that. And so there wasn't just, 2020 just wasn't difficult out there. It was difficult in here as well, but God was in that and worked through that, and I'm grateful for it. I wouldn't want to do it again, but I am grateful.
I don't think anybody would want to.
No,
and again, as not only staff, but members of the church, thank you for doing your best to lead us well. I was not envious of the seat you were in at that time.
Me neither.
Yeah,
there's two things I wouldn't want to have been in 2020, a cop or a pastor.
Exactly.
But I was one of those. So.
Well, Pastor Matt, thank you so much for joining us here in the studio. We'll be chatting a little bit more about Sandals and what we're raising money for, and how much Sandals has changed from 2020 until now, and what we're doing at all of our different campuses, since we've had a lot of different campuses since 2020, which is very exciting. But if you are joining us today and you would like to participate in anything that is going on at any time here at Sandals Church, you can go to sandalschurch.com/support. Coming up, we'll be joined by Pastor Tim Walker from our Woodcrest campus, but first, let's take a look at this video.
You want me to read that, or can I ad-lib it?
You can ad-lib it, yeah.
Okay.
This is going to be Real with Self in 3.
When you and I are born, we look like our parents. When we die, we look like our decisions. And the reality is, every single one of us is becoming more and more like our decisions every day. So my question to you is, who are you becoming? Who am I becoming? For those of us who follow Jesus, we want to become like Christ. This process is called spiritual formation. And one of the most important aspects of spiritual formation is listening to the teachings of Jesus. One of the things that Jesus said that shaped the vision of Sandals Church and my personal life as a Christian is when he said, why do you see the speck that's in your brother's eye, but you fail to see the log that's in your own eye? This is the human experience. We can all see so clearly what's wrong with our friend, a family member, our enemy, someone that we know or have met, but we can't see the things that are wrong in our own lives. This is the spiritual practice of being real with yourself. It's the intent of looking in the mirror and not seeing how we look on the outside, but saying, God, who am I on the inside? What's happening within me? There's so much that's expressed in our culture today about my truth. I just spoke my truth. I want to put an asterisk next to that and say what they're sharing is their reality. Here's the thing is, it's their version of reality that is shaped by the plank that's in their eye. Every single one of us cannot truly see reality because we look through the world through our own sin and our own perspective. And what Jesus wants to do is to remove that. Now, here's the great news about the gospel. Here's why you can be real with yourself. God already knows all the sin that you've committed, everything that you've done. None of it is a surprise to him. It may be a surprise to you. And what we have in Christianity is this beautiful thing called grace, that no matter what I've done, what I've thought, or what I haven't done, the blood of Jesus covers me from all that. And so I get permission to be radically and totally real. I can look at myself and all of the areas and ways that I failed and know that I'm deeply loved and deeply cared for and totally forgiven. Christianity is radical permission to be real with self. Now, many Christians don't practice this because they're still playing the religious games that they've been raised in. But Jesus invites us to throw away those religious games and to just come into a radical, real relationship with ourselves. Because you can never truly know who God is until you truly discover who you are. Because God is not the problem. You are the problem. It's your lens that needs to be cleared. It's your glasses that need to be re-prescribed. We need to truly learn to see ourselves. And so what that means is I can live openly and honestly. And practically what that means is when someone's upset with me, there's a good chance I did something wrong. Even if I didn't mean to, even if I didn't want to, even if I don't think I did, my perception of how I behaved is skewed by the log that's in my eye. So before I correct my wife's spec, my friend's spec, my neighbor's spec, the political person's spec who I disagree with, I have to realize and have permission to take the log out of my own eye. This is the practical just practice of being real with myself. What have I missed? What maybe am I not hearing that they're saying? What is it that maybe I need to look at within myself? It's why I believe Jesus says that we are to love our enemies, because oftentimes it's only our enemy that's truly real with us, because they don't care how we feel or what we think. And so they tell us the ugly truth right to our faces. So I want to encourage you as a Christian, go boldly and be real with yourself. Jesus said, the truth shall set you free. Lies imprison us, but authenticity sets us free. Jesus was the most real human being to ever live. He's the perfect human being, fully human and fully God, and he came to radically change your life. So today, press into being real with yourself. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to sin. Actually, scratch that. What a great example of getting something wrong. It's okay to admit that you're a sinner, because we have a Savior that can cleanse us of our sin. We have a Savior that can heal us of our sin and forgive us if we come to him and say, Lord, this is what I did. So be more open, be more honest with self, right? To sin is to be human, but to be real is to be Christ-like. So be real, press into that in Jesus' name.
Cut. How you feel about that?
I said it's okay to sin. But
Did you say it was okay to sin? Yeah, what would you have preferred kind of in that moment?
Will I see the smile run across your face and the sunrise lights up another day? I believe I woke up and my whole world changed. You're the kind of love that gives me faith. I believe
I'm joined now by our Pastor Tim Walker from our Woodcrest campus. Hello, Tim. Good to see you. Good to see you. He's going to talk a little bit more about the kids ministry buildings at Woodcrest.
Yeah, so we are excited for this project because we really need some renovations and refurbishments here at our Sandals Kids buildings. They're they're old, they're out of date. When we bought the campus, they were already old, so it feels like we're a little bit on borrowed time here. And so this is a much needed upgrade for us at Woodcrest.
Yeah. So we did Giving Tuesday last year, and I thought that we already raised some money for that. Was that true? Did we already raise money for this?
Kind of. So last year it was people, places, and technology, I believe. And so at Woodcrest, what we received from last year's Giving Tuesday was actually re-slurring our parking lot. So that was really helpful for our campus, filling in some cracks, making the drive much smoother, but none of those dollars were towards our kids' buildings.
Got it. Okay, that helps. Thank you for the clarification. So in moving towards the kids' buildings, what kind of work needs to be done at the Woodcrest campus in order to meet the standards and kind of what we want to do for Sandals kids at Woodcrest?
Yeah. So again, these modular buildings, they're temporary structures, and really, it feels like we said they're on borrowed time already.
Yeah.
A lot of the walls have water damage because the roofs are old, needed to be resealed. There's a lot of like squeaky spots in the floor. And so really what this is doing is giving an entire refresh to the buildings. So they're redoing a lot of the foundations, redoing a lot of the roofs and flooring and walls and windows and doors, so that it's almost like they're new buildings, but not new buildings. So new buildings are much more expensive than what we're raising.
That is very true, yeah.
But this is really going to make them feel like they're new and give us at least 10 more years of life to really minister to kids in our community.
Good, that's so exciting. That's so
it
great.
is.
Well, thank you so much just for taking a little bit of time to be with us today. And I'm looking forward to seeing what we can do for your campus and just the updates of the projects throughout the day.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah. If you guys want to help make Sandals Church Woodcrest a safe and fun space for kids in the Woodcrest community, a place for them to be real, if you'd like to say, you can go to sandalschurch.com/givingtuesday. For now, I wanted to share with you all some clips from a web series that my co-anchor Menae produced for our youth. Let's take a look.
All right, the last one, the spiciest one. It's gonna be painful.
This one will.
You go first this time.
Yeah, definitely will do.
I can't believe it can be worse because my tongue is still hurting.
Like challenging, but it's gonna die.
You're gonna die.
That's okay.
I'm trying not to pour it where I puked.
That's a lot.
No.
I'm not going to do that much. I'm just trying to make sure it's getting out. All right, you first.
Okay.
I'm sweating.
This is gonna be fun. Here we go.
It's funny because my pits are sweating. It's like, but I need the moisture right here. My body is sending it to the wrong place.
Man, that has a horrible smell to it.
It does. Why would you eat this?
It doesn't taste good.
I'm going to do it in Eric Sally. Oh, it smells so
Oh
good.
my.
Maybe I just got my teeth.
Be careful around the eyes.
Yeah. Okay. What? Whew. I'm gonna need a second to recover.
I'm afraid to swallow.
What does it feel like? You don't have to swallow. If it's too much, you can spit it out.
It feels like fire. I'm not spitting out on video, but I want to. Melody did it. I'm doing it. Oh! Thank you, Melody, for being a leader.
Oh, she did? Yeah. Okay. Oh my goodness. It just keeps becoming painful. You can't tell, but I'm red. It's, I'm sweating really bad. All right. Can you explain what Riz means?
What?
Can you explain what Riz means?
Like a word?
Yeah, the word Riz.
Oh my God. Oh!
That just tasted bad and it's awful.
Okay. Riz.
Riz.
My tongue is rizzing.
It's risen.
You just gave me a big bottle of Riz.
Don't say that.
Okay.
I don't know what Riz means. I have no idea.
It's
I do?
Riz is like well, you'll know what Riz is because you have a wife.
Dad, you're a
So
Rizzler bear.
you're Rizzler. So it means can you attract the opposite.
Charisma game. Charisma.
Yeah. It's
charisma.
It's like a game. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's what
Even this
kids
milk
use.
tastes horrible. Thank you.
yeah.
Hopefully one day you will have Riz.
I'm getting there. I'm trying.
Not yet, not
I can
yet.
learn from the best.
Not
I can-
yet.
Yeah.
I want you to be ready.
Oh yeah, definitely you have to be ready.
Well, McKay, that looked like both a lot of fun, but also simultaneously extremely painful.
It definitely was. Thankfully for that batch of episodes, I didn't have to eat any hot wings. I just got
so
to
good.
film it. So I was very nervous asking Pastor Matt to participate in that, but I'm very thankful that he did.
Yes, as we all know, he does have a lot of allergies, a little sensitive stomach,
Yep.
so we're glad that it went well. One of the things that I do love about our church and Pastor Matt specifically is just how like funny and goofy he's willing to be with our youth.
Yeah. One of the things about youth ministry, it could be very serious at times. Obviously, there's a lot of weight about serving and ministering to our students, but what I've found that more often than not, students love to just have fun and be silly with adults in their lives.
Yeah.
Their parents oftentimes have to be the serious, disciplinary type of people, so having adults that allow them to have fun and play, make parody videos of Hot Ones. If you don't know what Hot Ones is, it's a YouTube like interview show where celebrities join a host and talk about their careers while eating really hot wings. It's hilarious hearing their reactions and stuff like that, but yeah, it's a great time.
Yeah, sounds like a good time, but a little painful, a little painful. So actually, McCabe, a lot of our people don't know, you are actually our online youth lead. So in that and your experience with our youth, what do you think that kids nowadays are looking for, just in general?
Yeah, kind of rolling into this role of online youth lead, I was very nervous stepping into this space of like, come from a generation where it was like, don't trust anybody online, and now kids tell everything online.
Yeah.
And so I found that a lot of the students, when they join these online spaces or interact with church in general, they're honestly looking for a real, authentic faith. They want to see people that live out what they believe. They've grown up around a lot of people getting exposed for not being who they say they are and stuff like that. And so when it comes to faith, there's not a hesitancy of like they don't believe what we're talking about. They don't believe that the people they see talking about it are actually living out what they say. So students are just looking for someone that they can have these honest conversations with, talk about their faith, talk about what they're thinking and struggling through in a safe place, without any judgment or criticisms in that way. And they just want to be involved. They are searching for community, both virtually and in person. Those aren't separated, those are together.
Yeah.
They want to be able to see them in person and also interact with them in the online spaces.
Yeah, and I bet that's just got to be such a great place to do at Sandals Church online, and just the fact that so many of them could be maybe disconnected physically, maybe at some of our different Sandals Church online or Sandals Church Anywhere locations, but have the opportunity to still be in community and be with each other. I do feel like with all of the social media and all of the filters and everything that's constantly being bombarded as fake, that could be really, really overwhelming. So when they come to church, they're probably looking for something that just cuts through all of that.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And that's what's incredible about Sandals Church is our mission of being real with ourselves, God, and others. It resonates so deeply with teenagers because they're all trying to figure out what that means. They're trying to figure out who they are. And I just try to embrace that of like, hey, I will tell you guys with appropriate boundaries what I'm struggling with. I'll own the shortcomings that I have. Just a couple weeks ago, I had to apologize to a student on our little Discord space. And it was shocking to him because he said he'd never had an adult apologize like that.
Wow.
And so, they're just looking for someone like, hey, are you going to be real about this? Are you going to actually, like I said, own and do the things that you are preaching? So.
Yeah, and I find that this is just so important. And honestly, let's be honest. Being real, if we're going to call it that, isn't always super easy, especially in a church setting. So how do you create, and how do we as a church kind of create that environment and community for teenagers now?
Yeah, that's a task specifically online that I found probably the hardest part to figure out. Because I use this kind of chat messaging board type of deal that allows students to create whatever username they want.
Sure.
And now I never try to push students into identifying who they are, like names, all that kind of stuff, because privacy. But I encourage them to and embrace some of those steps.
Yeah.
And one of the channels we have on that is I call it Bible and Stuff, so they can ask any Bible questions they want, and write in what they've been reading. I just had a student yesterday. She posted it in that channel and said she's going to be reading a chapter of Luke every day from now until Christmas
to
like
awesome.
Understand the Christmas story and why we celebrate and learn more about Jesus. There's also a prayer request channel that is slowly gaining some more traction of students like dropping what they need. Sometimes it's a big prayer of healing over a family member. Oftentimes it's I have a test tomorrow. Can you pray for that? I had a student ask for prayer for his ASB election, and I was like, by all means, dude, we're gonna pray that you get that dub.
Sure.
So it's creating the space for him to say like, hey, this is an okay space to see that. Naturally, I have to lead first. I've offered prayer requests. Like I said, I've confessed and offered shortcomings, but also celebrated things with students. And as soon as they see that and see students start to take those steps, then they're more willing to embrace that. It's the same thing I do with social media. They really don't care to see me on there as much as they love me. They want to see their friends and their peers living out the things that they say they believe and are figuring out.
Yeah. Seeing friends and peers online is just really exciting and fun, and I think it creates a way for students to be able to follow suit of their peers. It's a lot easier than sometimes maybe following an adult or someone else in their life.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
that is just so good. I feel like when we see kids and interact with them, I think that it really needs to be a thing where it's portrayed to them that it's okay to not have all the answers, and that it gives them permission to kind of explore their faith like you're doing with the Bible and Stuff channel, or even the prayer requests, so that people and other kids can see that, okay, I don't have to have this maybe all figured out, but instead I can learn and glean and ask as many questions as I want to.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing that's huge for them is connection. I mean, teenagers are looking for real relationships.
Yeah.
Right now, the spaces that I'm working in, a lot of them do attend a Sandals campus.
Okay.
But there is about 1, 2, 3, I would say 4 or 5 students in there that I know for a fact don't attend Sandals. They attend either a different church or are too far away from a campus.
Okay.
And one of those students, he just left a comment yesterday that he's thankful for this past year. Shout out to my boy Liam. I told him I'd give him a shout out.
Shout out, Liam.
Liam said he was thankful that he's been able to develop real friendships in this space, even though he doesn't get to see them. He's younger, he can't drive, but he has been able to find a real community in these spaces. And that's not something, I'm not saying I've created this great space for him, but he just took that step and found other students that wanted to live out this vision of being real, and just became attracted to that, and we've navigated those spaces like that together.
Nice. That is just so cool. Just the way that the internet kind of opens up the world for both community and for church. And it sounds like what the students that you're interacting with are looking for church is really a place for authentic community and a place to be real. Would you say that?
Yeah, exactly. And the good news is that with what Jesus offers, he meets people right where they are, and that's what we're called to do.
Yeah. McKay, I just love that. Thank you so much for sharing your heart for this next generation and for what you're doing here at Sandals Church. If you're watching at home and you are passionate about helping teenagers experience a church that is authentic and real, maybe consider giving today. Your support helps continue to create spaces where these students, like the ones that McKay interacts with, can connect and grow and discover just what it means to really follow Jesus.
You can make a difference today by going to sandalschurch.com/support and choosing to support our youth ministry. Every gift helps us reach the next generation with the message of authenticity and hope.
And coming up, we will actually get to hear from our pastor, Justin McVeigh, from our East Valley campus about their Giving Tuesday. But before we get into that, we have another video for you guys that just has a little bit more context and gives more context to the teams that actually put this broadcast on.
Let's check it out.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Giving Tuesday broadcast stuff that we're doing today. I'm sitting down with my friend Zach. We both work for the digital media and online campus team here at Sandals Church. And I personally on the team, I help our team along with our entire church plan ahead. I try to keep us 6 months to 12 months out, thinking about what are we going to be doing, where are we going, along with many other things as well. Zach, what do you do for our team?
Yeah, so I lead our technology and digital media teams here at Sandals Church, and that's kind of everything from software development to social media, and it means that I also get a lot of questions about Wi-Fi. So,
like why it's always down,
or like why Fredo can't connect to the internet, stuff like that.
Yeah. Fredo's always struggling to connect to the internet.
Always.
So a little bit about our digital media online campus team. We used to be a few years ago different teams. We had a digital media team, we had an online campus team. We also had myself, came from a whole different third team where I was doing project management and organizational strategy. And we kind of brought this whole team together into one big team called Digital Media Online Campus, DMOC for short. And really the reason that we did that is we had a lot of different efforts happening that we felt like we could have done better if we were working together. So we were doing things like trying to reach people and bring new people in. We were trying to form people into being more like Jesus. We were trying to connect people with ourselves as well as with each other. And we were also trying to multiply ourselves and make disciples in other people. And so, Zach, I would actually love to hear from you a little bit about that reach portion. What are we doing in that space? How are we reaching people?
Yeah, so I think the world we live in now, it's fascinating. It's like always connected, but yet people feel really disconnected at times. And our team is really working to bridge that gap. How are we using the power of kind of technology and social media to both share the gospel and the vision of being real? And that's what's been really cool about kind of being embedded with a campus or like a group of people who are all trying to do that together. And it's, there's not just, we're not just trying to like broadcast or like put a bunch of media out there kind of hoping that people watch it. There's a lot of different aspects to what we're doing. Like you said, we're trying to really connect people, form them, help people multiply, and specifically in kind of like the world of reach, there's a lot we're doing to help not just take our sermons and our messages and our services and get those out there onto the different platforms, but we're also creating a lot of other content. We're trying to do things like address what's happening in culture or answer the questions that people are really asking out there. We're helping create and distribute the Debrief podcast along with a lot of other content. And then we've got a lot of folks who are also working on how do we take all that content and kind of split it into short form content to use the power of social media, the power of kind of like the short form avenues that are out there to reach new people, bring them in, and help them get connected here at Sandals Church. So in addition to reaching people, we're also trying to connect them. Scott, maybe you share a little bit about how we try to connect with people.
Yeah, we're really trying to connect people in different ways. One is with us. We want to get to know people, get to know their names. And so we're trying to create as many opportunities as possible to get to know you. And so here's a little plug. If you don't know anyone here on the digital media team or online campus team and you're not from around here, we want to get to know you. You can email us at online@sandalschurch.com. We would love to make that connection. But we do lots of little things that I think are fun. We have things like our book club, which we do. So we recently went through, actually in October, we were reading spooky short stories.
Spooky.
And we had Pastor Fredo on there along with McKay, who's helping lead that project. And we've just been talking about things that are in culture, but also speaking Christ's truth into those things and how do we see things from a church and a Christian perspective. And so we've also read other like Christian books, things like Fathered by God by John Eldredge, and just really trying to talk and engage with people where they're at. And so we're going into places where they are, things like YouTube or TikTok or Instagram, and we're trying to go live and engage and talk with people. And we've prayed for people. We've gotten stories from people of how Sandals Church or people at Sandals Church has changed their lives. And so it's been a really cool and impactful thing that we've been doing, is trying to connect with people and connect people with each other. We also try to go out and actually spend time with people. So our online campus team has actually flown to places around the world to meet people that we've connected with online and hear their story and talk with them and get to know them. And so that's some of how we're connecting. And along with that, we're also forming people. And so specifically, we do trainings, we do meetings, we are doing different things to try to grow people to be more like Christ. And one of the big ways we're moving into this next season is we're really redoing our app, the Sandals Church app.
Yep.
And we're moving it away from being just about the weekend experience and moving it completely into daily spiritual rhythms. And so there's going to be daily readings, daily prayers, daily reflections, along with other spiritual practices, other spiritual disciplines. And I think it's going to be very impactful on not only how we're forming all the people that are here in person, but specifically how we're able to form all the people that are far away and aren't around here. Zach, what else are we doing in the form space? Do you feel like there's anything else you want to add there?
Yeah, the app is something that I'm really excited about. I think that so often now people are getting formed like kind of like through a screen, like just the amount of media that people are consuming, what they're spending their time on. People are doing everything, it seems like, through their phones now. It's banking, it's ordering food, it's all kinds of things. And I think that we have like a really unique opportunity to also be present, to use that to our advantage, to help people develop daily rhythms, to help people unfold where God's moving at in their life. And so I'm really excited about how we can kind of like reorient the app that we have and how we can use it to help people every single day. Not just maybe the hour that they're at church on Sundays, not just maybe when they need something, have a question, but really help them kind of develop a deeper daily relationship with Jesus that maybe they haven't had the opportunity, the tools, or the ability to before. So Scott, we've got reach, connect, form. What about multiply? How are we helping people multiply their faith?
Yeah, one of the biggest things that we're doing in this space is our online campus team is directly investing in people in the online campus. They've been hosting these things called SCA workshops, where they're meeting multiple times over the course of multiple weeks and months, and actually investing into those people, calling Christ out in those people, and challenging them to also multiply and reach out to others. And so part of what they're doing in that space is also encouraging those people to identify people in their lives that they should and could be investing in, and starting to help them walk through that process. Because ultimately, like, that is what we're here to do, is to, as we become more like Christ, we're called to then call other peoples to be more like Christ as well. And so if you would like to hear more about what we're doing as a digital media online campus team, you can find more out at sandalschurch.com/DMOC, DMOC. And if you would like to support our team, we would love to have you do that and come alongside us as we're trying to reach the world and really a modern missions movement. And you can do that at sandalschurch.com/support. Zach, did you have anything else you wanted to share?
Yeah, I think we can wrap this up. I think that our team is really focused on how are we, reaching people. So we're reaching hundreds of thousands of people every single week, using media and technology and the platforms available to us. But not only that, but how we connect those people into a real and awesome life, how they're formed in their faith, their discipleship, their relationship with Jesus, and then how they're really inspired to multiply that with other people. So that's a little bit about our team and what we do here. We've got an interesting crew, but we're going to jump back to the rest of the Giving Tuesday broadcast.
See you guys.
Welcome back to our Giving Tuesday coverage here at Sandals Church. I'm McKay Vandenberg, and I'm joined now by Pastor Justin McVeigh, our East Valley campus pastor. Justin, welcome to the broadcast.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
How you doing today?
Doing good. It'd be better if my fantasy basketball team would score a few extra points, but other than that, life is great.
Yeah, we're in the same league. We're both fighting for that bottom spot, unfortunately. But hey, maybe it'll turn around. Maybe today's the day that it turns around.
That's right.
Well, East Valley has a pretty big vision for this year's Giving Tuesday. You're raising money to build a commercial-grade children's playground at your campus. Can you tell me a little bit more about this project and why it's so important to you, your community, your congregation?
Yeah, we're super excited about this. We want to put in think what you would see at a public park, like a great playground area with some picnic seating. We want to use state-of-the-art equipment. We want to have stuff for different age groups, so the toddlers have a safe space in one area. There's some active, engaging areas for the olders that they can play in, maybe a gaga pit or something.
Oh, nice.
And then again, we want to have an area where parents can connect as well.
Yeah.
East Valley is such a family-oriented space and place. Our hope is that they can just connect and experience community on our campus.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. That sounds so exciting. The Gaga pit might pull me out there.
Those middle schoolers, man, they love them some Gaga ball.
They lock in for sure. We've mentioned earlier in the broadcast, all of our campuses have the flexibility to choose the projects they want to raise money for, kind of contextualized for their campus. So why did East Valley choose this project for Giving Tuesday?
Man, I actually have to go back 4 years ago, and we had one of our core families who serves there at East Valley, and they lost a family member who was close to them. And there was some life insurance money, and they wanted to give back to the church, and they wanted to do something that would last, that's something that would be there, kind of in memory of the family member they'd lost. And so we began talking about it and processing it, and one of the things we talked about was putting in a park. They had a young son, and they're like, how great would it be that every time our son comes to church, he sees this playground, and it reminds him of his uncle.
Yeah.
And so we began talking about that and processing that, and as we did, we realized over the years, one, there's nothing like that in our community. Anywhere near East Valley, there's no public parks, there's no space for the kids to come and play, for families to connect.
Wow.
We realized what a great opportunity it would be for the families in our church to get to know each other better, but also to invite their neighbors and their community in. And so when we heard Giving Tuesday was gonna allow us to choose, I'm like, no brainer. We got to do the park. We've been thinking about it. It's been on our hearts. And it was a great confirmation because like many of our campuses, East Valley was actually not always a Sandals. It was Amethyst Bible Church, and then there was a merger. But I was talking with one of the original members who was a part of Amethyst Bible Church, who was there when they built the building.
Oh, wow.
And he shared with me that from the very beginning, there was this dream at the church that they would build a playground, that it would be that space. When they built there, they're like, man, there's no other space in this area close by for families to connect, for kids to play, to be just kind of this gathering spot. And they could never make it happen. They struggled and there were giving campaigns. And so I'm so excited to kind of revive that dream and see that vision come to a reality this Giving Tuesday.
Yeah, that's so cool to see. You know, God put something on that church member's heart, and even though it didn't get to happen when that member wanted it to, God's still faithful to follow through that and give us the opportunity to raise this money today. As a youth lead, I've gotten the experience to get to know plenty of East Valley students. They're awesome. They are diehard for their campus. They rep East Valley so hard. And I feel like that's something that's just in the East Valley community. They're just ready to serve and be involved and care.
And we talk a lot at East Valley about this idea of just being family. Like that is truly how we live out this vision of being real that is Sandals Church, by creating a place that feels like home, that people know they're loved there and they belong there no matter where they're at, no matter what they're going through. And so to have a space that just catalyzes that family environment, I can't wait. I'm so excited. I had a dad text me last night, and he was asking for the Giving Tuesday link.
Oh, that's awesome.
And he let me know. He's like, yep, my daughter has broken into her piggy bank. She's like 5 years old. And she's
awesome.
like, I want to help out. I want to make this playground. And I've heard that from different parents and stuff. My own daughter came to me this morning and was like, Dad, how do I give? I don't have a credit card. Like, how am I supposed to do this, wanting to be a part of it? So I love our East Valley family. That's just a small piece of the generosity and the love they have for each other.
That's so sick. Can you share, if anybody else wants to give to this cause and help support East Valley, where should they go?
They can go to sandalschurch.com/Giving Tuesday. You can select East Valley. We're looking to raise $50,000. And so here's the great thing, like, man, people have been generous. There's already funds coming in, but I was talking with the big dogs, talking with the boss, and they're like, hey, anything that comes in over that, you just begin to expand your playground. We can add more picnic tables, put a shade sail over the top. Like, it just allows us to do more and more. So
that's awesome.
What a great opportunity for our campus.
Pastor Justin, thank you so much for being on today and sharing your heart with us. If you would like to be a part of this exciting project and help East Valley build a place where kids can play, families can connect, you can head on over to sandalschurch.com/Giving Tuesday to make your donation. Stay tuned as we continue highlighting projects across all our campuses. For now, you can check out this compilation of an introduction to some of the members of the digital media and online campus team.
Morgan Terrell.
She is determined.
She won't back down.
Strong.
Trustworthy.
Boss.
Powerful.
Safe.
Patient.
Compassionate.
Reliable. Morgan is an incredible friend.
I think she has fun when she works.
My name is Morgan Terrell, and I'm the online campus manager at Sandals Church.
Which means she's often in conversations that aren't really fun, but we need to have.
She knows how to have fun, even doing difficult things.
My favorite part of my job is that everything we're doing has never been done before.
She knows how to get stuff done.
When Morgan and I work together, we slay.
Her presence commands a room.
That's Morgan. Whenever she walks into a room, she's got a plan, she's got it dialed in.
Morgan helps spiritually form our online campus and team.
She's good at connecting with people where they're actually at.
She is a wise woman.
She's a cat herder.
Holds it all together.
If you've ever tried to herd cats, it's kind of impossible.
I think she creates loyalty wherever she goes.
She's not easily thrown off.
I'm learning how to rest on a serious note.
If she does something, she does it excellently.
I used to think rest was like you have to sit on the couch and watch a show. What fills my joy tank and brings me rest and rejuvenation is doing something physical with my body, moving my body, being outside, being in sunshine.
Morgan is the truest definition of getting like hyper-focused on a hobby.
She speaks French.
For a small period of time.
You know, she's talking about weightlifting.
If you work out with Morgan, just prepare to be sore for the rest of your life.
And then never touching that hobby again and moving on.
She plays golf.
She's a baker.
When I do cook, I like to put my heart and soul into it.
She was a plant lady in like 2020.
She's a great singer.
She sang the national anthem at a Lakers game.
I don't know if I've ever seen a plant in their house since then.
Maybe one day she'll pick up rapping.
I really want to learn how to snowboard.
Whatever she puts her mind to, she excels in.
I think it's well known that I have a competitive side.
Apparently she's a swimmer.
In the fall of 2021,
we had a race around a boat.
Fredo initiated a race. I won that race.
I was there.
Apparently I lost, and I lost by a lot.
She had like half a body length on Fredo.
He's an athletic guy, I'll give that to him, but he's not a swimmer.
Like, it wasn't even close. He was going in the wrong direction at one point.
He likes to play the role of the martyr.
All I remember is some kind of creature.
He says something grabbed his foot, but...
Or plant got a hold of my leg.
There's nothing in that water.
I just remember coming up from water, exhausted, out of breath.
Morgan kicked Fredo's enter word here in that swimming competition.
Again, I don't know if that was actually the case. I just remember I tried really, really hard.
Fredo had no shot.
For me, competition equals fun.
And no one paid attention to second place.
But I've learned that that's not true for everybody.
Awesome.
I'm nervous.
What is your name and what do you do at Sandals Church?
My name is McKay.
Fun fact, he always gets his title wrong.
I am our next gen digital discipleship lead.
He often expands it to like a 14-word title.
Which means I am strategizing and making content for our youth and kind of young adult spaces, just figuring out how to minister and disciple that part of our church online.
He's got the longest title. It's like Next Gen Online Campus Youth Leader Connector Storyteller. It's something like that.
He is the Next Gen Digital Lead.
Do you mean like what he does when he's in the building or like what we're paying him to do?
He makes coffee for the office like all the time.
So he keeps the team caffeinated.
He makes some really good coffee.
He's kind of like a son to me, but I do wish he'd get a better attitude.
I would assume that my weakness is my attitude.
Attitude.
Which I've been working on.
He's working on it. He would really like me to say that he's working on it.
McKay's attitude, it definitely depends on the amount of protein he's taking in.
McKay is a contrarian.
Which on a daily basis we're unsure.
He wants to be so individualistic that he can't like what everybody else likes.
But he's always down for a good time.
He's got a like constant sense of humor.
He has unique takes. He has unique style.
He's one of the nicest Californians I've ever met.
My face doesn't always accurately communicate what I'm feeling.
He's very much about the community. We jokingly call him Mr. Riverside.
He loves people.
He's always got an interesting collection of younger people around his desk.
I didn't think like teens, youth would want to like interact with me necessarily online.
I've really noticed his just genuine both interest, affection, and passion for like younger people.
He has a unique relationship with everyone.
The students I have met were very excited and open to start talking to anybody.
I'm excited about the work he's doing.
He has a desire to connect with people who are far from God or people who are not in a good place in life.
He serves others.
He's not superficial.
And I'm glad I can create that space online.
I just have one thing to say, and that is if I see you in the morning, I love you dearly.
She's not a morning person.
I don't think Danny's that bad in the morning.
We are friends. I do not have a grudge against you. There's no bitterness or resentment.
If it's before 10 a.m., please don't talk to either one of us. There's a lot that took us to get to this point.
I just need a minute. Just need a minute.
And you just need a moment to... Okay.
Who am I? Question I ask myself often.
Danielle, I would say, is an OG.
Pretty sure Danielle is like a secret agent for Sandals.
My name is Danny, and I am the online digital discipleship senior supervisor.
Danny right now is running all sorts of vision and ideas.
And how we can build environments that foster that kind of connection in a digital world.
Although our experiences of church have looked so different, there's just this like sweet connection.
Danny is an amazing listener.
If you were sharing something with her, she's locked in. She's not like getting distracted by things around her.
Danielle has a deep care for people.
Danielle helps connect people who are looking to be a part of the community here at the church.
She does a lot of chin touches when she's thinking through things. She's like,
Making people feel welcomed, it's like one of the things that I'm really passionate about.
Whether they be really close to God or really far from God, she just has a genuine heart to help people feel heard and listened to and cared for.
There's just an instant like familiarity and everyone feels comfortable.
I think she is someone who is easily and quickly looked to as a leader.
She's great with detail. She follows through.
She is someone that is easy to get along with, easy to work with.
When it's time to have a good time, she's 100% on board for it.
I love to eat and I love to cook.
She is a very intuitive chef.
Fun fact is I actually grew up being banned from the kitchen.
And she can make something out of anything.
I've been told that I'm a quiet talker.
You're gonna have to ask her to repeat herself like 4 times before you can actually understand what she's saying.
Which can be hard for editing.
Because she talks.
For hearing what she said, that I am breathy.
You know, if we were to draw in different aspects.
And to enunciate, speak clearly.
Are you ready for a worshipful moment? Just close your eyes and let me read Psalm 88 over you.
Project.
Tell us your name and what you do at Sandals Church.
I am Tegan, and I am the online production lead here at Sandals.
Which wouldn't accurately capture what she does, because she kind of does everything, but...
Ultimately, it comes down to services online.
She's heard every sermon, not just once, but like multiple times.
And then other duties as assigned.
Tegan is a video superhero. That's what she is.
You know, that's her working away.
Well, if you're watching this video, she probably made it.
Even though she's the online production lead, she's like a traditional old man in a cute Tegan form.
I think she loves weird chairs.
She loves like tea and jam and toast and being warm.
Personally, I think eclectic furniture is a weakness.
Tegan is just Tegan?
We like to call her Tegan. It's her alter ego.
Tegononymous.
You got Tegan.
Tegonominator.
Teagues.
And Tegon Too Fast. Tegon Too Fast, Too Furious. That's Tegan's actual name.
Tegan. Like smiley would probably be the first word people think of when they think of Tegan.
I used to joke like I have an RBF, but it's a resting bubbly face.
I think Tegan will surprise you constantly.
Tegan for sure knows how to bring a team together.
She makes sure everyone is seen.
She's super organized and it shows in her work.
I don't know that I've ever seen a project that she's worked on that I didn't like.
She is quiet.
Tegan needs to talk more.
When you open the door, she's got a lot of thoughts.
She always has in mind how our audience might receive this.
She has a strong sense of belief.
I appreciate that she's here.
Tegan makes me feel like one of the funniest people in the world.
She's a special person.
Moment of truth. I am not the most coordinated person. When it comes to real life rhythm, got nothing.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to our Giving Tuesday broadcast here at Sandals Church. I'm Chanel Federico, and I am thrilled to be joined by Andrew Bogenwright, our campus pastor from our Moreno Valley campus. Andrew, welcome. Thanks for coming to the podcast. Excuse me. It's kind of like a podcast. To the broadcast, rather.
Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, of course, of course. Andrew, before we dive into this year's Giving Tuesday project for Moreno Valley, we want to take a little bit of a step back and go back along your journey of how you started as a campus pastor. For those of you who don't know, you started as a campus pastor, and then you actually transitioned into being our men's pastor and then our marriage pastor. So what has it actually been like stepping back into the role of campus pastor after so many years here at Sandals?
Yeah, so we had the opportunity to launch the first campus 12 years ago. Yeah. I didn't realize I was tired, but I think other people did. Yeah. When I moved to the network, it was a little bit different pace of work, and it was nice. But during that time, 5 years ago, we lost our son, and being behind the scenes was really helpful to me. And I had a conversation with God about wanting to get out of ministry. I wanted to quit and not do it anymore. I didn't want to care for anyone else, just myself. And I'd asked him twice if he would release me, and he said, "No, my grace is sufficient for you." Okay. And about the 2-year mark, I felt like some changes happening. And God really just restored my heart. And it was right at that point that I got asked to be the campus pastor at Moreno Valley. And I had prayed about it, and God gave me a vision of myself in a wheelchair, and I was wheeling myself, and all of a sudden I got up and started running. And I realized that God had healed my legs, and He still had some work for me to do. Wow. So anyway, 2.5 years ago, went to Moreno Valley, and it's been an awesome season. God's been moving really powerfully. But yeah, it's been a hard journey. But He's restored a lot for me as well, just having a joy for ministering to others.
Yeah, wow. What an incredible vision that God gave you, and we are so grateful that you stuck with that vision and that you're now the campus pastor at our Moreno Valley campus. So it's very clear that you have a heart for both people and for leadership. And then getting into this year's Moreno Valley Giving Tuesday project, both people and leadership have to do with this project as well. We are raising money for a new building for you guys, which is so exciting. Can you tell us a little bit more about the vision for a new building and kind of what that would mean for your campus?
Yeah, we've been praying about it for over a year. We had a group of people fasting every Monday and just praying because we saw the growth happening. And it was sort of a vision for the future, like, okay, if we keep growing, what happens? You know? And so we added a 4th service recently. So we have 3 services in English, 1 in Espanol. That's a lot on a Sunday for both staff and volunteers. And so the timing's great to have an opportunity to reach more people. Our campus is incredible inviters. They just keep inviting and inviting. And even though we add services, it still feels full again. And so we're just looking to the future to create more space. And then also our Espanol service is at 12:30, and we want to have services simultaneous. So
Okay,
the new
yeah.
building will have 2 auditoriums so they can meet at 9:30 and 11 during the
Nice.
prime times
Cool.
and have a great service to invite their friends and family to as well.
Nice. Okay, so it sounds like it's a little bit of a bigger building than what you guys have currently.
Yeah, a bigger auditorium, a little bit more square footage, and we get to kind of design how it's laid out to use it for our purposes. So,
Nice.
yeah.
That's so great. I love that vision for you guys, and I'm so excited to see where God takes you. And just in the fact that you guys have a dual language that happens at your church. You guys are the only campus that has that, correct?
Yeah, so far, and there's a pretty big growing online presence. There's several hundred people watching. We've got 3 or 4 other campuses that are interested in doing something like that. So we're working toward making this more of a thing.
That's so cool.
But
I love
it's
that
been
vision.
awesome.
It's so good. What are you most excited about for this project, and what are you looking forward to the most?
Yeah, so definitely opportunity to reach more people, Espanol services, and then just being centrally located in Moreno Valley. So it's right on the east end of the Moreno Valley Mall, which is surprisingly now becoming the hub of Moreno Valley. They're redoing everything. They have lots of great plans for the future, and we're going to be right there. It's a standalone building in the parking lot. We're going to have tons of parking.
Great.
Currently, we have I think 6 spots. So now we'll have 60,000. So
yes. And I'm sure there's more than
opportunity.
6 people that come to Moreno
There
Valley.
are more than 6. They just park around every street and building in the area.
Yeah.
So that's going to be great. And just outreach-wise, getting involved in the community, serving the needs, and having a place to do that that's a little bit more visible.
Yeah.
Right now, we're next to the animal shelter, and that's the only way people can find us. So.
Fair. Yeah. Hey, we love animals. That's still great. That's so great.
That's right.
For those of people that are watching online right now, joining us live, how can they be a part of what is happening at Moreno Valley?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, please pray for us.
Yes.
That would be awesome. This is a big undertaking. The cost to get into the building is going to be about $1.2 million just for us to get in, and we're going to be doing a lease to purchase. But so pray for us in all this endeavor. You can give. sandalschurch.com/givingtuesday is a great place to give. And really, just support us. If you have a heart for Moreno Valley, you want to see people be reached, you want to see just the city be impacted, we have a huge heart for that. So be praying for us, join us in giving, share with people that own businesses or want to be involved. All of that would be just really, really helpful for us. There's over 200,000 people in Moreno Valley, and our heart is to reach 2,000. We want to get 1% of the city. So please be praying for all of that.
Yeah, that is so exciting. Andrew, thank you so much for joining us on today's broadcast. And if you are watching with us today and you want to help make this vision a reality, you can head to sandalschurch.com/givingtuesday to support Moreno Valley's new building project. Stay tuned as we continue highlighting incredible projects across all of our campuses, just like Moreno Valley, and what an exciting time just for Sandals Church in general. Check out this video of some of the highlights from some amazing things that happened at our church back in 2017.
It's been 20 years of being real, 20 years of hardship, and 20 years of growth. And after 20 years of incredible service to God in creating Sandals Church, Matt and Tammy are still set on changing lives with this crazy idea of helping people learn to be real with themselves, God, and others.
Listen, we do things at Sandals Church like start new campuses. We leverage the community of Sandals to reach out to the world around us so Jesus can have a great name, so he can be lifted high, so that we can reach people with the gospel for Jesus. If people matter to God, they should matter to us.
Can you imagine if we began to be a church is available in my life, in my friends' lives, in the world, and we began to call out to him with that kind of confidence that he's on our side. All you have is God, but this supernatural God is everything. He's everything we need.
I am not enough. I'm not enough to be a good husband, a good father, a good minister at Sandals Church. I'm not enough. I am not enough, but God's love's enough for me. Man, God sent Sandals Church into my life so I could learn the good news, so that God could change the way I looked at the world. That's what I want for you.
Listen, I love you, church. I know many of you are carrying great burdens in your marriages, with your kids, with your finances, in your heart. There are some things inside you've never told a soul. But I want you to know this. God knows, and he still loves you. So why carry it alone? Give it to Jesus.
Don't worry, you will find me when you need me. I am watching you. Don't worry, you will find me when you call me. I am listening.
I want to encourage you to hit the replay button and go back to the time when God showed up. Go back and remember what He's done in your life. And in that moment, have hope that He can do it again. That He still loves you and He still cares for you, and He is willing to walk with you through the whole process over and over and over and over again. God is calling you to begin a journey with Him for the rest of your life that spills over into eternity, where God teaches you about Him and God loves you the way that you were always meant to be loved. God is interested in an eternal relationship with you that starts today. But it's a path and it's a journey.
Welcome back. I am here with Pastor Justin Kowalski, the Associate Pastor at our Palm Avenue campus. Justin, it's great to have you here with us today.
Oh, I'm so stoked to be here.
You have been on staff, I hate to do this to you, but you've been on staff for nearly 2 decades.
More than 2 decades.
More than 2 decades.
Yeah.
Almost as long as the church has been around.
Yeah.
So you've seen a lot of growth, you've seen a lot of change, a lot of different seasons here at Sandals Church. I want to focus specifically on 2017.
Okay.
It's a big year for Sandals Church.
Huge.
What specifically stood out to you during that time period?
Man, it was when we launched a lot of our other campuses. Like I think we had a few under our belt, but I think it was when we really took root of, hey, we can be one church with many locations, right? That was a crazy year because that's when Banning launched, Palm Avenue, San Bernardino, and it was wild because it was like everyone was all in. And I don't have like a good sports analogy. Sorry, I'm not that guy. But it was like, yo, our team is taking off. Like, and we're so big, we have to divide up. And so it was cool. Like, it was almost confusing. Like, what campus am I at this week? Because you're doing San Bernardino, you're painting a wall. You're at Banning, you're painting a wall. You're at Palm Avenue, you're pulling pews out and putting them back in the rain. And it was fun. And everyone was all in on it because they got the vision. Especially like not just like our staff, but the people of Sandals Church were excited to be a part of launching a campus because I feel like they experienced like, man, this church like changed my life, and we want that to be in other areas, of Southern California. And so it was really cool to be a part of that and see people catch the vision.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I know Sandals wasn't the first church to do satellite campuses, but it was a big endeavor for us.
Oh yeah.
What was the energy like during that time? You kind of shared a little bit, but what was the energy like as we all kind of banded together to launch so many different campuses at one time?
Yeah, no, the energy was, we want to do this. Like, how people were like, how can I help? How can I be a part? In Sandals Church, we have a way of doing things where people just kind of showed up and they're like, I'm gonna bring my own hammers, I'm gonna bring my own truck. Like, people were painting, they're on ladders. Like, it wasn't just like, hey, like a corporate thing. It was a grassroots thing, right? And people, they did it because, again, they experienced the results. People experienced like the vision of authenticity changed their lives. And I think that's what made people want to be a part. The people of Sandals Church are really easy to rally when they believe in something. They're like, oh, let's do this. And so I think that's what it was. That's what got people excited.
Yeah, I remember that time. I was attending Hunter Park, but Palm Avenue got announced that we were launching, and I lived like 5 minutes away. And I was even stoked of like, dude, this church has been awesome. This has been life-changing for me. And now I have one walking distance. So I definitely felt that energy as a younger person, just in our congregation at that time. Looking back at this time period, we're now 7 years removed. What do you think it taught you specifically, but us as a whole and our church about who we are?
Wow. Yeah. As a church, we care so much about people. I mean, that's why we do what we do. I think it is incredibly like, I think there's like a tactical way to approach it as well. Like, hey, if we have this many people like in this area of like the state, what can we do to, put a church there so that people can, again, live out this vision? I think that's really important. You can't just like, pop places just randomly because you can.
Yeah,
and I think that's what's been good about our church leadership is like, it's very like specific, like, hey, does this make sense to be here? And like for Palm Avenue, it made a lot of sense. We had a lot of people that lived in the area, and being a part of that, like that community, it made a lot of sense. And it was ordained because like immediately, like we had a lot of people that were on board and ready to be a part of what was going on. Even the people that were at Palm Baptist, they were on board. They're still here and they're serving, and they're like a great example of what it looks like to be a part of church adoption.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful thing.
Yeah. That's awesome. Well, Pastor Justin, thank you so much for your years of service and being dedicated to our church. I know the work that you've done is sometimes in front and sometimes behind the scenes, and you've just been faithful for these so many years. I'm sure we'll have you back on as we talk to Palm Avenue later today.
Awesome.
Thank you so much
Thanks
for your
for
time today, dude. If you've been inspired by these stories of growth and impact, today is a great day to get involved. You can support any of our Giving Tuesday projects by going to sandalschurch.com/Giving Tuesday. Stay tuned for more stories of what God is doing throughout Sandals Church. Next up, we'll have Pastor John Martinez from our Banning campus to talk about their Giving Tuesday project. But first, let's take a look back at where Banning first got its start.
Zero again. Okay, so it is official. As of right now, we have merged with Sandals.
First service ever in our new auditorium.
Welcome back to our Giving Tuesday broadcast. I'm Chanel Federico, and I am joined by actually one of our newest campus pastors, John Martinez, from our Banning campus. John, thank you so much for being here. It's great to have you.
I'm so pumped to be here.
Good, yes, we're excited to have you here. You've been a part of the Banning campus for a little while now. You first started off as the youth lead, and then you moved to campus operations lead, and now you are the campus pastor. What kind of walk us through what that transition has been like for you?
It's been an amazing journey. Honestly, I've felt so supported. I felt like just so many people just affirming everything that I've been doing along the way. It's been challenging, but it's also just been so life-giving at the same time. Yeah, it's been awesome.
Good, yeah, it's been amazing to have you. Banning is one of Sandals Church's actually first satellite campuses where we streamed our video service. What has it been like to see kind of the campus grow and evolve over the years now that you've taken on the role as a campus pastor?
It's been wild because when I first went to Banning, I was just attending and just being able to watch it grow, even beyond the pandemic. Having everything kind of shut down and come back was exciting because it kind of exploded. And just watching people just thirsty to see the city come around us and the campus just thrive. It's just been awesome. It's been so encouraging, and then just being able to be part of that, and be part of the team to make it happen, and now being able to lead it, it's amazing. I'm so pumped.
Good. Yeah, and you guys have such a great campus. You guys are very people-oriented, very family. Banning does feel kind of like one big family, which is really awesome. So this year for Giving Tuesday, we are actually raising some money for renovating part of the patio space. We're raising specifically $15,000. Can you tell us a little bit more about the patio space, its current conditions, and then maybe what you guys want to do with it moving forward?
Yeah, so the patio space, we had done a project in the past about working on this patio space that we needed to fellowship and gather together. There was a section of the patio that we didn't finish because we just didn't have enough to do it. And so this space has been essential and vital to our Sunday gatherings and other times. So with that, we've decided that this is the perfect time to be able to earn the funds, to be able to just extend that space. But there's also a lot of uneven surfaces, and the spot that's not done is pretty unsafe for people to travel through, and it honestly doesn't look good either.
Yeah.
And so we want to fill that spot and just create that like final piece, and just again, unsafe. We want people to not be tripping and all that stuff like that too. So, and it's been rough for a little while, so we want to just button it up.
Button it up, make it look nice.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
That's so awesome. It's been really cool to see you guys progress as a campus, and now for you guys to almost have this little beautification project that you're trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it feels nice and good. $15,000 is a big goal, but we can definitely make it happen. Our community can definitely make it happen.
Absolutely.
If they want to join the efforts in making that happen, how can people support the Banning Campus Project?
Honestly, we are just looking for people to just kind of allow the Holy Spirit to guide them in asking kind of, God, what is it that you want me to give to this project? We know that our campus is generous and that they care very deeply about what we're doing. And so I just wanted to, I'm excited to be here just to be able to share the heart behind it. We know that people can make it happen. We know God can make it happen, but we also have to kind of search inward to do it. And so 15,000 is a lot, but we know that God can make that happen in the hearts of us. And so we're already in a really good place, but we have a little bit to go. So I'm pumped. I know that we're going to be able to meet this goal. I've felt an affirmation there already, so I'm excited.
That's so great. John, thank you so much for being here and just for your heart for our Banning campus. I can definitely see just in knowing you and getting to chat with you how much of a heart that you have for people and your community in Banning.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I do. I absolutely do.
Of course. Now, if you want to help make Sandals Banning campus patio a safe space and welcoming place for people that are attending there, do not wait. Head to sandalschurch.com/givingtuesday to donate today. We are actually going to take a tour of our Banning campus now with a tour and a video that we took earlier this week. So let's take a look at that.
Hey, I'm Pastor John, and this is Aaron. We would love to show you around our Sandals Church Banning campus.
Let's go.
So right here, we're going to show you our sanctuary where we gather every Sunday and sometimes throughout the week. We have this beautiful space that we've redesigned and made it our own when we became Sandals Church Banning. And so it's a really cool spot for us to come and hang out with our church members, worship together, hear a great sermon, challenged and fed. It's a really good time. You know, I think back to like all of the different things that we've experienced in this cozy little sanctuary right here. You know, I think about the people's lives that were changed sitting in these chairs. I think about the people who've given their lives to Jesus, worshiping together, the hearts that were healed and mended from just all of the different hurt that they've experienced in their lives. This space has held so many people and so many experiences that were just, you can't even put into words the life change that people have had.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people have really found their home here, and that includes myself. I know we've been here since the beginning, since the launch day over 6 years ago. My husband and I have called it home since day one, and we just love seeing other people experience that and call this place their home as well.
Absolutely.
So it's been really, really sweet and such a blessing. So, but yeah, we would love to show you some more of our beautiful campus, so follow us.
Yeah, come on.
So this is actually our kids check-in area. On Sundays, our Sandals Church Kids Ministry meets in various classrooms down this hallway here. We have anywhere from the little tiny babies all the way up to 5th graders in this space, and it's amazing to watch them every weekend. They're loud and having fun, and it's just such like you walk in here and it's like joyful. So
it's crazy.
It's really fun.
Yeah, and it may be this joyful chaos, but we make sure that they are learning about Jesus. Ultimately, the goal is that they would know who he is and that they would grow in that way, so that way when they can get older and sit in that big sanctuary, they know who he is already. And so I have my own kids that are here. Erin has her daughter that's here, and we know that for sure they are learning about him and that they are growing in a safe place around other kids that are learning the same things. So yeah, let's go.
So this is where your daughter's at, right?
My daughter and one of my sons, they're in here getting crazy every week. It's pretty good. Yeah. It's fun.
That's probably the loudest classroom.
That one is the loudest classroom.
At our team room, down there's where the babies are. The little babies. They're always so cute. And there's always a bunch of them in there. We love it.
Yeah.
And then this is where the bulk of our elementary age students are. So they get this whole space to run around and be crazy in and have some fun.
Yeah, this is the elementary. They're in here having a good time, doing some crafts, learning different things. They're a little bit older, so they're kind of learning some of the more serious sides of things, but it's a really good time. And then once they get a little bit older, then they are able to go to youth ministry, and we should show them the youth center because anywhere from 6th to 12th grade, they all get to hang out in this really cool spot that we'll show you next. All right, so here we go. I want to show you the Sandals Church Youth Center. We were able to build this years ago. It was a passion project, and our church came around us and was able to make this happen. And so this is part of our church actually making this a reality, and we're really proud of it. So come check it out.
So this is the sitting side, the vibey side, the chill hangout side, groups meeting here. We hang out here every single Wednesday with our youth students, and they absolutely love it. This isn't actually the best part.
Yeah, there's actually, you said this is the sitting hangout side. Yeah. Well, what is the other side? Ooh, so we have this incredible area for students to hang out, game. We have our gaming PCs right there, which they can also use if they need to do homework on them. They can come and do that. They can play, hockey, foosball, air hockey. There's some games over here, just pool, ping pong, basketball, arcade. It's insane. It's insane. Sometimes we even do our own meetings in here just because it is such an amazing spot to be. It just has such a cool vibe with all the lights and everything like that. And so, this is it's a passion project that we had this vision for that we were able to actually make happen because people they knew that our students needed this. They needed a space like this. And so it's just one of those things that when our church comes together, we can pull things like this off. It's awesome. So we want to show you something outside too. So let's go check that out, and we'll give you an idea what that's for.
We brought you back outside here because this is the part we really want to focus on today and give you kind of an eye and an insight as to what we experience week in and week out. This space here is very transitional for us. As you know, we have to go in and out as our building's not connected. But this is the space where our parents will come through and pick up their students on Sunday after service each week. So it's used a lot. So what do we have in plan for it, Pastor John?
All right, so because of the fact that people use this space so much, and because right now it's been kind of in this season where cracks are developing and holes are developing and becoming a tripping hazard and honestly unsightly, we want to focus in our Giving Tuesday this year at our campus to earn $15,000 to demo out this spot right here, all that asphalt and existing uneven surface, and we want to repave it. It'll look like the existing patio that we have out here, and it will go all the way through. The transitions will be fixed. It'll be ADA compliant. People won't trip. It'll look nice. I mean, you saw the youth center, you saw the sanctuary, you saw the kids spaces, you saw the cafe. Those look great, and we want our outside to look like our inside as far as how we care for it and just the inviting experience. And so we want you to partner with us to make this happen. If you would consider giving a gift, Sandals Church Banning, if you call this home, come alongside us. Let's make this happen. Let's invest in our home. And if for those of you who don't come to our church or don't come to our campus, and you know somebody who's from this campus and you know they love it and you want to help be part of making this a reality, come partner with us. We would love for you to be part of that. And so we know that God's going to move. We know it's going to happen. We know it's going to happen because God is blessed us with an incredible church who are very generous. And so
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming on a tour with us today. We had so much fun showing you our home, like we said, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
See you on Sunday.
Yes.
We've been able to see Summer over video calls, and we've developed such a sweet friendship with her. And she's special because she doesn't hold anything back. She really leans into that space. She's so transparent and so honest. And when she, joins our SCA or Sandals Church Anywhere team calls, she always comes with a very earnest posture of, here's how I'm seeing God in my life, or here's what I feel like he's teaching me, and changes the atmosphere and the dynamic of our team. She kind of calls us up into that in a way. So that's really special, and she creates just such a really interesting dynamic within our community.
Yeah, I was really impressed with like how much Summer has already become like a person who knows how to be real.
I felt like one of the biggest things on this trip I got to experience was just having a friendship with them. I got to experience how Rocky does his business. We talked a lot about that. And we got to experience Summer and her background, how she came from Inner Mongolia to the US. And so I think it was just a blessing to be able to experience their life.
In many ways, she's the spiritual leader of her family and her community. And I think back to, there's so many times where you're having a conversation with Summer and she brings up this person and a name of so-and-so. And she's like, I'm constantly having conversations, constantly sharing the gospel, like constantly finding an opportunity to talk about Jesus. And with Summer, nothing is like really forced. It just kind of comes out of her. She has such a graceful kind of presence in that way.
She feels like Sandals Church is her spiritual family. And that just blew my mind because they live far away from any Sandals Church campus. And yet you could tell that she felt loved, that she felt like when she saw us there and when we got to talk with her, she was very like comfortable with us.
One of the unique things about the Chinese culture is this aspect of not wanting to be vulnerable. In the Chinese culture, we want to mask the perfect self. And I love that our church demolishes that cultural, standpoint of we as Asian people need to present ourselves perfect. And I love that our faith and our church say, you can be real. I think it's so important for us to step into someone else's shoes in their culture and really understand. And I love that our team really just had no barriers for that. We said yes to everything.
Sandals Church is her spiritual family, and it is also the place where she learns and grows and continues to kind of unpack and discover season by season what it means to follow Jesus. Even this sentiment of our time, like that place of the generosity, the hospitality, kind of came from this place of just gratitude for what she's experienced and what she knows that she has in Sandals Church, which is family.
I am just so hopeful for the way that as Summer and Rocky grow in their faith and as they begin to be more and more real and live that out, that they're going to actually be able to transfer that over and live that out for their small group. And even the way that Rocky will operate his business, I believe will be impacted by our time there. And that's important because he wants to have a business that's kingdom-minded. Yeah, I'm really hopeful for what's going to happen next with them.
耶稣，谢谢你让我们来 Vancouver 跟 The Lu Family Rocky 跟 Summer 跟 Nathan 一起。感谢主，你让我们跟他们一起，保护他们，爱他们，让我们还跟着他们一起学习，一起朋友，跟你一起，跟耶稣一起长大。谢谢耶稣。In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Hey everybody, and welcome to our Giving Tuesday broadcast here at Sandals Church. I'm Morgan Terrell, your online campus manager, and let me just say, it's about time they let me out from behind the scenes and into
You're
the studio.
here.
I'm
You're
here.
right here
I'm
in
here.
front
Thank
of
you
the
for having
camera.
me.
This is great. I'm Tim Hawley, Director of People and Culture here at Sandals Church. I lead the HR team, in case you were wondering what people and culture are. I had actually someone write recently an email to me, and my title here is Senior Director of People and Culture. And they thought I was over the senior ministry here of the senior people.
Well,
the senior adults here.
I would also respect that.
Yeah, it would be a great thing to pour into. But I am excited to not talk about seniors or people. Those people are important in this Giving Tuesday broadcast as well. However, we have a lot of other exciting things to share about that are happening at Sandals Church, and we're going to dive into some of those today.
We are, and truthfully, Tim, as you've already demonstrated so far, we're really excited for you to
ridiculously
just,
deviating from the script.
and also charm us with your endless positivity.
Yes, guilty as charged. Morgan, Giving Tuesday is such a powerful reminder of what we can accomplish together, and I really am thrilled to spotlight the generosity of our communities today.
It's true. I honestly could talk all day about the amazing people that we get to connect with within the online campus, but today we specifically want to feature some special stories. So whether you're tuning in from California or you're across the globe, just get ready to see how your generosity can make a real impact.
Yeah, and we'll be here throughout the day to share updates, hear from our campus leaders, and most importantly, celebrate how God is moving through all of you.
All right, Tim, so no pressure, but I do expect you to keep up with my pace. So let's show everybody what teamwork looks like.
Let's do it. We practiced that high five.
We did, and it didn't land.
Stick around, everybody. Coming up, we're going to hear, well, a lot of different updates around a lot of different topics, but the one we actually want to dive into right off the bat is actually the video we just watched about your recent trip to Vancouver.
Yes, we had such an incredible experience visiting one of our Sandals Church Anywhere families in Vancouver actually just last month, and so we're excited to share about that today.
It seems like it was a great trip. I'm guessing there's some folks that are watching that might be wondering, like, what is Sandals Church Anywhere?
Yep.
Why is it so important for us to do something like send a team out like we did? That's a big endeavor. It requires a lot of significant resources. Kind of rewind for us, give us some context for that trip.
Yes, a little bit of a history lesson,
if you will.
say.
Yeah.
Yes, so we'll rewind back a little bit to 2020. Back in 2020, as everyone knows, we experienced a pandemic, the COVID pandemic, and around that time, the online campus was born. And part of that initiative, when that team was born, was to launch something called Sandals Church Anywhere, which at that time was a reaction to COVID that would allow people to connect in community, to connect in Sandals Church through sort of hosting their very own Sandals Church house church.
So at its core, it's a digital community of people that are still, just as much as people that gather in person, have a deep commitment to following Jesus and helping other people do the same thing.
Yes, so when it began, it was very much a house church model. It was very much gathering focused, where people would invite others into their home, host a service experience, worship together from their living room with a small gathering, because at the time, that's what was appropriate for COVID. But Sandals Church Anywhere, short for SCA, has really evolved into so much more. It's morphed over the years as our culture has changed. And so we've seen it go from a gathering focused model where house churches were the predominant method of which it was expressed. And now it is a multiplication based model where discipleship is at the very core of it. So what we're seeing people do now is, as they're a part of Sandals Church Anywhere, they're becoming equipped by Sandals Church to go disciple other people in their communities near and far. And they're sharing the gospel with people. They're walking with people as they grow in their own faith. And so it's truly like an international digital community with a deep commitment to following Jesus. And Sandals Church is just the part of it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Summer is one of our SCA leaders.
Yes.
Summer is who you visited in the Vancouver trip. After so much time connecting virtually, like, how was that to see her and to be with her and her family?
It was so special. Lots of tears, lots of hugs. Summer is someone that, as you just heard in the previous video, she's been connected with Sandals Church for years, actually since 2021. And so she was someone that went through ROGO school. She did this all virtually. She watched Sandals Church. She launched one of those initial house church models of Sandals Church Anywhere. But over those few years from 2021 to now, we hadn't gotten to meet her physically in person. And so our relationship and friendship was fully established virtually. And so it was such a joy and pleasure to get to meet her and hug her for the first time, meet her son, who was born during that time as well, meet her husband, Rocky, her friend, Lucy, just really, really beautiful people who were incredibly hospitable to us at that time as well.
It sounds like the hospitality of the family really stood out to you all.
Yeah.
Were there any other, like, surprising elements about that trip, things that you maybe hadn't thought of or that were really brought to life in a fresh way based upon visiting those folks?
Absolutely. The way that we got to see Summer's impact on her local community, it was just so evident and tangible. We were meeting people from her small group. We were meeting people that have moved from Inner Mongolia to Vancouver as well. And just, she's incredibly intentional about the way that she builds relationships, about the way that she leads within her community. And so just seeing her unique strengths as well as her family and how they contextualize their walk with Jesus in their community was a beautiful reminder of how God uses all of us differently. It was wonderful to see.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, it definitely sounds like from you and others I've talked to, the trip made a huge impact, not just on the local communities that you visit, but just also on the Sandals Church Anywhere team overall. What are some of your hopes and dreams for the future of these types of endeavors, trips like this? What are you hoping for as we move into the new year?
Yeah, you know, as the online campus manager, all of our team recognizes that the digital experience and the virtual ability to connect is quite astounding, but nothing can replace the in-person gatherings. And we see the power in that, and we see the long-lasting discipleship that's happening from within the Sandals Church Anywhere community. And so we're really excited to just keep investing our resources in this way, as well as growing this beautiful discipleship-oriented community. And so we hope for that to just be something that's continued and gains further momentum.
Yeah. That's really inspiring, Morgan. Seriously, thank you for sharing that. I'm excited to see all that's ahead for SCA. If you'd like to support the work of this incredible team and help fuel digital discipleship around the world, you can do that by going to sandalschurch.com/support.
And we do want you to know that your generosity actually makes a real difference in helping us bring the gospel to people wherever they are.
Yeah, we'll share more about the work of SCA later in the broadcast. For now, we have a powerful message from Pastor Matt Brown about what it means to be real with God. So let's take a look.
All right, Real with God, Matt, coming to you in 3.
We are all becoming someone. A great question to ask is, who am I becoming? For those of us who are Christians, that answer should be like Jesus. One of the most difficult things to be a follower of Jesus is to build a real and authentic relationship with God. There's going to be moments where you feel so close to God, you can't ever imagining not loving Him, knowing Him, and feeling Him. And then there's going to be moments as a Christian, if you're honest, where you're like, where are you, God? I don't know if I believe in you, God. You know, have you abandoned me, God? And one of the things we can do as Christians is look to Jesus. One of the most heartfelt, authentic prayers ever uttered in the Bible are by the Lord Jesus on the cross. When he quotes David in Psalm 22, and he says, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? There's going to be times in our lives where God feels so far from us, where God feels so away from us. But the truth is, God is right there. God is not leaving, but God is allowing us to go through something to strengthen our relationship with God, to strengthen our relationship just with Him and our faith. And so what I want to encourage you to do is in those moments, be as real as you can. Read through the book of Psalms. Some of the Psalms, you're going to be like, I don't know if I can pray this. There are ugly Psalms, violent Psalms. There are Psalms of doubt. There are Psalms that sound like they were written by an atheist, because these are real prayers to a real God. And when you have a real relationship with God, there's going to be moments where you feel so close, where Jesus says, whatever I do, the Father has told me to do. So I'm acting, behaving, and saying exactly what I'm hearing from God right now. And then there are moments on the cross when you're suffering and you're hurting and you're saying, why? How on earth could a good God allow this to happen? Where you feel so far from God. The words that you utter are, where are you? Why have you left me? Are you even real? And Jesus shows us the two truths of the faith. And so here's the great news about God. You can be absolutely real with Him. The Psalms teach us, be 100% honest, be totally clear. One of the things that I do practically as a Christian, how do I do this, is I write out my prayers. Whatever I'm feeling, whatever I'm thinking, I write it down. And it's so amazing to go back and look at my journals and say, wow, that was a bad day, or wow, that was a good day. And it helps me in the future to know, look, this too shall pass. And no matter how good it is, this too shall pass. No matter how bad it is, this too shall pass. And we have to hang in there and just trust God and know that we have to worship God, and a relationship with God is both at the peaks and the valleys. The most beautiful psalm in the Bible is Psalm 23, even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. And know this, that psalm comes right after Psalm 22 that Jesus quotes.
Jesus quotes in Psalm 22, "Why have you forsaken me?" And Psalm 23, it says, "Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, thou art with me. You anoint my head with oil," right? You are with me even in the presence of my enemies. And it ends with, "And I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever." So press into your relationship with God. Nothing is more valuable. And like all relationships, there's moments where we feel super connected and there's moments where we feel super distant. One last thought. One of the things that makes us feel disconnected from God is our own sin. Go back to the first practice and look at real with self. When I sin against God, I feel distant from God. Because here's one thing sin always does. It separates me from my true self. It separates me from the people I love. And it separates me from God relationally. So confess that sin. Get rid of that sin. 1 John 1:9. For if we confess our sins to God, He's faithful and just to cleanse us of all unrighteousness. And I would encourage you to do that today, to reconnect and make your relationship with God as solid as it needs to be.
Cut. Killer. 4:30.
Welcome back to our Giving Tuesday broadcast here at Sandals Church. If you've been tuning in, you just watched an incredible video of our pastor, Pastor Matt, explaining what it truly means to be real with God. This idea of authenticity is central to the vision of our church as we work to create spaces that foster genuine faith and encourage us all to be real with ourselves, God, and others. Throughout today's broadcast, we'll continue sharing more about this vision and showcasing the many ways our campuses are bringing it to life in their community. So if you feel inspired to support the mission of Sandals Church and help us continue creating these spaces, you can do so by visiting sandalschurch.com/Giving Tuesday.
That's right. And right now we actually have an exciting update to share with you from
Tell
our
us
Azusa
more.
campus.
Yes.
I would be happy to and plan on it.
I hope
So later today, we're actually going to hear more about their Giving Tuesday campaign, but it is a good one. And the Azusa campus is actually working incredibly hard to raise $20,000 to purchase a van that's going to help shuttle students from the Azusa Pacific University and Citrus College to church on Sundays, as it is so close to their campus.
That's great.
So here's the heart behind this project. Many of these students, and especially freshmen, don't have access to reliable transportation. You remember those days? That makes
Vividly.
it, yes.
I'm having flashbacks right now as you're sharing.
So of course, that makes it challenging for them to connect with the church family, to really plug into a supportive community, and to navigate such a pivotal season of life. So this van is more than just a ride. It's actually an opportunity to welcome these students into a place where they can grow in their faith, make lasting friendships, and experience what it means to be real with God and others. So right now, we want you to know that the Azusa campus has already raised 13% towards their $20,000 goal, which means there's still a way to go, but we know that together we can make this happen. So if you would like to help Azusa students find their way to church, you can go right now to sandalschurch.com/Giving Tuesday and click on the Azusa Campus Project. So let's come together, let's meet this need, and let's make a real difference for the students in the Azusa community.
That's great.
Stay tuned as we continue sharing updates from all of our campuses throughout the day. Wherever you are in this moment, I invite you to pause as we read and reflect, and to listen as I read through Psalm 8.
Meditation Monday was a series that was posted on our second channel, sandalschurch.tv, that aimed to bring biblical peace to your timeline. The ambiance created by the soothing footage as well as the soft sounds and music were curated in order to encourage a moment to commune with God while meditating in Scripture. Their goal was to give pause on a day of the week that is known for being busy, loud, and hectic, and instead propose that people take a moment out of their day to allow God to study them. Now let us invite you to take a break during this broadcast to meditate and consider what the Scripture has to say to you. Take a listen.
O Lord, our Lord, your majestic name fills the earth. Your glory is higher than the heavens. You have taught children and infants to tell of your strength, silencing your enemies and all who oppose you. When I look at the night sky and see the work of your fingers, the moon and the stars you set in place, what are mere mortals that you should think about them, human beings that you should care for them? Yet you made them only a little lower than God and crowned them with glory and honor. You gave them charge of everything you made,
putting all things under their authority, the flocks and the herds, and all the wild animals, the birds in the sky, the fish in the sea, and everything that swims the ocean currents. O Lord, our Lord, your majestic name fills the earth. As you think of the majesty of God in your day, and as you look for him, I invite you to just look outside. Look in the little moments of your day for where he is. And as you do, as you find him, I invite you to just reflect on his majesty, to reflect on who we are in comparison to him, and then to worship him for his character, for his greatness, for his majesty, and respond in reverence to our amazing God.
Yes, and what you just saw there was a compilation of content, a series we created called Meditation Mondays, and that was created, I think, by someone who I affectionately refer to as your boy.
Your boy.
Who happens to be your boy, actually.
Yes, my husband.
Your husband, Michael.
Yes. Yes, so my husband
Michael,
was
if
the
you're watching
marketing
right now, your boy.
supervisor.
Michael and you actually worked together on the DMOC team and were participatory in this particular content and vision. Is that right? You kind of formed this in your time working together?
Yes, so the idea behind this, I think, was really to do something that was creative and a bit out of the box, to interrupt a little bit of the noise of social media with something peaceful, with something more reflective, and to combat the noise that we experience in the day-to-day with something like Meditation Mondays.
Yeah, I think I remember from what you guys shared, it's like, what if your feed could actually offer you something more peaceful to interrupt the chaos, to bring a moment of calm and reflection? Because if you're like most of us, you probably find yourself getting caught up in scrolling through social media at times. So this content series was essentially trying to change up the typical content you might see on your feed. Morgan, you were actually one of the voices on this project.
Yes, I was, yeah. We got to actually take this content, and I think the beautiful part about what the digital media and online campus teams do is we take platforms that are known for potentially causing anxiety, potentially leading to depression, and you hear a lot of these sort of fear-mongering ideas about Instagram and different social media platforms, but to actually offer an opportunity and an environment where people can pause and do something that's a bit out of the box for that platform, to center themselves on something that's incredibly real in a platform where they're not seeing a lot of what's truly real, and that being God's word. So the heart behind this project was to really interrupt the doom scroll with the peace of God's word.
Yeah, I love that, because the social media feeds, they're constant stimulation, sometimes on a microsecond to microsecond basis, and it can be really overwhelming. It can be a lot.
Yes, it's incredibly fast paced, and we don't always realize probably the effect that it has on us on a deeper level, for sure.
So let's talk about this a little bit more. Your team works directly in a space that, again, as we're talking about, so many of us are trying to almost resist in a way, or kind of work against the hold that it has on us. That's a tension then, because we're also trying to reach and minister to people in that same space. So talk a little about how that dynamic has played out into the work of the team. What are some ways you guys are thinking about the space, social media, digital formation? Take us into a little bit more of what you're working on there.
Yeah, so I would say that we never want to sort of toss the baby out with the bathwater, knowing that there's a very personal experience of digital fatigue. And there's even a movement that we're seeing of people moving away from these platforms entirely. But what we believe is that a balanced approach of meeting people where they are, which the reality is still many millions of people are on these platforms, and using that as an opportunity to form them into a new way of life, a way of life that follows Jesus. We believe that there is a way forward to do that through digital content and environments, and that it is not the end-all be-all, but it is a tool for formation, and hopefully a place to begin inspiring and planting seeds and offering sort of a second space for people that's not necessarily a church environment, but an environment that they're comfortable with, that they're already naturally on, and maybe as a way for them to experience Jesus there first.
Yeah, I love that. So content like Meditation Mondays, it's not just about reading scripture on social media, but as you're talking about, it's really creating space for people to experience in that moment the peace that comes with God's word and hopefully be inspired to take that next step in their own life. You're meeting them where they are and offering them an inroad to where they might hope to be. And I really think that's awesome and hard to do in the digital space. You and your team do a great job of finding that balance to be able to deliver that to people on a daily basis. It's really awesome.
That's exactly what we're going for, honestly. And I would say like Meditation Mondays and so much of the content that we create as a team is meant to offer an easy and relatable starting place for people and hopefully just begin to inspire them to want more and more and more. Not just more content, but more of God's transformative work in their life, because we believe that these seeds that are planted can be nurtured.
Yeah.
So for something like Meditation Mondays, it's just a way of offering a taste of the peace and the truth that comes from God's word, which hopefully leads to a natural desire for more of it.
Yeah, at the very least, a momentary respite amidst the doom scrolling.
Exactly, that's right.
You're meeting, they're meeting people where they are at with something that all of us can use, especially in a world that can really feel chaotic and uncertain. It's so powerful. It's great to see how you're using, modern technology to bring people back to something timeless like the Scripture.
Thank you. Yeah, the idea is that we're constantly working to infuse the content we create, and even some of the new projects we're working on and rolling out soon, which I'm very excited to share, so stay tuned for that.
Yeah, I'm excited for that too, and can't wait to see what the team is working on. We have some other ways that we are working to change the script and bring peace to communities, both digitally and in person. So take a look at this story of how the Palm Avenue campus is making an impact on the people in their community.
Why don't we start by you sharing with me what happened several years ago with your health crisis?
Oh, okay. Yeah. From 2020 to 2021. I was having these incredible headaches, like right in the middle of the night, like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and I couldn't understand why, like excruciating, where my head was just like, it felt like somebody was hitting me on the head. And I didn't know what or why. And then sometimes I would get up and I'd go to the restroom and have to hold the walls just to keep my balance. I didn't know what was wrong, but I knew it wasn't right.
This is still in the middle of COVID?
Right during...
Or the second wave?
Yes. Yeah. And I can remember seeing spiraling circles.
Oh, wow.
And just... Remember in the 80s when your TV was broken, you get that zigzag across your TV? I would see that. Or like a cartoon, like the cartoon, if there was music playing in like one of the black and white classic cartoons and you could see the music notes floating through there, I would see things like that.
Oh, wow.
And I told that to the physician. She gave it a medical term. There's actually a medical term for it. But when I gave her all of my symptoms, she ordered an MRI. And I remember telling the kids, so this was March, because they were on spring break. And I told them, I'm going to go have it. Okay, I'm going to drop you off at school. And then right after that, I'm going to go and have my MRI. Okay, so I actually went to work, went down and had my MRI, came back up and started checking people in for work.
Where were you working?
Kaiser Permanente.
Yeah. You had a full career at Kaiser, right? At this time you were there for a lot of years, right?
I was at the 20-year mark.
Yeah.
Yes.
As a nurse, yeah?
Clerical.
Oh, okay.
Service representative.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
And after I had the MRI, one of the MRI techs came to my department and she asked for me by name. She said, I need you to come back down to MRI. And our walk together was silent because she's not supposed to say anything. Right. But she walked me to the ER. And then, they did put me in an exam room. And then the doctor came in and said, we found out why you're having the headaches. You have a tumor. And I just remember thinking, well, I feel fine. I just remember thinking that I feel fine. Right away, they sent for an ambulance to take me to Anaheim Kramer, to the neurosurgery center. That was the closest neurosurgery center.
Yeah. I mean, this was all immediate.
Right
that same
away.
Day, right after
yes,
the MRI.
Right after the MRI. He gave me measurements of the tumor, which meant absolutely nothing to me. And he told me where it was, my right temporal lobe, which is right above my ear pretty much. And he told me it would be easy to get to, but I left.
You left the
I
hospital?
left the hospital against medical advice.
Oh.
AMA. I remember telling myself, this is not a death sentence. And the hardest part, honestly, the hardest part of brain cancer was watching Kobe cry when I told him what was, what I learned. And this was prior to the surgery. I said, because I had to tell them.
Sure.
But watching Kobe cry was hard. And I remember that night because he kept coming into my room and asking me, Mom, are you okay? And I said, yes, I'm okay. And he would come every 15 minutes, 20 minutes almost and say, Mom, are you okay? And I would say yes. But I can with that moment that I saw him sobbing because he was old enough to realize, this isn't, it was like he was almost more mature than I was. Here I am leaving the hospital, but he was...
Yeah, he realized the gravity.
Yes. So right in the middle of my battle, pretty much, I don't know what round I was at, but right in the middle of my, my battle, we get a 60-day notice that that we needed to vacate. I just didn't know where else to go, so I booked a hotel room and I said, okay, let's go. Because we had to be out, otherwise we would be squatters. I didn't want that.
Yeah. How long were you in the hotel?
We were in the hotel from January 2022 until July 23.
Yeah, a year and a half.
A year. Well, I think it was really 7 months.
Oh, sorry.
It was about 7 months.
That was in 23, from January of 23.
So January 23, because it was the holiday of, the holiday
gotcha.
of 22.
But 7 months in a hotel is a long time.
It's a long time.
So I'm at Palm Avenue in the summer of 23, and I've known of you, knew a little bit of your story from a distance in terms of the health journey and things like that, but what I didn't know was one very hot Sunday afternoon why you were standing on the sidewalk outside of Palm Avenue. And I remember walking up to you and saying, hey, Sheena, is everything okay? Do you have a ride? And you said, actually, I'm waiting on my Uber. And that struck me in a very significant way because after hearing your story, I realized that you're living in a hotel, that finances are tight, and yet you're paying someone to drive you to and from church. That's how much it meant to you, that you're willing to pay money to get here and back. And as a pastor, I couldn't have a clear conscience. I couldn't go to lay my head on the pillow at night and not do something with it, that I could within my own power and influence or whatever to try to do something for somebody who's been around at Sandals a really long time, who's struggling, and it broke my heart to see you in the summer heat waiting for quite a while for a ride. I remember maybe it was that same day, but like giving you a ride a couple of times to the hotel. But it was in that moment that I thought, far be it from us if we don't do something. And so, so it ended up, I know you were applying for some apartments at the time and asked you what the first month and security deposit would cost. And I think the initial GoFundMe goal, so I started the GoFundMe, and I think the initial goal was like something like $4,800 or somewhere, maybe it was $5,000, something maybe a little bit shy of that. And maybe you remember, it was something like within the first 24 hours, I think we hit that goal.
I remember.
It was very quick, overwhelming generosity and support, and even just in the comments on GoFundMe, just shout outs to you and as we shared it on social. The short version of the rest of that story is that I had to increase the goal a few more times until I finally just said, hey, like we'll call it here. After only a week, the people of God at Sandals Church raised around $15,000 for you. And so what was that like for you?
To watch God move through his people and through the community. It was amazing. The outpouring of love and the answered prayers. Our God is an awesome God.
Amen. So can you talk a little bit, I know one of the things you brought with you was this sign. It says, chemo round number 5, cancer can't steal my faith, hope, optimism, and joy. Can you just talk about your perspective through all this? Like, you know, something that's, I mean, a lot that takes out a lot of people.
It does.
That people don't recover from. And I'm not just talking about physically, but that it can send a lot of people into depression or despair.
I just remember after the surgery just feeling like I was fine, but not being honest. I wasn't fine. But I knew that our Jehovah Rapha would get me through. And that's where this comes in.
The faith.
Yes.
The belief.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I knew that he would get me through. And my hope, I was not going to lose hope.
Yeah.
But I never felt like brain cancer was a death sentence.
Yeah.
And I refused to be down. Why? Because we serve a God who heals. We serve a way maker, a miracle worker.
Yeah.
And he's faithful.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, so I'm here with Pastor Adam now from Palm Avenue. Adam, that was such an amazing story about Sheena, about her endless hope and just how she felt loved and supported by the people of Sandals Church. Could you share with us a little bit about how you're working to be a force of good in your community?
Yeah, so I've long held a conviction that evangelical Christianity has a solid history of preaching the gospel inward. Whether that's through our sermons, through evangelism, sharing the good news about Jesus.
Yeah.
On the flip side, and this is a big broad stroke generalization about evangelical Christianity, but I feel like we've missed the boat when it comes to preaching the gospel in deed. And so I'm convinced that the gospel throughout Scripture, Old Testament and New, is meant to be preached in both word and deed. And so
indeed. In what we do.
Indeed.
And indeed.
Yes,
in what
sir,
we actually do, not just the words that we say.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
And so thank you for that
So
clarification.
I heard it the other way.
Also,
and I
if you need a job, there's Indeed.
Indeed, yeah, the resume building, shameless plug.
All of that.
Continue.
Where were we, Tim? So
Word and deed.
Yes, and at Palm Avenue, the language I like to use is that we live the good life. And we define the good life as doing good deeds in order to share the good news about our good God.
That's great.
And so you probably heard the saying that people don't care what you know until they know that you care.
Yeah.
And I take that to heart. I think that's very true. And so what I love to report is that Palm Avenue has a long history of preaching the gospel in both word and deed.
Yeah.
Even before we, Sandals Church, adopted Palm Avenue Baptist Church, there was a decades-long history of doing community ministry, being very outreach-oriented. And so it's part of the legacy that now, as a campus pastor there, that I'm honored to continue. And so,
Yeah, we do this in a number of different ways. There's sort of two sides of the coin. One is what we call benevolence. It's just an old church word that means to do well, to act generously toward others in tangible ways. And typically we refer to that as what we do to take care of those within the family of God at Palm Avenue, which the scriptures in Galatians 6 and 9 and 10 talk about doing good works, first and foremost to the family of believers. And so that's our first level of care. And so that's Sheena's story, was a big act of benevolence that we put out there to our people, and they rallied around her. And then there's then the other side of that is local missions, what we call local missions. In the past, we've called it outreach, but just the idea of primarily partnering with community partners who are already doing good, who know our vision and know that we're a church and know that we want to do good, but not just have it end there. In time, with the relational equity that's built, as people learn that we genuinely care, that we would find the opportunity to match those deeds with the words of the gospel, and that people would come to discover the good God that we worship. And so one really cool story that we just did is a stone's throw from Palm Avenue in Central Riverside is one of our community partners that we work closely with, Riverside Life Services. They're a crisis pregnancy center. They asked us for 40 to 60 Thanksgiving bags for some of their neediest clients. And I was gonna go big and have some faith. I was like, Palm Avenue will show up, we're gonna do 60. And we delivered 89.
Wow.
You know, and so there's a new partnership with Voice of Refugees where we're inviting some of our groups to adopt a refugee family here in the city of Riverside. And so all of Crest, we have some of our groups wrapping around foster adoptive families. And so, and then not just ending there locally, but globally. We do short-term trips. And our goal, we almost met our goal. We had 27 applicants to go on short-term trips.
Awesome.
Just
from Palm Avenue.
Just from Palm Avenue.
Beautiful.
So Palm Avenue shows up when we ask them to show up, whether it's benevolence or local global missions as well. So
That's beautiful. Awesome. I think hearing about those different examples and even then the broader narrative undergirding it, that there is a legacy of generosity here at Palm Avenue and at Palm Baptist Church as it was before, is incredibly inspiring. Do you have any other examples of people or stories you'd like to share of how Palm Avenue is working in the community?
Yeah, so real briefly, I want to touch on what we're doing for Giving Tuesday. Please, and talk about a story that came from our dollars. Because what we're doing is we're raising hopefully $25,000 to catch up on some budget shortfall. Quite frankly and honestly, we're about 8% behind coming into today, year to date, toward our budgeted giving. And so I didn't want to do something, a side sort of project, without being honest about that and trying to catch up. And yet at the same time, want people to know that we do have dollars within our operating budget that go to things like what we heard about with Sheena, and a whole lot of other things that I can get into. But specifically, one recent example was we have a single mom who I met some years ago at our Hunter Park campus. And at the time, she was in a sober living house. She was in recovery. Really wanting to get her life on track and coming back to the Lord, and really fell in love with Sandals Church. And a lot of times as a pastor, you don't always know how the story ends. And so I didn't know how she was doing. We had helped her with some things back then, some tangible needs that she had. And not long ago, she started attending Palm Avenue campus, and I got to be reunited with her and hear that she's still clean and sober years later, but still has an uphill battle to climb just with getting her life back on track. And so what had happened was she came to me in tears after church service one Sunday recently, and her car was having issues starting. And that was a big deal. She didn't have the means or savings to be able to take care of that. And as you know, transportation, if that goes down, there's a domino effect with everything else in life and finances. And so we were able to send her to the local Honda dealership and just say, get the diagnosis, let us know what's going to cost. And depending on what it is, we hope to be able to cover all of that for you. And so
amazing.
It wasn't a small amount. It wasn't a crazy amount either, but we were able to just very quickly be able to say yes because we have those dollars built into our budget. And so that's just a recent story. These stories are fairly common. Yeah. I love to be able to share them, but there's all kinds of other things that budget dollars go toward. Yep. And how we end the year also sets us up for what next year's budget is going to look like and our continued ability to do these things. So one example, just in terms of a tangible fixture at Palm Avenue that people will see, is on our back patio where the kids, we call it our backyard, where the kids ministry, where the kids play. We really needed some kind of shade cover. I mean, August in Riverside for our little ones, like we don't want the kids melting, you know? So we were able to put in pour a big pad of concrete, which isn't cheap these days, and a permanent shade cover to be able to do that. And it looks a whole lot better, and it's an amazing feature. And so those dollars have to come from somewhere, and we're asking and hoping that we get there to that $25,000 to help bridge the gap. Really, essentially, what we're doing is kicking off our year-end giving campaign a little bit early at Palm Avenue. And so, live action update. As of right now, the last report that came in is we're actually already 50% of the way there. Amazing. And it's like noon-ish. So I'm encouraged that we're going to meet that goal.
That's great.
If you're at Palm Avenue and haven't had a chance to prayerfully consider what you're giving yet, I encourage you to do that. And we're so grateful. And people like Sheena and this other single mom that I just mentioned, and the parents of kids who are playing in the summer heat at Palm Avenue, and so many more are grateful for your giving.
Yeah, well, Pastor Adam, thank you so much for sharing both the stories of what you guys are doing to serve within Palm Avenue as well as outside and into the community. So if you guys want to be a part of the legacy of generosity that's happening at Sandals Church, Palm Avenue, and you would like to give today specifically for Giving Tuesday, we'd love to have you go to sandalschurch.com/Giving Tuesday. But right now, we actually have another update from very own Tim.
We do indeed. Next up, excited to share something really special happening at our Anaheim campus. They've set an incredible goal of raising $20,000 US this Giving Tuesday to invest in their future and the community around them through spaces for their kids, youth, and their young adults. These updates aren't just about the buildings. They're about creating spaces where kids and students can feel seen, valued, and supported as they grow in their faith and connect with their community. So far, Anaheim has raised, there's a drum roll, please. Drum roll is continuing, and the drum roll will persist because we're still counting what that update is. But we're going to have something for you soon around their $20,000 goal. But 10%. There is still 10%. They've raised 10% of their goal. So that's exciting. But there's still plenty of time for you to help them reach it. So if you want to be part of the meaningful work happening at our Anaheim campus, consider supporting them this Giving Tuesday. You can give by heading to sandalschurch.com/support and then just select the Anaheim campus from that drop-down menu. Coming up, we'll be hearing from Pastor Matthew Stephen Brown. He's our pastor here, by the way, at Sandals Church.
Also known as Pastor Matt.
Pastor Matt, P&D, lots of nicknames. Yes. We'll refer to him to those over the rest of the day.
He goes by them all.
He's going to talk about how our church has evolved, how he has evolved as a leader. But first, we want to take a look back at a short interview with Pastor Moy. He is the pastor of our Anaheim campus, and we were just getting that update from about the early days of worship at Sandals Church.
Okay, so picture this. It's 1997, and it was probably the third or fourth time that Sandals Church had ever met. They were meeting in the lobby of an apartment complex. It was probably about 15 people. There was no lights, there was no stage, there was no sound system. It was pretty raw, and Matt gets up and looks at everybody and says, "All right, turn to your neighbor, tell him about your week, and then I'll get up and preach in a little bit." And so classic Matt, and we end up doing that. And then in the middle of Matt's message, like you could hear, like there's a laundry room next door, and so people were walking in, and you hear the door squeak, and the socks and the t-shirts just tumbling in the inside the machines or whatever, and then people throwing in the quarters in the middle of his message. It was new, it was fresh. We were learning how to do it. I couldn't play guitar, so I was leading from the bongos, and we had a couple guitar players that were playing with us, and this overhead projector thing was like, that was it. That was production. We didn't have production leads. We didn't have a whole crew. It was literally a guy on the projector, and then in the instrumental spaces, he would kind of mess with the words and like flip the sheet around or whatever, and then like get back and just in time for the verse to start, and he would like scoot it in, and that was worship. Something beautiful about that vision of being real with ourselves, God, and others. That just it rocked me. It was fresh. It was new. It was freeing, and it gave me an opportunity to explore the things that, like, in the core and the depth of who I was, I knew were right. There was just all this other stuff that I'd grown up around, for better or for worse. Like, I love my parents. I love their ministry and the things they did, and had they not been for them, I wouldn't have the foundation that I have. But God definitely used Sandals Church to just reignite a passion and a love for being real with myself, God, and others. Sure enough, ended up learning how to play guitar, and I think one weekend all the guitar players were sick, and so I knew like one chord. So one chord, one capo, and like one chord shape, and then 3 different positions, and we did worship that way, and God moved, and you know, it was a powerful thing. I remember it was shout to the Lord. Shout to the Lord, all the earth, let us sing. Yeah. It's just, it's beautiful to see God's promises, and even just to run into such amazing and beautiful people that have come. And these were promises that we got back in the day when there was just 10 of us or 15 of us, and to be able to see God's promises, because His promises always come true. Yeah, if I could go back in time and as well, just speak over young Sandals Church. I would just encourage them, comfort them. I know there were a lot of sleepless nights for Matt and Tammy. Them just wondering and asking the question, like, was this really the move? Was this really what you called us to do? So I just go back and be like, yes, it is. Keep going. Don't give up. Yeah, I think full circle, just encouragement and that hope and that trust that God is faithful in His promises.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us, we're joined now by a special guest, the fearless leader of Sandals Church, Pastor Matt Brown. Pastor Matt, thanks for coming back. This is your second round today.
Yes, I don't know about fearless, but yes.
Yeah, well, you choose to lead by faith, not fear. You just said that earlier. A couple thoughts. We just watched that look back at Pastor Moy sharing about the early days of worship at Sandals Church.
Yes. I almost murdered him.
I do want to know how long his hair was when you first met him, because he has quite a transformative journey over the years.
When I first met Moy, he looked like a gangbanger. No, because Moy's from like Long Beach.
Yeah.
And he was hardcore, and then I think Lord Lynn softened him over time, and then he became this passionate, emotionally regulated person that today. So I don't remember what he looked like. I remember thinking he was buff.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Very muscular.
Yeah.
So, and I love Moy.
We won't ask if you still feel those same ways about today. We don't, but as you look back, because that's a long time ago, what's a message or an encouragement you'd give to your younger self as you reflect back on the years of ministry and leading Sandals Church?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what I would say, but I think I would say you're going to make it. It's going to be okay. And I just think there were so many times where I just thought I'd messed up my family, I'd messed up my finances forever.
Yeah.
It was just so difficult in those early years. And people, they kind of looked at Sandals like, oh, you're cute. I had my long hair. Oh, you want to be like Jesus. And, I don't think anybody thought anything about it. I mean, there was no model of church planting. I didn't know a church planter. I'd heard of Rick Warren. It just wasn't something that the church was aware of or did. There was no agencies or organizations. I spoke at ARC.
Yeah.
And I told them there was no ARC when we started Sandals. There wasn't even a life raft. There was nothing for churches that wanted to plant. I actually was talking to my friend Sean Morgan, and he was saying he's never heard of a church, think about this, in the last 40 years like Sandals. It started all by itself.
Yeah, we got a new mic for you right here. Yeah, go ahead.
No church sponsor, no church help at all.
Yeah.
We just kind of made it.
Yeah.
Like went out there, knocked on doors, and it happened. And so that's really amazing that God allowed me to be a part of something so extraordinary.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Sandals shouldn't exist. But it does. And not only does it exist, but it thrives. And there's just so many people that, like you, that I got to meet.
Yeah.
And for our listeners who don't know, you know, you were my personal assistant for I don't know how many years. We almost died together on a flight one time to Denver.
Memories.
But we, you know, we've experienced life together, and you know, I think about you and how the vision of being real has transformed your life. It's changed my life, and you know, I was just with a young lady that works for you, Natasha.
Yeah.
I've been in her life since she was 18, and
That's
as I was
crazy.
praying with her, you know, I said I'm kind of like your dad or your brother or something, and I said I'm almost like family, and she said you are family.
Yeah, you are.
And she said I love you, and I was like I love you too, and then you know we just cried, me, her, and her husband. But I've been here so long, and people have been in my life so long. It's an amazing, amazing thing to see babies born and then do their wedding.
Yeah,
like
that's a trip.
That's an incredible thing. So I'm grateful for it. But I would just go back and say you're going to make it.
Yeah.
And all of the difficulties that God has for you, those are the things that God's going to use to make you you. And I wouldn't be who I am today if it was easy. And kind of the pastors that skyrocketed past me. You know, I think about Mars Hill Church. I think about this huge church in the South. You know, these guys are running 20, 30, 40,000 people. And I thought, well, why isn't God blessing me that way? And then they fizzled out. And those churches don't even exist today.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of grateful. You know, fame and fortune is not good for anybody. And I'm grateful that the Lord in his sovereign wisdom sought to make me wait for it and work at it so that my character could catch up to you know, the gifting. I mean, you're musically talented, and you know, you meet somebody that can sing. Well, it doesn't mean that they walk with the Lord.
Yeah.
It means they can sing Silent Night.
Right.
You know? It doesn't mean that they know how to have a silent night.
Yep.
So the same thing is true with gifted speakers. You got to let your character catch up with your gifting. And I think the long process of Sandals. You think about this building. We didn't own this for 11 years.
Yeah.
I mean, we were a homeless church for 11 years, really struggling. And my saying early on was, come worship with us if you could find us. We just moved. And I would meet people. Yeah, we didn't know where you met. And I was like, well, we got kicked out, or things happened, or we got evicted. I mean, all kinds of crazy things happened early on. But we made it. And so I would just say, hold on to God and trust everything else to him. Do your best, but trust God with the rest. And I know that's a cliche, but it's the truth.
Yeah, that's amazing. You're a busy guy. You have lots going on this week. Thank you for taking time today on Giving Tuesday to spend time with us. Lots of great things to reflect on over 25 years of ministry here at Sandals Church, and we're going to take a look back right now at some of those.
Matthew Stephen Brown grew up in church watching his father pastor a congregation and learning about the God of the Bible. When it came time for college, a school where he could study the Bible seemed like a good fit. During the summer of 1992, Tamara Harrington and Matthew Brown both moved onto campus at California Baptist College. One Sunday, Matt and Tammy both found themselves at Harvest Christian Fellowship, hearing a sermon from Pastor Greg Laurie about the love of God and the saving grace of Jesus. While Tammy had been attending for years, it was a fluke that Matt found himself there that night. Over the years, Matt felt as though the church wasn't a place where he could be himself, and he had grown tired of playing pretend. He had lost interest in church and in following the God he claimed to believe in. But whether he had planned to be there or not, when Pastor Greg spoke, Matt heard God and knew he needed to listen. Matt walked toward the altar in response, right past his future wife, who was praying for the man she didn't know she was about to marry. Not long after, Matt and Tammy met on their way to a student event. Although Matt had been asked to talk to her for a friend, he left that conversation with a date, and their story began. With a newly reignited faith, Matt began to pursue God and the call he had felt toward ministry since junior high. But he still found himself tempted to play pretend and be someone he wasn't when it came to church. A few years later, Matt had finished college and started a job at a church near the beach. Tammy Harrington became Tammy Brown and joined him there to lead high school students. The newlywed Browns, who were also newly pregnant with their first daughter, Madison, wanted to spend their lives serving God, but they knew there was something missing from the experience they were having. Matt began to dream about creating a church where people could stop playing games and instead find a place to be real. When Matt shared this dream with his boss, he was asked to leave and given 2 weeks to find a new way to support his new family. Together, this young couple made a brave decision. Head back to Riverside and see what happens when you create a church where people can be real. Phone calls went out to a few dozen of their friends, some who followed Jesus and many who didn't. When they came together for the first time, 8 people found themselves in Matt and Tammy's living room, newborn Madison Brown included. While other churches looked on, few offered support for this strange new church. Health insurance came by way of Tammy's grandmother, some funding came from their adopted grandpa Jack, and hope came in the form of wondering how long until they could quit their real jobs. Even Tammy was able to attend, and at that time, he wasn't even a Christian. To make ends meet, Tammy went to work full-time as a teacher, while Matt did his best to grow this new church and stayed home with Madison and their newly born second daughter, Kennedy. With a new marriage, new family, new church, and no money, stress ran high. But so did Tammy's faith and Matt's vision, pressing them to stay the course and charge forward. That small gathering that began in the living room began to grow, and with that growth came new forms of help. Pastor Rick Warren kept close watch of the growth of this young church, congratulating Pastor Matt on the first time Sandals Church broke 100 in attendance. More churches began to help out by opening their doors and allowing the growing congregation a place to meet. A small offering provided for some needs, but finances remained tight. So Matt preached at other churches for extra money whenever he could. As the church grew, so did attention for Pastor Matt. A few years in, Pastor Matt was offered a job that would allow him to pastor a large church in a place that he loved. But this new role would mean leaving behind the new church that had just been formed. In the spirit of being real, Matt and Tammy shared the needs of the church and challenged people to consider giving more intentionally. In one service, the people of Sandals Church gave enough to pay the bills and raised enough to move to an even larger space, right back where Matt and Tammy's story began at California Baptist University. At this point, ministry began to grow. Tammy was now out of the classroom and instead working alongside her husband in creating incredible events for the people of Sandals Church, all while adding a third child as their son Ethan was born. But as the church expanded in incredible ways, new forms of pressure began to mount. Matt's voice began to falter, and tests showed it was possible he may lose it for good. Once again, Matt tried to reconcile what was happening in his life with what he knew God had called him to do. Throughout this process, God showed Matt he was far more interested in his character than in his career. Thankfully, his vocal cords healed, but the struggle was about to increase. While the church continued to grow and thrive at California Baptist University, the two organizations began to struggle having enough space to share, and Sandals Church was asked to find a new home. In the middle of the worst economic recession in recent U.S. history, Sandals Church was faced with needing to buy property and needing to ask the people of Sandals Church to help pay for it. During this season, Matt began losing his hair from stress. He and Tammy bravely watched as the challenge of finding a new location meant losing a lot of friends too. Desperate to keep the church alive, Matt rallied the church staff to pray for God to provide what was needed for their next step a few days before pledges would come in. And soon after, the people of Sandals Church once again became God's means of providing what was needed to qualify for the loan to purchase the first ever church property. Again, local churches stepped into the gap to provide places for Sandals Church to gather while escrow closed and construction was completed. Next thing they knew, Matt and Tammy were standing inside the first ever Sandals Church building alongside nearly 2,000 people. With this room came growth, and Pastor Matt and Tammy saw that as soon as they provided space for people to become real, it got filled. For the first time ever, Sandals Church tried something new and rented out space at a local school for a satellite campus. Matt added another sermon to his Sundays and hopped in the car every morning to drive from one campus to the other. Soon, Tammy had the opportunity to bring something that had been stirring in her heart to life as she watched women struggle to be kind. Cultivate was born and began to show women the truth that kindness reflects the heart of God. Even though it felt like the church had just settled into its new home, every space was already bursting at the seams. In just 5 short years, Sandals Church had doubled in size and more space was needed. Clinging to hope that God would yet again provide, Matt and Tammy asked the people of Sandals Church to give towards creating more space for people to be real. Each year that followed brought more phone calls from churches needing help, and the Sandals Church family began to spread not only in the Inland Empire, but around the world. Woodcrest, East Valley, Montclair, Moreno Valley, Banning, and Palm Avenue. It's been 20 years of being real, 20 years of hardship, and 20 years of growth. And after 20 years of incredible service to God in creating Sandals Church, Matt and Tammy are still set on changing lives with this crazy idea of helping people learn to be real with themselves, God, and others.
Welcome back, everybody. Pastor Chris is joining us now from our San Bernardino campus.
What's up, Tim? Good to be here, man. Hey, y'all.
Welcome to the
Glad to be here.
broadcast today. Lots of exciting things happening in San Bernardino. Obviously, the Hill Community Center, one of the foremost. Tell us what has been happening with that project so far.
Yeah, so 2 years ago, we came together at Sandals Church. We raised $800,000 on Giving Tuesday.
Yeah.
I'm an optimist, and I always just think things are going to happen super quick and super easy.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, 6 months from now, we're going to be open. Right. Construction takes longer than that.
Sure.
And so over the last couple of years, we've been getting the building ready. We did a new roof, all new electrical, all new plumbing. We had to change out the toilets. It had little kids toilets, so we needed real size toilets. So for guys like you and I,
tall folks,
that's helpful. And asbestos in the building because of the years it was built, so all of that had to get mitigated and taken care of. Our laundry center is up and running, so that's just been amazing. We've got 3 washers, 3 dryers, sweet laundry space. Kids can come in, everything is included. They get all of the detergent. They have laundry bags that they can go back and forth. And so every week we have kids coming in and doing laundry, hanging out in the space. Originally I was gonna put a TV in the room for something for them to watch and hang out with, until I walked in one day and they were all playing cards.
Yeah.
And I was like, we're not putting a TV in here. They just enjoy hanging out and being there. And so the infrastructure is done. And now we get to go to the fun part. The hard thing is construction and all of that, it's expensive. The other one we had to put a pump in the courtyard. Every time it rained, the courtyard would flood. And so we had to put a sump pump in the courtyard, but that part's done. The boring part's done, the hard part is done, and now we get to the fun part.
Yeah. So to the fun part, what's next? What's sort of the next phase as we keep this project going?
Yeah, so now we get to start theming out all the different rooms. We get to start putting the different rooms in. We were just awarded a grant for $80,000 to do a STEM room, and so science, technology, engineering, math. We'll do laser cutters, we'll do 3D printers, iPads for coding, computers, and so we're going to create this space. That should be done about May. We're going to be getting that in, fully funded, ready to go. The things we're waiting on right now is doors and windows. It's funded. We just got to get them installed.
Those are important.
We need those. We have them, but they're
prioritize
so we need doors and windows.
iPads are great, but we'd like to secure them, so we're going to go ahead and wait for the doors.
Make sure the
windows.
doors lock.
Small detail.
So those are going in. And then we are in San Bernardino, so air conditioners and heaters are definitely important as well when it's 117 degrees out. We want to cool the rooms off. And we got a company that is donating all of the air conditioners and heaters for the space. It's like $200,000 in air conditioners and labor that's going to be going in February. So those projects are funded and ready to go. Now we get to start working on some of the other spots. The one we're trying to raise money for today is for our student lounge. 3,000 square feet of just hangout space. So video game systems, board games, pool table, air hockey, whatever the kids want. Like, we're honestly just going to be asking the students, what do you want?
Yeah.
And we're going to start working on putting all of that together. And so that's what we're raising money for today.
Yeah. We're going to get to in a moment how people can help and partner if they'd like to. But you mentioned a story that you recently experienced in terms of ministry and outreach at San Bernardino. Right? Take us into that. Yeah.
Yeah. So the timing of it is just really cool. I think sometimes God just gives us these little glimpses to help us remember what we do and why we do it. Last night I was at the church, hanging out in the hill as on the church property. We had one of our church members that works for Target said, hey, we want to donate some stuff. And so the manager at the local Target sent him up with all kinds of supplies. But I was supposed to be headed home. He called me just as I was getting ready to head home. Said, hey, can you just hang out for a little bit? I'm going to bring this stuff by. So I'm hanging out at the hill with doors open, waiting for them to come. And one of our staff, Jen, happened to be driving by the campus. I think she was picking something up. And she texted me. She said, hey, there's a young man sitting in front of the gate, looks super upset. And so I went out and started a conversation with them. And a 17-year-old young gentleman had run away from home.
Really?
And just had a hard day, relationships, the pressures of being a 17-year-old. He's headed towards graduation, struggling with mental health and just wrestling. And so I just invited him in.
Wow.
And he and I just got to sit and talk for a little while. And I just loved watching just peace come over him.
Yeah.
And I asked him, I said, man, where were you headed? And he says, I was headed here. I was like, oh, so this was the place he was coming to find peace. And I don't know him. He looked familiar. I think I've seen him.
Yeah.
But he just knew that this place on this corner in San Bernardino was a place where he could find help and where he could find peace. And we finally got a hold of Mom. She was out in Corona. Mom came. We got to sit, care for them together, make sure that he was safe and good and had what he needed. He's got a great, supportive, loving family. But there was a point he said, man, I don't know the last time I just got to sit and talk to somebody and they just listened. He's got a good mom. She's raising 6 kids, single mom. And so she needs support. He needs support. And so it was just a great moment. Hung out till 7:30, 8 o'clock last night with this kid that was just looking for some help. And so that's the hope. That's what we're going to be creating this space where kids can just come and find peace and get help, hang out, remove some of the pressures of life.
Yeah. You're great at being available in general, but to your people and to the community. And I'm glad that God worked that out yesterday for that to be what you experienced, even in this moment when we're talking about how do we continue to put more dollars behind this effort and enhance your ability to do more of that outreach. So
well,
thanks
and
for being
I
available.
I love the community of San Bernardino. I went to high school there. I've been there a long time. This is my community. These are my people, and I want to be able to be that for our community.
That's awesome. So how can people get involved? What can they do to help?
Yeah, I would say just a couple of the ways. Obviously, be praying for the project, praying for our community, praying for our people. Again, we're trying to raise $25,000 today. And that's the goal. That's going to allow us to just really theme out this space and make it awesome. We're going to ask you to give, to support what is happening. And I know sometimes we go, I don't have $1,000, I don't have $500. Give 10, give 5. I will be excited about more givers than the big gifts, because that's more people investing, more people that are excited about it. Share it out. Let people know that it's happening. Invite your friends and family to give $5, to give $10. And then also, we need volunteers. We need adults that are willing to just come and listen to a teenage boy that's having a hard day. And so whether that's an hour a week or hours or just once a month, even behind the scenes stuff, you can check out all the stuff at thehillsb.com. And that's where you can sign up to volunteer, to get involved and support what's happening here. So.
Lots of ways to give, not just money. It sounds like give time.
Yeah, time or great. Donations. Man, these kids can eat some hot chips. I will tell you, they go through I'll buy a giant box of hot chips, an hour and a half later, they're gone. So if you just want to drop off boxes of chips and support that way, or even just recurring giving, you want $10 a month for the year, even that kind of stuff just helps us with the supplies.
That's amazing. Pastor Chris, thanks for being with us today.
Thanks, Tim.
Speaking of hot chips and other things, snacks that the kids love these days that are hot,
they do.
Stick around. We got a fun one for you next. Some other ways that we are reaching students through digital ministry here at Sandals Church. Stick around.
Thanks, Tim.
All right, the last one, the spiciest one. It's gonna be painful.
This one
you go first this time. Yeah, definitely will do.
I can't believe it can be worse because my tongue is still hurting.
Like challenging, but it's gonna die.
You're gonna die.
That's okay.
I'm trying not to pour it where I puked.
That's a lot.
No.
I'm not gonna do that much. I'm just trying to make sure it's getting out. All right, you first.
Okay.
I'm sweating.
This is gonna be fun. Here we go.
It's funny because my pits are sweating. It's like, but I need the moisture right here. My body is sending it to the wrong place.
Man, that has a horrible smell to it.
It does. Why would you eat this?
It doesn't taste good.
I'm gonna do it in Eric's Alley. Oh, it smells so good.
My.
Maybe I just got on my teeth.
Be careful around the eyes.
Yeah. Okay. What? Whew. I'm gonna need a second to recover.
I'm afraid to swallow.
What does it feel like? You don't have to swallow. If it's too much, you can spit it out.
It feels like fire. I'm not spitting out on video, but I want to. Melody did it. I'm doing it. Oh! Thank you, Melody, for being a leader.
Oh, she did? Yeah. Okay. Oh my goodness. It just keeps becoming painful. You can't tell, but I'm red. It's, I'm sweating really bad. Right. Can you explain what Riz means?
What?
Can you explain what Riz means?
Like a word?
Yeah, the word Riz.
Oh my God. Oh!
That just tasted bad and it's awful. Okay.
Riz. My tongue is rizzing.
Your tongue is rizzing.
You just gave me a big bottle of Riz.
Don't say that.
No. Okay.
I don't know what Riz means. I have no idea.
It's.
I do?
Riz is like, well, you'll know what Riz is because you have a wife.
Dad, you're a Rizzler bear.
Rizzler. So it means, can you attract, the opposite.
Charisma.
Yeah. It's
charisma.
It's like a game. Yeah. It's what.
Even this milk
use.
tastes horrible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hopefully one day you will have Riz.
I'm getting there. I'm trying.
Not yet.
I can learn from the best.
Not yet.
Yeah.
I want you to be ready.
Oh yeah, definitely you have to be ready.
Hi, everybody. Right now, we actually get to have a special guest with us, Pastor Jeff
special.
White. He is one of our campus pastors here at Sandals Church, and he was also someone who was pivotal at the time of 2020 when Sandals Church Anywhere first became an initiative. We shared a little bit about that earlier in this Giving Tuesday broadcast and wanted to ask him a couple questions today. So, Jeff, could you hearken back to those days and get a little bit nostalgic with me?
Yeah, amen. That's right. That's right.
We were sort of such a powerful duo in that time. Some would say.
You were like 90% of the power.
Okay.
I was the rest.
But could you talk to us a little bit about what it was like to see that vision of Sandals Church Anywhere come to life in that time?
Yeah, it was really neat because, to kind of to be, I guess, really the first online campus pastor and pastoring our Sandals Church Anywhere locations, these individuals that have decided to bring Sandals Church to their home and to invite others to kind of have that experience there was actually really cool. And to know that before the pandemic was really even going down, they were already watching online and viewing online and a part of the Sandals Church experience. And so to kind of create this little house church, churches
Yeah.
was really, really great. It was awesome. So it was great. I felt very fortunate and honored to be a part of that.
Yeah. Some would say we were kind of building the plane as we were flying
That's
it
what we said all the time. Come on now.
Could you reflect back on and share any stories of impact for you of some specific people or families that we met or got to visit during that time?
Gosh, yeah. It was really special, Morgan, and you know that. I mean, you were right there. But to call these people up, or to have these Zoom calls with them, and to see them all over. I mean, we had Sandals Church Anywhere locations in South Carolina, in Michigan, in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. You know, in Melbourne. You know, not Melbourne, Melbourne. Melbourne, Australia. Right, come on now. To see these individuals and to see that they love Sandals Church just as much as we did, which was crazy because like we're here. We were here, and they are like, I mean, miles away, like continents away. But they had just as much as love for Sandals Church as we did. It was crazy. So to hear the stories of how this vision of being real with ourselves, God, and others impacted them where they were was incredible. And so, and I made lifelong friends with these individuals. You know, my wife and I, we've gone to South Carolina to like kind of just hang out, whatever. And we totally hung out with the Shields. Amazing. You know, we visited the Rogers in Michigan, you know. And so just to know that these people are like, they are brothers and sisters in Christ, they're our friends. So it was great, it was great.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for going down memory lane with me today.
Yes, amen, amen.
We do just want to take a moment now to share an exciting update as well from our Menifee campus. So up to this point, they are raising for a $20,000 goal to expand and improve their facilities, specifically for a much needed bathroom addition. And the plan is to add one more toilet and a couple of new stalls to better accommodate the growing congregation, as well as move the sinks in for both the men's and women's restrooms to optimize their space. This is such an important project as it will make a big difference in the comfort and experience of everyone who comes to Menifee, ensuring that they can focus on worship and connection without worrying about long bathroom lines. So far, Menifee has managed to raise 8% of their $20,000 goal. So there's plenty of room and opportunity for you to make an impact today. If you're looking for a way to support this effort, you can go now to the Menifee campus page at sandalschurch.com/GivingTuesday and find out how you can help make this addition a reality. So every bit helps to provide a better space for our community. Stay tuned and we will keep you up to date on the progress. Coming up next, we will be hearing from Pastor Jono from our Lake Arrowhead campus about their goal for Giving Tuesday. And a few weeks ago, we did have the chance to capture an incredible story of coaches in Lake Arrowhead who are going the extra mile. They're doing more than just teaching football, but they're making a sacrificial impact on the youth in their community. These coaches are showing up not just for game day, but for every player, every practice, and every load of laundry. Take a look now.
Come on now.
Yeah, my name is Joe Gerardo. I'm the head football coach. I'm also a mod to severe special education teacher. I grew up here at Rim of the World High School. My parents both taught here. My dad was a football coach. I've been a ball boy, a water boy, a player, an assistant coach, and now I'm the head coach. I would say that my involvement of the school started when I was 6 years old, and I was brought up here by my dad just to do tees and be a ball boy. I feel like as far as Rim football goes, I've done just about everything you can do in the program, from being player to being coach to being a little guy that runs around and grabs water bottles.
My name is Ryan Reesford. I'm the athletic director here at Rim of the World High School. I've been at Rim for about 12 years now. I would say in general, you know, Rim of the World is an absolutely amazing school to be at. It's got a great student body population. The community is amazing, they're helpful, they're hyper involved at times. It's really similar to, say, a small town Texas, right? I don't think the experience that student athletes or anyone has here is the same as you would get off the mountain in a larger city.
The football program has between 70 and 100 athletes. The track program, when I took over, we had between 90 and 110 athletes, and that's a lot of cloth. A lot of our kids are going home and they don't have the ability to wash clothes. And I picked up on it my first year, the summer after my first year as a head football coach. I was at the laundromat doing laundry for the football team, and there was a handful of my players there at the laundromat doing their laundry. And one of the requirements when the season's over and I ask the kids to turn in their cloth is I ask them to wash it. And not every kid on our campus has that ability. So we just started taking that over, myself, a couple other coaches on campus. But the thing is, there's only so many laundromats on the mountain, and you know, most of that's coming out of your own pocket, whether it's detergent or just the quarters to put in. In the football program, we have 70 plus athletes depending on the year. So at the end of the season and before the season, I'm doing all the laundry for all the cloth in our program so that I know that it's clean before I issue it and it's clean before I store it. Throughout the week, there's going to be athletes, maybe 10 to 15 athletes weekly that I notice leave their cloth in their locker at the end of the week, and I'm usually collecting that cloth, taking it back to my house and washing it, and then Monday morning I'm just putting it back in their lockers for them. They know, but it's not a conversation that we have. It's just something that has to get done. This is the stuff that I've already kind of cleaned. Most of this stuff is stuff I have to clean still in here, and then this is where we keep our jerseys that we haven't issued. All of this stuff up here is stuff I've collected, but I'll have to pull it down and organize it to clean it. Most of this stuff isn't clean yet. Like I said earlier, the kids will bring in their cloth in their travel bags. I'll go through their travel bags, but I have them put it all back in their bags because I've got 70 plus kids that I got to get stuff issued out to and then recollected. So I try and move them quickly. And then basically what you have here is right now I'm going through all the bags. The first priority is collect all the cloth and organize that. First thing I do is I pull all the jackets out of the bags. In order to have room to store everything, we hang all of our jackets back in here in our showers. I'm almost finished organizing all that. We have 2 different sets of jackets, rain jackets and snow jackets. Pull all those out. Almost done with the jackets. Then I'll organize our different sets of uniforms. I'll determine what needs to be mended, if anything's torn, what needs to be washed or rewashed, what needs to be thrown away. Then once I've got all those piles sorted, I use a blue laundry bag like that. I put my laundry in the blue laundry bags, and then I start going through the lockers, kind of how I already did. I have all these cleats. I got to make sure that kids don't want these back. If they do want them back, we save them. And most years we give out 20 or 30 pairs of cleats to kids that don't have cleats. So that's what I'll do with these cleats. And then I go through stuff. Some kids still haven't coming in to turn in stuff for whatever reason. So I got to go through that. I got to go through lockers. Like I said, I keep socks. So if kids don't come back and get socks, I'll keep those. I'll wash them. Old t-shirts and shorts and sweats. Anything that a lot of my seniors, they'll just say, go ahead, coach, keep it for the program. And so we'll wash that stuff up. Then once all this stuff is cleared out here, and I've got my piles of uniforms, I'll organize the clean stuff onto the racks in the office. I'll bag all the dirty stuff, and then I have to organize all of the helmets and the shoulder pads. So by December 23rd, when my guys show up to collect everything, I have to have all the helmets separated and organized, and what needs to be fixed. Same with the shoulder pads. They'll go out and get cleaned and fixed. And then hopefully by the new year, everything will be ready for us to start in the spring, and then we'll do it all over again.
One of the things that we try to ensure that kids have is the overall total best experience possible in high school as it relates to education-based athletics. That includes clean clothes. And when you have a program of 75 to 100 students in any given year, you are doing a lot of laundry. Joe is an all-in guy. He is among the very few coaches that I've seen who is completely invested into what he does. He truly holds himself accountable for ensuring that students have the best high school football experience available. And I would say that, a few words would be an injustice to the magnitude of what he is for the program.
Well, we take a lot of pride, not just in our performance in the sport, but a lot of pride in everything that is the program. We no longer charge athletes for anything. We don't charge them for uniforms. We don't charge them for t-shirts or shorts. So when I issue that stuff out to athletes, there's an understanding that it's the programs. It's yours, but it's the programs, and we need to take care of it. So our athletes, I think that they take a lot of pride. Most of the cloth that I collected was washed. And I know it was even done by some of those athletes that don't have the resources. They don't have a washer and a dryer at home, but they went somewhere and got it done. And I think that speaks volumes to the pride that our kids take in everything that's our program. I have a tremendous passion for this program, being that my dad coached in it for a number of years. My dad passed away while he was my coach here, so that kind of probably had a profound impact on how much the program means to me as far as family goes. I care about the kids. My son played in this program and all of his friends. I've known most of the players in my program since they were 2, 3, 4 years old. So there's a real personal connection for me to make sure that things get done.
Hey, and welcome back to the 2024 Giving Tuesday live broadcast. Right now we have our very own campus pastor of Lake Arrowhead, John O'Nepper, here with us. And we just got to see an incredible work that's being done up the mountain. Really incredible above and beyond work that's going on.
Yeah, well, it's good to be here with you. Man, it's so different on the mountain, right? We're our own special breed, people say, but getting to hear some of their heart and spending time with Coach Joe and seeing all the stuff that happens behind the scenes. It's stuff that most people don't even know about unless you would ask them. Yeah.
Could you talk a little bit about how the unique nature of those that live up on the mountain, how you experience that both as a pastor up there, but also a resident yourself?
Absolutely, yeah. This is our 10th year on the mountain. When I first moved up there, we had no kids, coming from the big city. And I'm feeling more like a local. We've done 10 winters now, and so I can feel a little bit more. A little more under my belt. But it's its own unique thing because even though it's semi-close, it is removed enough to where it becomes more like a small town. Everybody is there for each other especially when you really need it. You have to sort of figure things out differently because the same amount of resources aren't always available. So it does create this very unique culture, I would say, that is different than maybe in the big city or even outside, in Riverside, where you know your neighbor, you know who's down the street. There's one high school. There's one main high school in the whole area, and so you go to the high school football game and you look down the row and it's people that graduated 10 years ago that are coming back. So you have this kind of small town, we're in it together thing. Yeah.
That's beautiful. A second ago off camera, we were talking about the impact of this Giving Tuesday project and how it's forming a new kind of relationship between Sandals Church up the mountain and the high school. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely, yeah. So it's been really neat with it being a smaller town. Like I know a lot of the teachers by name. They know us. We're on campus multiple times a week, just trying to help and be a resource. And so with this project, it just came out of a conversation. I was having coffee and chatting with Joe, Coach Joe, and being on campus is something that they encourage because they want the best for their students. They really care. Each of these, and not just Coach Joe, he's amazing, but the whole team, all of the teachers, they're there because they really care. Living in the mountains in that area isn't easy. There's a lot of challenge that comes with it. The winters can be hard, there's not as many resources. So the ones that are there, they care so much about their students, so much about the families that are there. Every one of them, they're going above and beyond. And so when we say, hey, how can we partner? It's this, please, would you please come on campus, come help, come be a part of what we're doing.
I love that. Hearing about sort of like the special context and relationships that are formed really speaks to, I think, this word resilience that I've heard you use, that I think we all view the mountain community to be is very resilient. I also remember back, if we harken back to 2023, when a storm hit, that was crazy, record-breaking numbers.
We call it Snowmageddon, maybe Snowvid.
Okay, I'm not on like insider terms like that with the mountain people.
Yeah, it was a big one. It was record-breaking. People that have lived there for their whole lives. I have a neighbor who's been there since she was a little girl. She's in her 70s now. She says she's never seen anything like it.
Wow.
It hit all the news channels and that kind of stuff. It was a full shutdown.
Yeah.
Everything shut down. Homes were completely covered or destroyed. We lost some of our grocery stores, collapsed under the weight of the snow. It really, really shook our community to the core.
When that time came, how did you see the community rally? I'm really curious to hear more of these stories of how resilience has played out within that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the community came together almost immediately. The roads were shut down. You couldn't get in and out. You couldn't get to gas stations, and then you couldn't get to grocery stores. We had a lot of folks up there that are elderly that weren't able to get medications, that sort of thing. And so pretty much immediately, the folks that could did. And so if you were able to, get out and dig tunnels down to people's homes, people started doing that. What was really unique is the way we're placed in the community, the church property. We were in a spot to where we were able to sort of become a hub where people would bring resources there, and then folks that had, big trucks, that kind of thing, they would drive out far distances and then climb over giant barriers and dig holes down to get people food. It was incredible. There's no shortage of stories of people showing up for each other.
That's beautiful. It seems like that's a consistent pattern within the mountain community, and one that we're really excited to see come to life even through this Giving Tuesday project that you guys are working on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a unique situation where you have one main high school, when we were thinking about, praying about, what do we do this year? God, what do you want to see us do for Giving Tuesday? There's always stuff to be done, right? There's always projects and that sort of thing. But realizing, man, the impact that it has on a community, even something as simple as, helping a washer and dryer facility get put together, some basic stuff. Other coaches I was talking to, they're telling me stories of, this resilience of, hey, how do you take care of your athletes? One coach, Coach Brian, was telling me, oh yeah, I stack up, stacks of old backpacks on top of an old broken desk to tape ankles. And they're not complaining about it. They're making it happen. Like, this is what we have, this is what we're gonna do. And when you see that, it's inspiring, because it is like, no, there is a resilience. Like, we're gonna press through, but it also is inspiring to say, man, what would it look like to come alongside and really give them a boost?
I love that. It's so encouraging to hear about the resourcefulness, the gratitude, the resilience of this special community. Thank you so much for coming and sharing with us today.
Absolutely.
I know in a few minutes we'll be back with you and Kyle, but for now we are going to transition to a video that shares a little bit more about that time in 2023, where we saw the mountain relief work come to life, both from within the community as well as in partnership with Sandals Church. So watch this now.
In February and March of 2023, the San Bernardino mountain community faced one of the most extreme winter storms in its history. Snowfall reached up to 11 feet in some areas, trapping residents in their homes and cutting off access to basic necessities like food, medicine, and other critical supplies. The scale of the storm and the resulting isolation left the community in desperate need.
In response, Sandals Church took immediate action. Partnering with Operation Mountain Strong, we mobilized relief efforts to reach stranded residents. Volunteers and staff began delivering essential supplies through snow-covered roads and setting up systems to identify and support the most isolated households.
As the physical relief efforts unfolded, our digital media and online campus teams got together to think through how they could help offer support in a unique way, one that would bring connection and hope to these communities. So our team worked quickly to broadcast a live prayer and worship service, inviting not just those nearby, but people around the world to join in solidarity for our mountain neighbors. It was an opportunity to unite everyone in a shared mission of prayer, support, and encouragement.
This broadcast became more than just a stream. It was a virtual gathering place for people in the mountain communities and beyond them to pause, reflect, and lift up the affected communities in prayer. This digital event provided an opportunity for connection and a chance to cultivate hope.
Sandals Church members from around the world submitted written prayers specifically for the mountain communities. These prayers, messages of solidarity and encouragement, were collected and physically posted around our Lake Arrowhead campus. Each prayer became a visible symbol of support and a reminder that those on the mountain weren't alone in facing this crisis.
For our online and digital media teams, this wasn't just about broadcasting. It was about creating a sense of presence and connection that could uplift and unify. They saw the impact that a message, a prayer, or even a moment of silence could bring to those who felt isolated and weary. Through their work, people were reminded of the power of community and the hope that can be found even in challenging times.
As we look back, this project highlights the powerful role of media and technology in connecting people, even across miles. It's a testament to what can happen when a community comes together and contributes in their unique abilities.
Kyle from our Lake Arrowhead campus to just tell us a little bit more about this Giving Tuesday project, as well as hear from a very unique perspective, as Kyle is an alumni of the same high school that they are now serving. So Kyle, from your point of view, tell us more about this project. Tell us more about your connection to it.
Yeah, it's funny, when you grow up there, the narrative is, I can't wait to move, right? It's, there's nothing to do on the mountain, and you say, I'm never coming back to this high school. And I was just joking with somebody, I go, I'm there twice a week now. And seeing the teachers, I'm like, you and I didn't get along. I wasn't a good person back then, I'm sorry.
Hey, they're saying the redeemed version of you.
Right. It's wild to see how that school has grown, changed, gone through ups and downs over the years. Even looking back at that video with Coach Joe and seeing that team room and going, oh man, it's been a while since that's been updated, and you start to understand how funding works on the mountain. You're like, this is weird. Just a rural community. Schools don't get a lot of love, unfortunately, from state perspective for whatever reason. And so seeing the school have its needs, seeing the admin that, I went to school with their siblings, doing the best they can with what they have. When Jono pitched this idea, I didn't even hesitate. I was like, yes, this is my home, this is my community. If all my plans play out, this is where my kids are going to school. So it's one of those things where you go, yeah, absolutely, let's do that and come alongside them.
I love that. And I love hearing just, again, more characteristics of what that community is like. I'm not a resident myself, but I have a deep admiration and respect, as you guys have described so much of that, so much of the rallying behind these communities. Knowing that this project is in the works, that we're raising funds today, what would you guys both say you're hopeful for in terms of how it's going to minister to the community, to the youth? What are you hopeful for as this becomes a live project?
Yeah, I think, any study that revolves around students, or anyone who looks into the development of students, safety and security is one of those things that if it's provided, they thrive. And trying to resource the district as best we can helps provide that safety and security. It helps provide opportunities for mentorship, like we've seen with Coach Joe, with Coach Brian, with the athletic director. And then on top of that, so many people who go to our church are coaches at that school, where you go, not only does it open the door for mentorship, it opens the door for discipleship. Because now if we can provide these resources, we're freeing up time for these coaches to sit and have meals instead of sitting at a laundromat, walking these kids through crazy life circumstances. Coach Joe sharing that his dad passed away while he was there. Wow. One of his players' parents passed away this year, and he's walking that student through what it looks like to, okay, how do I become an adult without my mom? What does that look like? And so I think that's what it provides.
Absolutely, and just to cap that off, of our heart of being a campus in that community with any Sandals Church campus, is we're not just about about what we're doing, but how do we get into the community and really truly serve and be a light. And so there's been opportunity now to explore what that looks like, and this was just the next step in that process of, okay, God, you have us here on purpose. How can we truly be the church and serve?
Awesome. Well, you guys, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for sharing your unique perspectives and just for your obvious heart that you have for the people of this community. It's very real and genuine and obvious to us as we watch and engage with what you're saying. So for now, guys, we are going to pivot over to hear from Mr. Tim,
That's
an
me.
update on our Redlands campus.
Yes, so we are making some great progress with our Giving Tuesday goal at our Redlands campus. They're working hard to raise $180,000, again, US, for a major remodel of the 3,000 square foot of unused meeting and classroom space that they have on location. So they've done a lot of work already to get the campus up and running, launched several weekends ago now. But there's areas of the campus that have yet to be developed. And so that's what their project's focusing on. It's going to be a game changer for the next generation at the Redlands campus, provide more welcoming, functional environment for kids and youth to connect, grow, build relationships, play areas, spaces designed for discipleship. It's going to be a huge remodel. Very excited for that to support the ministry of the younger generation at the location. I think so far they've raised 61% of that $180,000 goal, which is amazing. So thank you to everyone who has already contributed to that project. And if you'd like to give, you can be part of bringing these new spaces to life. It's all about making room for the future, and your support is helping us do just that. So check back or stay tuned on the broadcast for updates as this vision continues to unfold at the Redlands campus. For now, we're going to take a look at a short recap of the meaningful retreat that some of our Sandals Church Anywhere leaders got to experience earlier this year. Check this out.
Yeah, so back in summertime 2023, we had begun to re-envision what Sandals Church Anywhere could be. And the broad direction was that we moved from a gathering-led Sandals Church Anywhere model to a multiplier-led Sandals Church Anywhere model where discipleship was at the core of it. And when we shared this idea of a new model and a new direction, that was quite a pivot from the previous one. We brought it to Pastor Dan Zimbardi, Pastor Matt. We sat in a room and we said, what do you guys think of this? And they liked the idea, and then they kind of one-upped it, and they said, but it would be really cool if we got all of these people together once a year, if we gather them all together once a year. And we thought, yeah, that'd be really cool, but that would also be a lot of work, a lot of money, a lot of resources. And so it sort of remained a dream for a little bit until this past year. In July of 2024, we had the awesome privilege of gathering all of our SCA leaders from mostly all around the country to meet in person for a spiritual retreat. And this was super significant, not only because this was the very first time that we had ever done something like this before, also not only because this group almost exclusively gathers online, so it was kind of the first time we all got to see each other in person. But I would say this was really important because a spiritual retreat like this is where people start to begin the journey of learning how to discern the voice of God, both in their own life, but also on the behalf of somebody else, with coaching and real time, in-person, hands-on guidance.
In the beginning part of the retreat, we had to do a little bit of just sort of coaching on how we do this, but the group picked up very quickly in that. And just to see God move in different places, whether it was something someone said to somebody, a scripture that was brought the way they prayed for them, an image they got for them that they were able to share. It was I guess it routinely surprises me how faithful God is.
There were so many moments. We would do these large group where we call them spiritual direction sessions, where someone gets to share hey, here's kind of how I feel God is speaking to me. It's very raw, candid, or processing a little bit in real time. Then we all go to silence, and we literally just ask God, what do you have to say? And is it for me to say? Is it for someone else to say? Or just pray for that person. And those moments were really sacred. it really carves out a space where you have no choice but to kind of surrender to the Spirit in the moment, because it is so covered by silence. Like, all you can hear is the street and the cars that are on the street, and then the voice of God.
I got to lead worship for them, so this was a great experience because they don't often get to experience worship in a corporate setting with other believers and other people that are involved in Sandals Church. So it was a great time to connect with them. They get to see me often online as I lead them in worship, so it was a great way to worship with them in person. Man, I loved the preparation of it because it was really focused on solitude and time away with the Lord, and the content that we went through together as a group really motivated the worship set list that I got to craft for them.
You know, we read all throughout the Gospels that Jesus, as was his custom, went away to be alone with the Father. I think sometimes we think, oh, he went away for a couple of hours and got some extended alone time with God, and that's true, he did. But there's times he went away for days. I think part of what he was doing is he was really fine-tuning his skills to listen to the Father. And whether we retreat for multiple days at a time, or even just block out a couple hours to be alone with God, we need that alone time. We need that extended time alone with God to hear his voice. Again, we're never going to just bounce into retreat and wonder how we got here. We have to be intentional about it. But that practice, again, whether it's a couple of hours or a half a day or multiple days at a time, trains us to recognize the presence of God, to hear the voice of God, and to know how God is inspiring us to move forward in our growth journey of becoming like Jesus. It's how we also model what Jesus did on a regular basis.
I'd say if anyone was interested in knowing more about this kind of thing, or being a part of it themselves, being a part of the Sandals Church Anywhere community, I'd have them email us at online@sandalschurch.com, and we'd love to figure out what's the best next move for them. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Giving Tuesday broadcast here at Sandals Church. As you just watched our SCA retreat video, I had the pleasure of being a part of that retreat. Yeah. And all in all, what we saw during that time was how digital discipleship and its beginning roots can really morph into something that's beautiful, that's experienced in a gathering form, and that grows our spiritual maturity as a group and as a community. So it was such a blessing to be a part of. Hey, for now, we're actually going to pivot. So here's a story that reminds us of how God can move in unconventional ways and oftentimes surprise us. So back in 2022, our online campus team discovered a couple by the name of Tim and Becky Morrison, a couple who was following Sandals Church online, watching the sermons, and corporately worshiping through the digital experience. From their home in Black Hawk, Colorado. Probably not a place you're too familiar with.
Never been, but I would love to
remote.
go. It sounds fantastic.
They were already worshiping from the digital experience, and they were already a part of Sandals Church without ever having physically been at a campus. So by the time we began learning more about them, they were already taking discipleship matters into their own hands and had booked flights from Colorado to California.
I just love that story,
So their plan that summer was to fly out, visit a campus for the first time at Sandals Church Hunter Park, and get baptized in person at the church they had been attending digitally. Their actions at the time deeply moved us, and since that time, we've gotten to learn more about what brought them to that decision, as well as journey together post-baptism in many ways. So now we'll let them fill you in on a little bit more. Please meet Tim and Becky Morrison.
Hi, we're Tim and Becky Morrison. We're from Black Hawk, Colorado.
And we wanted to share a little bit of our journey with you about our marriage, faith, and the way God and Sandals Church showed up in one of the hardest times of our lives.
We've been married for 17 years, but 5 years ago, our marriage was at a breaking point. We were at a crossroads and hanging on by a thread, and we knew if something didn't change, we weren't going to make it. So one day we were sitting together having a difficult and hopeless seeming conversation on the couch, and I finally said to Tim, I can't fix this. I can't fix our marriage. I can't change what happened, and told him he needed to find Jesus. And much to my amazement, he turned to me and said, what did he need to do to accept Jesus? It was something that I'd been praying for 19 years.
So right then and there, we prayed together, and I accepted Jesus as my Lord and Savior. It was unexpected and powerful and really hard to put into words.
I was overjoyed that he'd finally found faith, but I was feeling really mixed emotions. I still felt really hurt and angry and knew that there were a lot of things that we needed to work through. After that, he asked me what to do next, and I told him he needed to pray. And he said he didn't know how, and honestly, I wasn't really sure how to tell him to pray. So I got on YouTube, and that's where we found Pastor Matt and Sandals Church.
From that moment, Sandals Church became such an important part of our lives. The message of being real resonated with us.
God brought Sandals Church into our lives at the perfect time when we needed them most. And from that point on, Sandals has been a big part of our journey. They were there for Tim's first steps in faith. Our baptism, we actually flew out to Sandals Church and got baptized together. And now they're a part of our growth in discipleship. Sandals Church has really become a big part of our family. So that's a bit of our story. We're so grateful to God for bringing us here, grateful for Sandals Church being a part of our family, somewhere where we found community and support. And we're just grateful to you all for listening to our story. So thank you very much.
So we know that Sandals Church has had the vision of being real with ourselves, God, and others for 27 years now. It has impacted multiple generations of people. And while our vision hasn't changed, our approach to sharing that vision and caring for the members of our church has to change as we navigate an ever-evolving cultural climate.
Yeah, the gospel itself never changes. Jesus' transformative love and sacrifice remain the same through the test of time. But as our culture changes, our approach to teaching others for Christ has to change. For reaching others, rather. And Pastor Eric Sally is one of our pastors, our missions and global outreach director. He had a conversation with Pastor Alfredo Ramos, who's our online campus pastor, about how Sandals Church is approaching discipleship in 2025.
So let's now watch this video with Pastor Eric and Pastor Fredo together.
Hey, I'm Fredo. I'm a pastor at Sandals Church, and I'm currently at Restore Performance Institute. And I got here because I got hurt. I've been weightlifting for a handful of months now. Actually, almost just about like 2 years. I know it's hard to tell, but I have made progress. Recently had a shoulder injury that really messed me up. I was like unable to even like sleep well, and so I hit up Pastor Eric Sally, who happens to be a doctor as well, and this is his place that he runs, and so he invited me in for some treatment. And what's been great about this is how humbling it's been and how much vulnerability it requires, because I gotta go back to some of the small basics of recovery and mobility, things that I often overlook because I don't have time to stretch, or I got to get to this or that. And so it's a common injury due to overuse and probably not allowing stretching and recovery to take its course. And so I think honestly there's like a lot of overlap to the spiritual life. Oftentimes when we, especially at Sandals Church, as we talk about kind of embracing a new way of life or trying to practice the things that Jesus practiced, we have like a really, high bar that we set for ourselves. Like, I'm gonna do all these new things. And we actually don't start where we should start. And we're gonna get some workout in. He's gonna train me, do some more recovery movements, and then we'll see if I get some weight up, because that would be a nice thing to do, and talk discipleship in the process. So come along for the ride.
But everything we do in life, fundamentally, all of our actions, they're driven by a belief. And so if my belief is that Jesus is the only source of life, then everything I do, I'm going to go to Him. I'm going to ask Him where I should work. I'm going to ask Him who I should spend time with. I'm going to ask Him where at work He's in the world and how I join Him in that. And that feels very sort of conceptual to people. But in the same way we're having a conversation, man, if I think you've got the answers, right? you're a famous guy, you're a smart guy, you've done a lot of things. If I'm like, Fredo's got the answers, then I'm going to spend time with Fredo. And I'm going to learn to think like you think. And I'm going to learn to adapt and modify my life to the way that you live. Well, that's fundamentally what we want to do with people. And the only way to do that is to model it. Jesus modeled it for us. And so we have to model it for each other, because discipleship truly at its core, I think, like most real things in life, is something that's caught. It's not necessarily taught, because you can fill people with the knowledge of God, and some of their external actions change. But fundamentally, if they don't change internally, if their beliefs don't change, if their motivations don't change, if their desires don't change, they don't change. You just see temporary external changes. And you see that in Christianity all the time. Oh, I'm going to do this for a while, and I try it. It's kind of like a diet. It's kind of like a workout program, right? If I don't fundamentally think that staying healthy means being active, and I don't have a plan for activity, man, I might do that for a while because I have a goal of maybe losing weight or getting stronger. But once I achieve that or fail to achieve it, I kind of quit. Right. But that underneath, that fundamental core belief is what drives my behavior.
Yeah, so Eric, what would you say like we're actually doing at Sandals when it comes to like our approach to discipleship, or our strategy for how we're discipling people like into the way of Jesus?
Fundamentally, we know that at Sandals, we have probably two distinct groups of people. Now, I know there's more than that. So don't only hear there's only two.
There's only two kinds of y'all.
Yeah, but there's two significant groups that we're thinking about. One of them is we have a lot of people who just have no foundation. They have no foundation. And so you think, okay, we actually have to help them develop everything from the ground up. When we have children, right? When we raise families, you have to teach your kids everything. Right. Everything. And you have to raise up that physical family. That's the idea that we want in the heads or the minds of our people, is that we've got a lot of people that are truly spiritual infants or very, very young. Yeah. And so we have to find where they are. And in the same way that we might teach somebody, going into kindergarten to make the bed every day, to lay out their clothes the night before, to say their prayers before they go to bed. Very, very mechanical, but very modeled for them to help them establish discipline patterns. That's part of what we need to do. And so then the other distinct group is what we would call our sleepy core. And so what we're really doing is awakening them to this call that what it means to be a disciple of Jesus is Jesus raised up spiritual family and he sent them out, right? He said, come follow me. And then for a period of so many years, they followed him. They learned everything from him. And then his last act was to say, okay, go therefore now and make disciples of all nations. Because what do you do when you raise a family? You raise your family up. There's a destination in mind. They're going to mature one day and they're going to leave your house. They're going to go somewhere else. They're going to start their own family and raise them up. That's what we want to do with our sleepy core is wake them up, is shine a light on this call to the Great Commission that's for each one of us, that we're all to be participating in spiritual multiplication. Jesus said, narrow is the gate and difficult is the path that leads to life, and there are few that find it. Well, what we want to do at Sandals Church is be the kind of people that help other people find that gate and then be successful on the journey. And part of what Jesus said is, I came to give you life and give it to the full. Then he said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. So between that, we discern that there's one way to experience the life that Jesus calls us to, and that's to follow him. And insofar as our lives are running after him, conforming how we look to the way he looks, doing the things he did, seeing people the way he sees them, knowing that their greatest need is the spiritual gift of life found only in him. Man, I would imagine that if you've participated in this old social contract of come to church, join a team, tithe, join a group, you're probably thinking you didn't get the life Jesus offered. Like your life falls short. It's not completely fulfilling. Like when my life is pouring into other people, for any reason, my life is better. But when my life is pouring into people or I'm working to help somebody grow in Christ, that's probably a better way to say it, then my life radically changes.
For a lot of young adults, they've maybe, depending if they came out of homes where they had Christian parents, they saw their parents do those handful of things, attend church, they gave their money, they served, and then they apparently hit like a wall. And they maybe lacked that kind of joy where you saw God at work as you were raising up other people, you know? And so I think for the younger generation, there's a deeper sense of like, they want to actually do this with other people. So they've maybe eschewed in a healthy way a church model that like just only lets people hit that wall and doesn't help them like actually raise up other people, you know? And so I think for them, there's like a deep hunger to raise one another up and to see it done in a very real way for themselves, but then also for, you know, even kids that are younger than them, you know, beyond kind of that age range, I guess, you know? And so, yeah. And I think younger people are better at sniffing out what doesn't sound genuine or real, you know, like a Christianity that goes beyond just the walls of the, you know, room that they're all meeting in, you know? And so I think discipleship is something they're hungry for.
No,
you know?
Nobody wants it. Everyone's looking for, where is God at work? How do people change their lives?
Yeah.
And what's that actually look like? How can I experience that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, hey, Sandals Church, welcome back to our Giving Tuesday broadcast. My name is McKay Vandenberg. I'm the online youth lead for our campus, and we're switching it up just real quick. Right now, I am joined by Pastor Kent Jenkins from our Santa Rosa campus. Pastor Kent, how are you doing today?
Doing great. Excited to be here and excited about everything that's going on today.
Yeah, thank you so much for jumping onto this Zoom call and figuring out how to make these things work in digital spaces. Santa Rosa I have my notes here. Santa Rosa is doing something really special for Giving Tuesday. You guys are trying to raise $6,000 to support Slater Middle School, a local middle school in your area. Can you tell me a little bit more about what this project is all about?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Slater Middle School actually is right across the street from us. In fact, when I'm telling people where Sandals Church is, that's usually my point of reference. Do you know where Slater is? We're right across the street. And we have worked with them some before. Patio space that's just outside their teacher's lounge. Slater has been a challenging school. That's going to give them an opportunity to grill out and to just gather, to relax if they can between classes, be able to just have some quiet time sometimes between classes, so anyway, to do this, we're going to provide them with a 6-burner grill. We're going to get some sofas and some chairs. I've been out in that space. They've got a porch swing out there that is just completely broken, and we want to replace that. And then there's some landscaping that's overgrown, and we just want to beautify that landscape area and give them a great place to gather.
That's awesome. I mean, I can only imagine, even as a youth lead, I interact with middle schoolers several times throughout the week. And I love being able to sit in my backyard and de-stress from times like that. And this sounds like such a practical way to serve your community. Why do you think this project is such a big deal for the school?
Well, again, as I said, Slater is a challenging school. We have had some conversations with some of the teachers in the other projects that we have been taking part in over there, and they love their kids. There are, as there are in any group, there's some kids that can really be a challenge, and they have a few very challenging kids. But for the most part, they love what they're doing. But it is hard work. I mean, I'm just being a middle school teacher, period, is hard work. And so we really want to have an inviting kind of outdoor area where they can build some community. And we also want to show them our appreciation and that we support them, and just let them know. Because sometimes, when you're on the front lines,
Yeah, definitely. Especially being a teacher, there's so much more than just caring for the students. You have parents you have to interact with, admin, grading, all these different things. It seems like you and the Santa Rosa campus team and volunteers are really thinking long term to be able to serve your community so well. What kind of lasting difference do you think beautifying this space will have for Slater Middle School and ultimately Santa Rosa as a community?
Well, I think specifically for the school, especially, this is a space that we hope is going to be able to serve them for years to come, with a grill out there and more comfortable seating. It should last them for a good long time. I know that their principal is envisioning this as an area where they can have staff cookouts and really build community and do team building exercises. And when there are in-service days, it is a place where they would be able to have meetings, and it should be able to serve them for years and years to come. And so we're hoping that it's really going to make a long-term impact, not just, hey, we got a shiny new thing, but it is something they'll be able to use for years to come and continue to feel valued and supported, knowing that, the community rallied around to provide this for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm speaking just for myself, but I know how much a good meal will change my attitude and outlook on what's happening during the day. Well, Pastor Kent, this all sounds so awesome. If someone wants to give and support this project, how can they do that?
Well, as I'm sure we've been saying all day long, go to sandalschurch.com/Giving Tuesday. We would love to have you donate to the Santa Rosa project and be a part of what we are doing, because we really are trying to impact the community and not just the church. We want to have an impact here. I was challenged some time ago, a long time ago, actually. Somebody said, if your church closed their doors, would anybody in the community notice? And I've carried that with me. And I would like to think that if we closed our doors here, that the community would be devastated. I don't know that we've made it to that point yet, but this is one of the steps we want to take. We want to change this community. Kelly and I have come to Santa Rosa for this, and we have fallen in love with this community. And so please, we would ask you to go and donate at sandalschurch.com/Giving Tuesday. Because every dollar that you give, no matter how big, no matter how small, is helping us get to that $6,000 goal. And then the other thing I would ask is that you spread the word. Because we are still fairly new here, and because in Northern California, there is not the name recognition of Sandals that there is in Southern California. I don't know that we have quite as wide an expanse with our social media channels. So if you're seeing this, if you're hearing about this, I would encourage you, please, to share this with everybody that you can, so that more and more people can hear about this. difference in our community.
Yeah, definitely. If you're watching this and you are not familiar with California, the areas, our Santa Rosa campus, roughly, if it's a good driving day, is about 8 hours away from Hunter Park. It's a good distance. Pastor Kent and his wife Kelly are doing a great job serving that community and loving on it well. And the biggest way you can support, if you can't support financially, is by word of mouth, sharing this with a friend or a family member who would like to support some of these things and projects that we're working on. Well, Pastor Kent, thank you so much for taking the time to jump on Zoom today. Thank you so much for chatting with me. I've had a blast getting to talk to you some more today. We are praying for you and hope that you guys are able to reach this goal.
Well, appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'm glad to be able to be on, and we are really excited to see how God's going to work in this project and in this community, and excited about being able to show our support and our appreciation to the Slater Middle School teachers as we seek to change our community.
Amen. That's awesome. Well, friends, up next, we in the broadcast, we're going to take a little bit of a flashback into 2020, COVID, some of the craziness that happened there, and take a look at how Sandals Church made some big pivots during that time.
One of the things you can do in confusing times is just trust the one who started the times, right? And his name is Jesus. He loves you. He created you. And here's what the Bible says. It says, the grass withers and the flowers fade, but the word of the Lord is forever. For the first time in human history, the church is not going to gather. We're going to watch from our homes. Think about that. That hasn't happened in 2,000 years, since the very first Easter. We're going to watch from home. We're going to be scattered. But just because we're scattered doesn't mean we're not powerful. Whenever I'm in a crisis, sometimes I feel like God's forgot me. Sometimes I feel like I'm invisible. I don't know if you ever feel that way, but I want you to know that God sees you. And this crisis won't reveal that he doesn't see you. My prayer is this crisis will reveal the fact that he does see you and he does care about you. There's nothing that can separate you from God's love, not even your own anxiety and fear, not even your own lack of faith. The Bible says God is faithful when we are faithless. That's who God is. You know how Jesus calmed your fears? Even if you get COVID, even if you die, that is not the end, because COVID doesn't have the last say, Christ does. It's not the end of you. God hears every call of repentance. Every call. He answers. He responds to every call. It doesn't matter if you're rich, if you're poor, if you're famous, or no one knows you. God hears you. God loves you, and God will hear your call. For whoever calls upon the name of the Lord, the Bible says, shall be saved.
Hey everyone, I'm Fredo Ramos, your online campus pastor, and today is a pretty big deal. It's Giving Tuesday. I'm excited to be with you, and we are glad that you have tuned in and joined us as we've got some really exciting updates to share about how we're making a difference together.
And I'm Chanel Federico. I am back and super excited to host this afternoon section with Fredo Ramos here. If you've been around Sandals Church for a while, you know that we love the chance to come together as a church to impact our communities. And Giving Tuesday is all about that. If you're new, welcome. We've picked the perfect time. You have picked the perfect time to jump in. Yes, and see how we are working to make a real difference.
Yeah, we're going to be highlighting some incredible projects that are happening all across our campuses, including ways that your generosity is actually changing lives and some of the opportunities that you'll still have to jump in as you feel led to do so.
So stick around and lean in, and let's talk about all of the parts of what God is doing through Sandals Church this Giving Tuesday.
Yeah, to get us started, we're going to talk about Sandals Church Hunter Park, the very place that we are right now filming all of this. There's some exciting news that's coming our way as to what their goal has been. Giving Tuesday for Hunter Park was centered around a Benevolence fund, and they had a goal to raise $100,000 for that specific fund.
Yes, and that's right. And just to clarify a little bit about what this Family First Aid Fund or Benevolence Fund is, it's actually a lifeline for people in the local Riverside area who may be walking through some incredibly difficult seasons, whether it's financial struggles or maybe some housing challenges or just unexpected emergencies. It's a way that we can show up for those in need and be the hands and feet of Jesus in a very tangible way.
Yeah, and the generosity we've already seen has been pretty amazing. Obviously, they had a big goal to hit 100,000, and so far we've been able to raise, as a church, 2% of that goal, which is a huge step.
Yeah.
And it is meaningful because those dollars will directly impact the families who are in need, and it will provide practical ways to help them, to dignify them as our neighbors, and to actually find ways to serve and meet those challenges that they're facing.
Yeah. And if you haven't had the chance to give yet, it is not too late. You can head to sandalschurch.com/support and designate your gift to the Hunter Park campus. Together, we can hit this goal and continue to make an incredible impact here in Riverside.
Yeah, so in light of that, I just want to say thank you to everyone who has already given. And for those of you who are prayerfully considering, let's keep going and make Giving Tuesday one to remember. We know that many of you have all kinds of different options to give. And so any way that you decide to support us and contribute to the work that is happening here means so much. And so if you'd like to donate toward work that's happening at your own campus, whether it's a project there, something close to your heart, whatever it is, you can do so at sandalschurch.com/Giving Tuesday.
So, Fredo, one of the things that we have got the opportunity today to do is just talk to all of the campuses and all of the different projects that are happening at each of the campuses. But one of them that we haven't heard from is actually our Azusa campus.
Talk about it.
And we love our Azusa campus. We love our Azusa family. And one of the things that they actually have had a really tough time with back when they started was their launch. It is a joke around here at Sandals. We all joke that it was the longest running launch that we've ever had, but it's because it was true. It just took a lot to get there.
Yeah, and if you don't know, Sandals Church Azusa is actually within walking distance of one of the largest universities in that entire community, and that's Azusa Pacific University. And so one of the primary ways that they get to serve that community is to engage with their young adults. And so we get to hear a great story about the ways that Sandals Church Azusa is meeting a need to bring young adults to church.
So let's tune into this next video.
I started coming to Sandals right at the beginning of my young adult life. I mean, I got saved right after my 17th birthday, discovered Sandals about a year later, and really got plugged in and started to try to figure out what I was going to do with my life, and started to navigate that question and what that really meant. Whether that meant what am I going to do vocationally, or what am I going to do, with my life outside of that. There's a lot of huge decisions all happening all at once, and me trying to juggle and navigate what those were going to look like. And so probably one of the most dynamic times of my life. A little crazy, but also really good stuff too, Yeah, I got very connected quickly into what used to be our college group, but really was like our young adult ministry. And the guys that were in my small group at the time really investing in me, discipling me. When I started serving at church too, I started serving in kids ministry. And so all the guys that were leading in kids ministry just became some of my best friends, and they were all a step ahead of me in life. And so they started to sort of mentor me and help me figure out how to make some of those decisions, what the wise ones were, and how I could navigate deciding, man, what am I going to do with my life moving forward? We were at a point in our church where we didn't have anything for young adult ministry. My small group had sort of turned into a young adult group. We didn't have anything like that. And when I was talking to Pastor Andrew Bogenwright, who is one of those guys who mentored me when I was younger, and I was sharing with them about what was going on with our community, he said, man, I think you guys should just open it up and make it a young adult group for the church. And so we did that, and with that comes figuring out what your best practices are. And so we started running that at Woodcrest, and then it expanded to all of our campuses. And then eventually I transitioned from my role in kids ministry into the young adult supervisor role, where I was just really figuring out not how do we make something different for young adults, but how do we get young people connected to the vision and mission of Sandals Church? Like, how do we get young people to church so they can figure out what it means to be real with themselves, God, and others? How do we get them plugged into community? How do we get them plugged into serving and having a holistic faith, instead of like, how do I throw a big party and get as many young people as possible? Like, that was never on our radar. Our goal was always, how do we provide a place for young people to experience Jesus through the church? I think now more than ever, you know, I'm of the older generation, right, millennials, but now the newer generations that are coming up are looking at the church, and they're seeing value everywhere. They're seeing that there's people who have been where they've been, or been where they want to go, right? And so now they get to follow in their footsteps. And, you know, we're pretty close to APU, but it's a pretty good walk to get from APU to Sandals Church Azusa. And so one of the issues is just, you know, really mobility, and them being able to get around, especially young people, and the way that not to get, you know, too crazy, but the way the economy is, man, not only gas, but even buying a car is tough for young people. A lot of these students are 18, 19 years old, and they don't have their driver's license. That's becoming more and more frequent too, just people prolonging that process. And so for us, it's like, man, there's opportunity. Like, the harvest is white. You know, people are ready, but getting them from the place that they are to the place where they're going to receive the gospel is probably the biggest hurdle that we're facing. And you know what I'm so excited about is I think that I have very little reservation when it comes to identifying a young person and saying, this is what your strengths and your gifts are, and then letting them loose on the church and saying, like, man, let's see what God can do in and through you. I mean, there's weeks where for production, we have like an all young adult team. We have one of our youth students, he's 17, he went through the internship here. He leads our production team some weekends. Man, most of our people are eager and ready and willing to see that happen and see young people be a part of the church. I think what's really cool is our church that we merged with, Emmanuel Baptist, most of them were in their 60s, 70s, and 80s. And we even had somebody in her 90s. And I was a little concerned about that. I tried to cue them up and say, like, hey, like, we're a younger church, there's gonna be a lot of young people who come here. And every single week when I talked to those people, because they all stayed, they all wanted to be a part of Sandals Church moving forward, they're all so excited to see how many young people are showing up, receiving the gospel, and then living out their life's purpose at Sandals Church Azusa. It's pretty cool.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We are joined with Pastor Griffin here in Studio A. Griff, thanks so much for being with us. I'd love to hear just some of the great things that are happening at your campus, and just what you see kind of God doing through your church community, and also some of the needs that you are starting to identify.
Yeah, man, first off, thanks for having me, dude.
Yeah.
Good to be back together again.
Yeah, we go back.
Excellent,
Griff and I go back some years.
Yeah, so we've seen a lot of really great stuff happen. We just showed the video of 2020, and that was a big year for us. That's when we first merged with Emmanuel Baptist, and we started to figure out what that was going to look like as a church in the middle of a pandemic, and through that, we've had a lot of different people from different places, walks of life, come together and figure out what community looks like. We've seen people getting baptized, being discipled. We have some of the coolest stories that I've ever been a part of, and I've been in ministry for, I don't even know how long, 2 decades. And
but you still look 16, but that's good.
Oh, good. That's why I grew the mustache, was to try to get away from that. But man, some of the needs, we are a church that is very naturally going to reach young people. That's sort of how we're built, which is great. Me as somebody who's not in the young adult demographic anymore, I love seeing young people come to church. But now increasingly more than ever, young people do not step into driving as early as they used to. They don't have cars as early as they used to. And so there's a lot of them who are just wanting to get connected. They're looking for that connection and trying to find it maybe at school or through other things, but not really having a way to do that with their church family. So that's a big need for us.
Yeah, and so in light of that, you guys are after getting some vans, right?
Yes, yeah. So the goal is to raise $20,000 to buy a shuttle, and we're working with APU so that we can actually pick up students on Sunday mornings and bring them to church. And it's a big need. And I mean, it's something that we get to see and identify. My friend Thomas, who serves in kids ministry, this week he walked to church because he had such a deep desire to be there. And man, he told us, he's like, no, nothing's going to stop me from being here. So shout out to Thomas. It's very cool.
Yeah, I love that. So in light of the fact that you're serving so many young adults, what would you say, like, even as a pastor, you're learning from them in terms of what they want out of a church community? Yeah, I mean, I love parachurch organizations. I love colleges, and they do a lot of really great stuff to meet young people where they are, but they are not the church. Right? They are not a body of believers who come together from different backgrounds, different ages, and display the unity that Christ wants us to display, right? That people should look at the church and say, what are all these different people doing gathering together? And the answer should be Jesus. And so really that's what we're after. We're after making sure that there's a way for people from all different walks to be able to engage in the church. And I think that that's what young people are after too. I've experienced that. I mean, you and I both know from leading young adult ministry that they don't want to be off and doing just their own thing and left alone, that they actually want to be a part of something bigger than themselves. And so this is kind of meeting the need that I think that Jesus highlights and also that they're feeling right now. So man, I love that. I love that. Yeah, as you mentioned, Griff and I both got I got my start here at Sandals, actually working alongside you and a few others. And I was just always just so surprised at the kinds of young adults who were coming to Sandals and the ways that God would just bless them for the sake of the church, and really empower them to serve well. And so I'm just curious, like, what has maybe just surprised you in this last season of pastoring at Azusa, specifically when you see kind of that next generation really growing into that role to serve and lead the church?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things is this weekend, as I was talking about our Giving Tuesday goal from stage, I looked up and I realized that every single person serving on production for us was in the youth and young adult range. Like, they were all the only young adults were the guy who's leading production for us, and then it was all youth. And I was thinking, man, we had to actually our youth leader actually drove and picked those students up so they could make it to serve in production that morning. And I thought they're literally making a way for people to engage with the gospel, for people to worship their God. They're laying the foundation for our services. And that's just one thing. I mean, I could tell you, you know me, dude. I'm a yapper, bro. I could yap forever about what young people are doing in the city of Azusa and at our campus, but that's a huge one, man.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. If you don't know, Griff has been at Sandals Church for a long time, since his younger years. And one of his many gifts, in addition to yapping, is actually skateboarding. And so we got this video that we'd love for you to check out, because you'll be surprised to see what Pastor Griff can do on 4 wheels.
Oh, sick. Okay.
Hi guys, my name's Griffin. I like to skateboard to stay fit.
One of the reasons why I really love skateboarding is because it's a great way, not for me to just challenge myself physically, but also mentally. Because I have to think about what I'm doing at all times, I have to stay aware of everything that's going on around me, and I gotta stay safe. So one of the most important things is to always be thinking whenever I'm on my skateboard. In the same way, skateboarding is like our physical walk, because we always have to be aware of our surroundings. One of the most important things to do is to stay above reproach. That means not putting yourself in any bad situations that won't glorify God. You always want to be glorifying God in everything that you say, think, and do. So whenever you're going out throughout life, you want to look around for any warning signs, any bad situations that you might be getting into that won't make God look good. All right, guys, while I stay mentally aware while I'm skateboarding, I want you guys to stay mentally aware in your walk with Christ.
Yo, I love seeing some of that old footage. But I gotta tell you, one of my first questions is like, can you still skate like that?
Hey, look, if we hit our goal this year, I'll put out another skate video part for Sandals Church, I promise, okay? It may only show it like Azusa, but I'll do one, man.
I love it. Well, man, listen, in your time at Sandals, as I mentioned, you've been here for a long time. What's been maybe one of the most rewarding parts of your job? Because I know you started doing various things, and one of them was with our Sandals Church Woodcrest. So kind of, as you take a step back, what's been something that's really just been a gift to you through this work?
Man, when you start at a church as a young person and you stay for a long time, you have some longevity, you get to actually see the fruit of your labor, and you get to see God move through people that you would have never expected for him to move through. You get to see God show up as, when I was doing kids ministry, I've done weddings for some of those kids now that are in their 20s and almost 30s. And really, that's been such a huge blessing to me, is just, that's my message to young adults. Like, if you plant your roots in the church, if you start serving, if you become a part of this church, which is what we're trying to do with this shuttle, make a way for young people to be a part of the church, you get to see things, you get to see God do things that you would have never expected before.
I love that. I love that. Yeah, and so, man, I want to take a second just to say thank you for coming through today. Yeah. I know Azusa is quite the drive all the way here to Sandals Church Hunter Park, but it's great to see you and connect with you.
Likewise.
If you guys would like to be a part of what Sandals Church Azusa is doing, we would love for you to do a few things. Number one, pray for them. Pray for Pastor Griff and the community that they're serving. To find out more about their story and their church community, you can go to sandalschurch.com/GivingTuesday. And while you're at it, let's check out a quick update from our Sandals Church Woodcrest campus. Oh, all right. That's coming to me. We're checking in on all of the amazing things happening at our Woodcrest campus this Giving Tuesday. Their goal was actually to raise $101,000 to invest in the future of the Sandals Kids building that they're looking to put up. And man, this was not just about a coat of paint or a fresh coat of paint or anything like that, but they're really looking to create new spaces and something that they can be using for the next 10 years. We are refurbishing these places and excited to see what happens with that. And so quick little drum roll on what we've been able to raise so far. And they are actually, check this out, y'all, 100% raised, which is incredible. Yeah, that is just actually...
That's amazing,
That's pretty incredible, man. So, don't give to them anymore. I'm just kidding. But if you actually love to hear about their story, there is some really beautiful work that's been going on there. If you don't know, they've had just barrier after barrier when it's come to getting their work done. And so, honestly, just to kind of sit and hear that right now is just astounding. But you can find out more about their story at sandalschurch.com/GivingTuesday to be a part of what's happening there with Woodcrest and their next generation of people who are going to be following Jesus. Because again, every gift, whether it's big or small, makes a significant difference. And so I want to let you know, coming up in our broadcast, we will be hearing more about the incredible projects that we are raising money for this year. But for now, let's take a look back at some of our top 10 TikToks.
But I know for me, my husband and I have had so many conversations about our daughter, and I said, as she steps into these years of puberty and dating and having crushes, you have to remain present. That's where you need to press in. Like the reminder of her value and importance, I want her to hear it from you, because I think you get to a point with girls, you're like, mom says I'm pretty and whatever because she's my mom. Yeah. But to hear it from a father and your parents being unified in this communication is so important to just continue to reinforce that truth. Doesn't mean you're going to get perfect results, but I think keeping that in mind and being on the same page, I think speaks volumes to the child.
Yeah. And let me just say this, some of you guys.
Listen to your wife.
You know, oftentimes women see some things in us we don't see in ourselves, positive and negatively. And early on, a lot of what Tammy was saying, I wrote off as crazy, wrong, ridiculous, or overly emotional. And what she was saying was some things in my life that I needed to hear. And I needed to hear it from her. And I just would encourage you, listen to your spouse. This is the most important person in your life. And if they're challenging you, be up for the challenge. Don't run from the challenge and run off to some other person that continues the lie, because often that's what divorce is. We just save our issues for the next relationship because we didn't deal with them in this relationship. Some of you parents, you constantly get involved with every single conflict. And one of the reasons our millennials are having such a hard time with life is they didn't learn to navigate conflict with each other, because we navigated it. We dealt with it rather than letting them learn to deal with it. Okay? You and I, we thought playground was hell when we grew up. That was actually formative. It was helpful. You see, you need to learn to survive the playground to survive life. Turns out dodgeball is helpful, not hateful. If you gain tons of weight and you're not healthy and you smoke and you never exercise, there's a consequence that's coming. And it's not God's fault when your body falls apart. It's not. And let me tell you something. Listen to me, old people. I'm right there with you. The older you get, the more control you have to take over your physical health. Okay, when you're young, you can be stupid, but not forever, because it will catch up to you. Let me tell you something. The most dangerous thing to your children is your parenting. You know what's probably going to destroy your kids? All of your brokenness that you've never dealt with. I look at my adult children, it's like a mirror. Oh yeah, I recognize that dysfunction. I recognize that brokenness. I see that sin. I just tell my kids the first 10 counseling sessions, it's on dad. It's on dad. When our oldest daughter, our first teenager, we didn't know what we were doing, right? And just tell your kids that. We don't know what we're doing. And your oldest kid, you're just practicing, man. We're going to make all our mistakes on you so the ones behind you have a better life. And I was disciplining our oldest daughter, and she's an amazing woman. And I said this, I said, Madison, there's nothing you could ever do that would make me not love you. And some of you remember this. Only a teenager can do this. Looked right at me and said, what if I don't love you? Amen? Anybody feeling the power of God right now? But praise God, I felt the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit spoke through me, and I said, Madison, my love for you is not dependent upon your love for me. I walked out of the bedroom and cried because she hurt me. And I heard the voice of the Lord say, and now you know how I feel about you. I think we tell our kids the wrong things. And I think we tell kids the wrong things. We tell kids, don't do drugs because they're bad. I think we need to be more honest. We need to say, don't do drugs because you might love it more than anything else. And that's what happens to people. Great moms, great dads, great kids, great futures. And they take this drug. I've never felt this good, and I love this, and I want this more than anything else on earth. And I'll neglect my studies, my responsibilities, my relationships. I will sell myself, offer myself, because I love this drug. That's what we need to tell our kids. You might love it. I can't tell you how many times I've met somebody and they said, I did drugs and I've never felt so good. And then they spend the rest of their life chasing that, no matter how bad it makes them feel. You see, it offers an escape, right? Freedom, but it creates a prison. That's why Jesus said, whomever the Son sets free is free indeed. The number one issue, and every social study on this is revealing, we're not raising good kids in America because we don't know how to discipline. Yes. Our school systems, education is a disaster because we're not disciplining kids. We're making excuses for behavior, and we're not allowing them to experience consequence. Yeah. And so it affects kids long term because they don't know how to deal with consequence, disappointment. They don't develop grit. And so because God loves us, right, he allows us to do that. The book of Hebrews says God disciplines those he loves. What happens to children, especially males, in a home where they don't have a father is they have lots of problems and lots of issues. And this isn't religious, this isn't race-based, this is just reality. The reality is when you don't have, that couple that's fixed in there, all the research is coming out. You guys know what makes a mom a great mom? A healthy, stable dad. What makes a woman be a fantastic mother is when she doesn't have to worry about rent. She doesn't have to worry about safety. She doesn't have to worry about when she can take all of those things off her plate and devote her attention to being a mom, she's fantastic. When she has to become the dad and she's the provider and she's the security guard and the disciplinarian and all of those things happen, guess what happens when you spend multiple plates? Dishes drop. It's important that as a society we engage in relationships of permanence. Couples, when you're fighting, just remember, man, you only have so much time to love each other. One of these days, you're going to have to say goodbye. And you know what? In funeral after funeral after funeral, nobody says, I wish we would have fought more. I've never heard a wife from the grave scream, underwear on the floor! Never. All those things. I remember when we buried my grandfather, I stood with my grandmother over his casket, and she looked at me and she said, I'm so sorry. And I said, for what, Grandma? And she said, I was so critical of him while he was alive. And I miss him terribly now that he's dead. And she said this, I wish I could say I was sorry. That's pretty real. You know what she's sorry for? All the time and all the moments she killed. Because you don't get those back.
Fredo, as much as I hate to admit that I love TikTok, I love TikTok, and those clips were so good.
They were.
It is so amazing to see how many of them either got hundreds or thousands or millions of views.
Yeah, I love just to know that each and every week we're able to produce content, whether it's stuff that we create on the side or they're clips from sermons, like a lot of what we just saw, and just see how God might use that in a way to connect with someone who's just scrolling on their phone, man. It's amazing to see each and every week the way, our content connects with people. And so if you'd like to support that kind of work, that's the work that me and my team actually get to do that we're oftentimes most proud of because we're surprised constantly at what takes off and how people respond, then I would love to invite you to go to sandalschurch.com/support to help your boy out with the work we're doing there.
Yes. And now, speaking of people who are working behind the scenes, we would love to introduce you to someone who's not only incredibly special to us here, but who works diligently behind the scenes on Sandals Church Online, the team that Fredo works with. She is wholeheartedly both tender and tough, and one of the wisest people you will probably ever meet. Her name is Trisha Higgins, and she leads our online soul care ministry, and she walks people through some of the most pivotal moments in their spiritual journey. Here is a look into her experience through the perspective of those who have worked closest with her over the years. Take a look.
Hi, Trisha. It's so good to see you.
Hi, Morgan. It's always great to see you.
Hey, so you've been our online soul care lead for 4-ish years. Can you walk us through how you first got invested in soul care and even what that is?
So I was in the very first class that Dan Crowley and Josh Vanderveen did, and it was 14 weeks of training. And then I've just moved around. I was on staff for soul care for a while. I've filled a variety of soul care positions, whether it be overseeing all the campuses and training the new leads, or just kind of doing training, and then ultimately now I'm doing the online.
I love that. Can you also walk through what soul care is for the person that might not know?
at the very beginning, basic. It was 2 basic things. And I really strongly feel it's the basis for today as well. And it is drawing people out of isolation and into a closer relationship with Jesus Christ. And we simply do that by being present with them and by listening to them. We want people to draw closer to the Lord, not to us as soul care guides, but as to the Lord, as they should. Making a connection with someone online is more difficult. It is possible because I've done it, but it does make it more difficult. And I want them to get connected with a physical group of people that are Christ followers. So that requires a lot of research on my part to make connections and find out that I'm leading them in the right direction. And that's usually by speaking to the pastor of a church locally to them or an associate pastor to find out, what do you guys believe? And if they really are going to be a good hand off, so to speak, where they will continue with their walk with the Lord and continue getting closer to the Lord.
That's awesome. I love that idea of contextualizing, whether it's in another country or it's another community, and talking to a local church there. It's just a way that, like, you go above and beyond to help pass that baton well. I'm thoughtful of some specific scenarios that you and I have talked about over the last year or so, of how you've ministered to someone online and how even at times that's led to a physical way of blessing somebody. Are there any stories you'd feel comfortable sharing or fond memories that you have?
Single mom in Apple Valley that had been helped by a nonprofit to escape an abusive relationship with her 3 daughters who were very young, and finding out that they were all sleeping in one bed, or some of them sleeping on the floor, the children sleeping on the floor, broke my heart. Absolutely broke my heart. And I thought, we absolutely have to do something to help this family. And I was able to actually connect with someone that I had known and have known for many, many years, who is the president of the Lions Club out in that area. And so I was able to get them to accept the delivery of what we had ordered. And thankfully, it was very reasonable. And because we're very, very cautious about how we donate to people, we have the funds to be able to do this. And so they were able to accept it. They were able to take it over to her home, put it together, and it opened up the future for that family to be cared for by this Lions Club, where they were going to get them meals, Christmas gifts, and an ongoing ministry that they could continue. So that one really, really touched my heart, that we were able to, from all over, come together and get them what they needed. And I knew that they were sleeping in their beds with really cute comforters, and just wonderful, because they were young girls. Yeah.
Trisha, is there anything else you would like to share about soul care online here at Sandals Church?
There is, actually. I would love to see more folks step out of their comfort zone and take the training. Whether they use it in soul care or not, it is an absolutely excellent way to learn how to listen. We think we're listening, and we're not, because we're planning what we're going to say next while they're talking. Well, you can't hear the Holy Spirit when you're doing that. So I would love for more people just to willingly take the soul care training. It will benefit them in their personal relationships, in their friendships, in their ministries. And if they're so led, join the soul care team at your church, because I know they can use the help. But it's an amazing way to refocus and live your life.
Beautiful. Well said. Well, I just want to say thank you, Trisha. You have served the church so well in every season. You are loved by many, and we love you so much. Thank you so much for all that you do.
You're very welcome. It's a joy and an honor.
Imagination
Alrighty, friends,
Hub
let's talk about
project
what's
at
happening
Anaheim
over at our
is one
East
that
Valley
we have
campus.
been imagining for a long time, and we have.
Okay. All right, friends, let's talk about what's happening over at our East Valley campus. They have set an incredible Giving Tuesday goal to raise $125,000 for what they're calling the park at EV. Now, this isn't just any playground. This is a commercial-grade play space designed for kids of all ages. Think swings, slides, monkey bars, a gaga ball pit, and if you don't know what that is, you can Google it later, and even a fenced-in area for the little ones. Here's why this project matters. The park at EV isn't just for Sunday mornings. It's actually a space where families can come and connect and build community and create long-lasting memories all week long. It's about making East Valley campus a hub for the whole community, a place where kids can play and families can gather together. So far, they have raised 68% of their goal, and it is so exciting to see that vision coming to life. But there's still more work to do, and to make that happen, if you are passionate about creating spaces where these kids can play and where families can thrive, you can go to sandalschurch.com/Giving Tuesday and select our East Valley campus to give towards that project. Every dollar that you give towards the park at EV counts. To give, again, go to sandalschurch.com/support or sandalschurch.com/Giving Tuesday and select our East Valley campus. Up next, we'll be joined by Pastor Moreno from our Anaheim campus to talk about their need for more space for their kids, for their youth, and for their young adults, all of which are booming ministries at their campus. But we got the opportunity to actually sit down with one of their staff members, Janelle, from the Anaheim campus, to give a special update about a special need for Giving Tuesday that will hope solve a problem that they're having.
The Imagination Hub project at Anaheim is one that we have been imagining for a long time, and we have so many creative and different learning styles of our kids on our Anaheim campus that we want to create a space that when they come in on a Sunday morning to learn about all the stories in the Bible, to learn about who God created them to be, and to learn about how much Jesus loves them. We want to create a space that they can learn through physical activity, through music, through their artistic ability, and just really a space they can be hands-on and fully know and learn who God created them to be. I think that the Imagination Hub is going to impact our campus greatly. I think about my own son who, he's there for 3 services because his mom works there and his dad volunteers, and he is a different style learner, and for him, he needs the constant physical. He needs to be constantly challenged in different ways, and I see that in a lot of our kids, and I think that that's just going to create a space where our kids will feel comfortable and they will get to come and know how loved they are. And the hope is that they leave on a Sunday and carry that with them throughout the week, and that they know that they're cherished and seen, I think is one of the biggest things. So I think when parents drop their kids off at church, and this is churches across the board, I think it's especially when you're new, it's overwhelming. It can be like, who are all these kids running around and screaming and having fun? And we want to create this space to be able to cater to those that maybe need a little extra time getting used to the bigger classroom, feeling comfortable around new people, and maybe introducing them to different things within the Imagination Hub that they're like, oh, I love doing that. Okay, I feel comfortable. Let me go walk over there and draw a picture. Or that music wall is super cool. Let's go see what that's all about. And so just, whatever the space is going to end up looking like, just having those tools for them to be able to instantly feel comfortable on our campus, and that their parents feel comfortable because they're not walking away from their kid upset when they drop them off for service. I see a need on our campus for parents to feel supported and for parents to feel seen and we don't want to be the church that has to call a parent every service because their kid is bored or their kid is acting out. And so the Imagination Hub, we're hoping that will provide a space that parents can enjoy service. And it is the one space that if their kid is in a different space of learning, it's the one place that they can feel comfortable that their kid is happy, is safe, and that they can enjoy service. They can listen to a Sunday sermon, and they can learn how to best live and be Christians and follow what God is wanting them to do, and then be able to take that home because they were able to sit through the sermon. So I think it's this all-encompassing benefit for our campus to not only benefit the kid in, helping them see who they were created to be, but then also helping the parents feel supported and seen and learn how to be Christian parents and then take that home with them. So for me, on a personal level, the Imagination Hub, I think of, so recently my middle daughter, she's a 6th grader, and she was just accepted into the GATE program. And as a parent, we have to go through the, parent meetings to learn what the GATE program is. And so as I'm sitting through it, I'm watching all these slides and listening to the instructor, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I personally would have benefited so much from being in a GATE program where it's a lot of focus is on creativity. And unfortunately, I didn't get that opportunity, but I get to see my daughter go through that and step into that space. And so I want to be able to bring things like that to Anaheim through the Imagination Hub so that we can cultivate that space for kids to discover really who God created them to be and how they are best learners, how they can use their creativity to their strengths, how they operate as humans. I think that we definitely have the resources and the people available we have so many creatives, kids, adults, all these things on our campus that we just have the opportunity to really, really show kids and love on them in that way. Supporting the Imagination Hub at our Anaheim campus means supporting the next generation. It's supporting our kids in a space where they get to learn and know and truly take in how God loves them and how Jesus is with them through all of it. And I think that support and just that space that we're wanting to create is going to greatly impact a lot of our kids, and with the hope that they grow up knowing they don't have to go into their teens and young adult years trying to discover in an outside world. They will know from what we have taught them through the Imagination Hub. Anaheim families, we love you guys so much, and we are so excited to be able to partner with you guys and your kids to be able to create this Imagination Hub. So would you consider giving and supporting this space that we get to create for our campus and for you and for any future families to come?
Hi guys, welcome back, and we are joined today by a very special guest, Pastor Moy from our Sandals Church Anaheim campus. Pastor Moy, thank you so much for being here today.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Yes,
it's exciting.
Of course. We are so excited to talk to you today about the incredible work just that Sandals is doing in the community of Anaheim. And specifically today, we're here to raise money for an important project, one that's all about nurturing and growing the next generation of people that are coming up in the Anaheim community. Moy, can you tell us a little bit more about the vision for this project and kind of what it is?
Yeah, absolutely. So Sandals Anaheim is just a special place. It's located in a special place. It's a neighborhood. Years and years and years ago, when it used to be Crescent Baptist, it was a neighborhood church, and people would walk to church on Sundays, you know. And so as the years have passed, and many years, 40, 45 years have passed, it just changed, right? And so Crescent just began to get smaller and smaller. And so when we took over at Sandals Anaheim, that was just, we would just pray and ask God that He would bring people. And so as we jumped into the schools, as we jumped in with the different Anaheim community, things that are happening with Love Anaheim and the different organizations, it's been 4 years now just trying to connect with that neighborhood. And in the last year, we've had people that are walking to church now. Like,
oh my gosh,
they live in the area.
Yeah.
They're literally walking to church. At one point, you know, we were freaking out about parking because a lot of our campuses don't have great parking. But there's so many people that are able to just walk onto campus. And so as we're growing, our youth is growing, our kids are growing. We went from 4 years ago when Crescent was there. They had, I think, one youth kid. And so fast forward to 4 years, now we have over 100 kids on that campus every week.
That's so
and
cool.
So we're blessed to have them, but we need to take care of them. And we want to create a space that will just allow them to grow in a safe environment. And it's not just about the rooms and the walls and making it look pretty, but it's about just creating an atmosphere where they're going to feel the opportunity to listen to what it is that can change their lives forever. And we've been given the gift of being able to love on them and share that with them. And now you guys have an opportunity to jump in and be a part of that and just give from your heart in a huge way to help make that happen.
Yeah. So that is so exciting. It's really cool to hear how much your campus has grown over the past 4 years since you guys have launched, and just kind of where God has been able to take the community, just even full circle of bringing people back to walking to church. What a fun and cool experience and thing that you get to see. Specifically with this Giving Tuesday project, what kind of changes are you hoping to make at your campus?
Yeah, we're going to be upgrading a couple of our youth spaces, creating just a space for our youth to be able to have events and worship and have their own place, a place to belong. For our kids, we'll be creating some really cool, neat spaces and rooms that will just be catered to their needs. And a cool little theater. We've outgrown some of our rooms. And one thing about Anaheim is we do have space. And so it's just an opportunity for us to make those spaces look great and inviting and welcoming for them. So we're asking for the goal. Some would say is a big goal. Others would say it's just a drop in the bucket when it comes to the resources that God has. But we're asking for $20,000 to help make that happen. Along with that is some of the work that we've been doing through the years with the community and just loving on our schools and feeding them and just coming alongside with them, collaborating and helping them with their events that they do throughout the year. And so using some of those funds to just be a blessing for the city of Anaheim. So that's where that's going.
That's really cool. $20,000 is definitely a really big goal, but I do believe that that God will do work in Anaheim. It's already evident that He is doing work in Anaheim, and it's just what a beautiful way to invest in the future of both the kids that are currently coming to Sandals Church Anaheim, but even the potential for those that will come in the future. So thank you so much again just for sharing your heart with us, and thank you all for watching at home. Whether you are able to give $5 or $50 or anything above or what the Lord is leading you to, every gift counts. It really does. We don't say that lightly. Every gift really, really does count. And it all adds up to make an incredible difference. So let's all come together and help our Sandals Church Anaheim campus continue its mission to support the next generation of leaders and disciples and community members. So to do that, you can go to sandalschurch.com/Giving Tuesday. Moy, any final words for the viewers?
Just thank you guys so much for coming alongside and helping us reach this goal. Also, if I'm supposed to say this or not, but we're every dollar that you give goes double. And so we've had some lead gifts and some matching dollars. And so if you're thinking 25, you're really giving 50.
That's incredible.
And if you're thinking 100, you're really giving 200.
Yeah.
And so we're matched in that way. And so just want to encourage you guys to jump in and help us reach that goal. And why not blow it out of the park? We've got the capacity to do that. I know you guys can do that. Let's do it together.
Yeah. And again, every dollar does count. Again, whether it's, like Moy said, $1, $5, $50, whatever you feel like giving today, the campus 100% appreciates it from the bottom of their hearts. Coming up in our broadcast, we actually will have the opportunity to hear from our Pastor Rocky Stone from Sandals Church Menae about their Giving Tuesday project. So don't go anywhere. But right now, take a look at this video from Pastor Matt Brown.
All right, Matt, you ready?
Hold on, I want to give my life to Fredo. I mean, Jesus.
Perfect timing. Perfect timing. All right, real with others in 3.
We are all becoming something. And one of the things that we need to ask ourselves is, who am I becoming? One of the things that's so important to the Christian life is, am I becoming real with others? Look, you have to admit, as we experience life in this digital age, we got friends on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. We're in relationships with people all over the world digitally. But who are we in relationship with in reality? Look, let's be honest. Digital relationships are easier because we don't have to actually deal with people face to face. But what you and I need is real relationships with people face to face. So why don't we have these relationships? People are hard. I don't know about you, but I've spent a whole day with myself and I'm super irritated. And that's because I'm hard to deal with, even if it's just me. So you multiply that by 2, 3, 4, 5, your family, your husband, your wife, your kids, your coworkers. People are difficult to deal with. And so what we do is we pull back and we isolate. The Bible says, he who isolates himself seeks his own desire. One of the core spiritual formation truths that you need to know as a Christian is oftentimes your deepest desires are your largest demons. And so we just have to just throw that out there, that oftentimes one of the things God is trying to save us from is ourselves. And so I need real community. So when we were talking about a real relationship with God, I quoted 1 John 1:9. If we confess our sins to one another, we are whole and healed. And if we confess our sins to God, he cleanses us of all unrighteousness. So I just merged the verse there. Now I want to talk about, so why don't you feel better? Why don't you feel different? Why can't you get rid of that habit, that sin, that struggle? Every time you go to God and it doesn't change, it's because we need other people. We need other people. And so James says in James 5:16, confess your sins one to another. Listen to this, so that you may be whole and healed. I need dynamic, real relationships with real people where I can tell them what's really going on. And when I look at somebody face to face and I make eye contact and I say, look, here's what I did. And I hear them say, I love you, I forgive you, and I release you from the sin. It is a powerful, powerful tool. The greatest gift Jesus gave you and me is authentic community. I started this church called Sandals, and here's what you just need to know. I was a soccer player my whole life, and my family didn't have a lot of money, and so sometimes I played this year's soccer in last year's cleats. And so my feet were bigger than my shoes, and so my toes got really ugly and my feet were really gross. And I would only wear sandals in front of somebody that I was really, really confident in. And the reason I picked the name Sandals was because I wanted people to see the very ugliest part of my life and still love me. And so I named it Sandals Church. And then I found this verse in Romans 10:15. Listen to this. How beautiful are the feet of those that bring good news, even ugly soccer player feet. And so here's the thing. If somebody can't love you in spite of what you've done, they don't really love you. God loves you. He sent his son to die for you on the cross. And we need a radical Christian community where we can share the very worst of us and experience the best of each other. That's why the vision of real is being so important. Jesus didn't come for you to play more religious games. He came for you to stop playing them and to walk into the truth. So let me encourage you, press into real relationships with people that love you, who will not only hold you accountable, but will hold you when you've not been accountable, and will embrace you and just say, look, I hear what you're saying. I'm sorry this is what you did. But when you confess it, that they would just be like Jesus and say, look, I forgive you. The Lord forgives you. Because 1 John 1:9 says, when we confess,
he forgives. And that's the radical truth we not only need to live in as individuals, but we need to live in as friends. This is what the church is supposed to be, a place where we experience radical grace, not only for ourselves, but for each other. Think about somebody thought that's what we need to spend money on.
Oh, now the bar's complete. You know?
Hi, everyone, and welcome back. And no, you have not jumped back in time. You are both seeing McKay and I again. McKay is back with us in the studio, and we just couldn't get enough of you, so we're here to ask you more things about online youth.
You know, I appreciate the sentiment. I don't believe you, but yeah.
Hurts, McKay.
Glad to be
That
back.
hurts.
Been running around trying to help behind the scenes a little bit, and yeah, had to jump back in.
Nice. Okay, cool. Well, so we talked a little bit earlier about online youth, how you're creating spaces for students online, whether they're close to a Sandals Church location or maybe even a little bit farther to where they can't get to a location, and just about the Discord and how you're connecting them together. So when it comes to seeing students on fire for the Lord, what do you think is happening maybe behind the scenes, or when it comes to our church? Like, what else can we offer those students that are watching online and maybe they have the sermon and worship, but maybe they're looking for something a little bit more?
Yeah, what's crazy is, I mean, I remember being in high school, and as much as I was on fire and had faith then, there's always the peer pressure of high school. Like, no one ever likes to go back to that time because you just feel the pressure everywhere. But one of the things I am seeing with a lot of students is the ones that feel a call to ministry, that want to serve and do that, feel a legitimate and like authentic way of like wanting to step into those spaces.
Yeah.
So naturally, as our campuses are moving to some campus autonomy, some shifting approaches to how we do teaching and stuff like that, all of our youth leads now have the opportunity to teach live each week. Naturally, that means I lean into teaching some of the online content, but one of my hopes as an online youth lead is identifying the students that want to serve in some of these spaces, that want to lean into that capacity. So over the last 6 months, as we've approached this live teaching content, I've had 2 different students kind of step into these spaces and teach videos on our online platforms.
That's awesome.
You can go to Sandals Church Youth on YouTube and see these videos. I had a video I made for this. Unfortunately, it's not working, but there's a 12th grade student by the name of Delaney that I've had the opportunity to work with, and she was someone I identified that was on fire, is living out her faith and is ministering to students at her school. She leads, her school calls it multiply groups, very similar to like Christian Club, but just a little bit different of a focus. And she stepped into a leading role with our Palm Avenue lead, Joel Frank, at her school to like minister to her friends. She's brought people to church, not just on Wednesday nights, but on Sundays as well, and is just caring for her peers so well in ways that actually lead to transformation. Like I shared earlier in the broadcast, they want to see their friends actually owning and living the things that they say, and Delaney's a perfect example of that. She was in our series, We Are SCY, every year. Around August, September, at the beginning of like the school year, we have generally a vision casting series for our youth students of what it means to be in Sandals Church Youth. And I had her teach on what it means to invite someone into church and to disciple and lead them. And she killed it. She did such a great job. She showed me her notes. She had like pages and pages of notes. She did all of the studying and research that she needed to jump into it, and it was just awesome.
Yeah, that's so cool. Watch out, Pastor Matt. You maybe have a new pastor coming through. That is so cool to hear that there are students and young people that are still out there that are really wanting to still be in ministry. It's a lot easier to pick a different vocation. That's a lot easier to chase after money or fame or anything else that the world really likes to feed us. But the fact that we have people in our church, youth students specifically, that are wanting to be in ministry and be the next generation that helps bring up the church and bring about change, it's just so inspiring to hear, and I love that so much. Alongside teaching, what types of things are we developing in terms of maybe like an online Bible study for youth students, or alongside of the Discord? Do you have any other plans for that kind of thing?
Yeah. So naturally, there's a lot of different ways to approach some of these things. Earlier, I think through like September and October, I did a 6-week study with 2 students that are farther from Sandals, Aiden and Christian. We just did chapter by chapter through Ephesians. And I think it was great. It was very similar, very kind of similar to like, hey, we're just going to read this together and talk about it, you know. I would ask them questions. Sometimes they would have deep thoughts. Other times they'd be like, yeah, anyway, here's what's going on. So it's just kind of embracing that middle ground of like teenagers. They want to know, they're asking me questions about this, but if I'm not invested in what's going on in their Rocket League team or in their sports events or their theater and music program, like you have to find both of those spaces, which is such a unique opportunity for students. Is for millennials, maybe Gen X and baby boomers, you're either in person or online. There's very few people that cross over.
Yeah.
This next generation of students, they are in both. Like I shared earlier today, if your in-person experience is great, but you have nowhere for them to connect digitally with these people, you might lose them. And it's not the blanket statement for everybody, but they want both of those spaces where they can attend and worship and be around their friends, but they also want to show off the things that they're doing at their church, the ways that they're serving. Pastor Griff was on earlier talking about his production leads at Azusa. The Azusa students were some of the first ones I met as an online youth lead. And all of them dive in deep to, they serve, they post about serving, they invite their friends to church. And ultimately one of my hopes as a youth lead is to identify the ones that might be called into vocational ministry, you know, serving the church for a long period of time. But I also want them to understand that regardless of you are on staff at a church or not, your whole life is ministry. We have a powerful, powerful story in the gospel that is going to offer hope and transformation and life change for so many people that need it. And sure, getting to work at church is great. I love working at Sandals Church, but your whole life, you're going to be ministering to people everywhere. And so if I can identify the students now that have those keys, I can say like, hey, maybe this is your space, but you might also be ministering to your people at Microsoft or Starbucks, wherever you end up working within those two spectrums.
Two very different ends of the spectrum,
spectrums of jobs. There's always someone around you that needs to hear the gospel, and we have the power to share that.
Yeah. That is so cool. Thank you again just for coming back on and for helping us out and telling people a little bit more about Sandals Church Online. And again, if at any point today you feel moved by something that you hear or want to give to maybe your specific campus or maybe even Sandals Church Online, you can head to sandalschurch.com/givingtuesday, select the campus that you want to give towards or the project that you're feeling called to give towards, and you can complete your gift there today. And again, we appreciate every single gift that comes in today. Up next, we're going to help you visualize just how important a bathroom upgrade is. Sorry, that's why I stumble a little bit, because it's a little odd thing to say. We're going to have a fun little skit coming up from our Menae campus team, so take a look at this video.
Hello, Sharks. My name is Rocky. I'm David. And together, we are Team Toilet. Today, we're here to solve a problem that every churchgoer has faced. It's Baptism Sunday. The band is in their groove. The Spirit is moving. Pastor Matt is preaching an amazing message.
But something else is moving too.
Your bowels.
So you dash out to the restroom only to find a line of shame.
Oh, I've been there. Exactly. That's why we're pitching the Divine Dump 2.0.
The key word in Divine Dump 2.0 is 2.0 because we will be doubling the amount of toilets that we have.
That's great, but are they eco-friendly? Like, are the toilets made of reclaimed wood?
It's a great idea. No, they aren't, but they are reclaimed souls friendly. Picture this. On Sundays, we can have people spending less time waiting in line for a toilet and more time hearing the Word of God.
Plus, we're introducing what we like to call the sermon streamer. Imagine this, you're in the restroom, in the stall, you're missing the message, and suddenly a screen pops up. You could connect onto it, you could hear and see the message and participate just like you would be if you were sitting in the seats in service.
So how does this make me money? Do I charge per flush?
That's a great question, Bobby. We thought of that too. We'll actually be increasing tithes thanks to our much happier attendees. And on top of that, think of all the branding opportunities we have. Sandals Soft, Grace, and Every Ply.
Not only that, but there are a lot of different ideas we have for branding. Let me give you a couple examples. First, we have Sandals Church Young Adults. One of their brands is Adulting is Hard. So is standing in line for the restroom. Sandals Church men, where are they? They're probably in the restroom on their phone scrolling. Lastly, Sandals Church women. We know that we say that women don't use the restroom, but can we be real? They absolutely do.
So what is your price tag for this operation?
We're seeking $20,000 for a 10% stake in the toilet team.
And we guarantee a return on your investment and on porcelain.
$20,000? I've seen churches struggle to raise $100 for a coffee pot.
But this could solve a real problem. If you've ever had to hold it through an altar call, you know how spiritual endurance can surely get tested.
Will it be accessible to our patio with the coffee cart and all that comes with that?
Absolutely. Double espressos, double toilets.
I'm in, but I'll give you $20,000, but I want 51% of the company, and I'm naming every toilet after me.
We're naming toilets after saints, not your ego.
I'm in too. I'll invest, but only if the toilet seats are biodegradable and heated.
Heated toilet seats. Did Jesus walk on warm water?
Maybe.
Okay, I'll offer $20,000 for 20%, but only if we pilot this on Easter Sunday.
Bobby, we're in.
Let's flush the competition.
I am joined now in the studio with our Menae campus pastor, Rocky Stone, who I might say is maybe one of the funniest pastors we have on staff and most unpredictable. Rocky, thanks for being with us. As we just got to see a hilarious little video you guys put together, kind of highlighting a real need that you have at Menae. So let's dive in, man. Talk about this project. What are you looking to raise money for?
Man, okay, well, first, can we go back to that video for a second?
Sure,
That video was so much fun to make. Tyler Bianco, who's one of the guys on our staff, on our team here, did an amazing job coming up with that script the last minute. And a bunch of our volunteers jumped in. And it was fun because one of them was like, I'm going to channel my inner Mark Cuban and just pull this off. And then we printed stuff up on the toilet paper to make it look different. And I can't believe that Sandals Church let me use so much potty humor. It has been so much fun. But yeah, I think we have the. It's so hard not to just like throw things in there, you know?
Yeah.
We have one of the most interesting projects at Sandals Church. We're trying to raise money to double our seating capacity for our restrooms. That's what we're trying to put people. Give more space to sit down.
I hear that, man. I hear that.
Oh man, you know it's one of the worst things when you come out of church or you walk out and it's already awkward, you know, if you have to go to the bathroom middle service and you walk out, but then you get in the lobby and there's a line because there's one toilet for the guys and one toilet for the girls.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we're trying to double that and just increase the capacity. And it's, it's the oddest thing to be raising money for, but it's also just such a practical need. Like this is something that we really, really need. I mean, our campus is, we've doubled in size in the last year.
It's incredible.
And so, but we haven't doubled in size toilet-wise. So we need more toilets. So that's what we're doing.
I love it. I love it, man. Yeah, nothing feels like more of a real need than when that caffeine hits me and I got to step out and use the restroom and if there's a line, this could be a problem. But I love it, man. I love your guys' approach to that. It is a very real need, and so I'm excited to see how God works through people and their generosity to make that happen. And so kind of in addition to that, you've been at Menae for a while now.
I have.
It's a unique place, that you guys have created, not just a space for people to come in and worship, but it really has become a home for a lot of people in the Menae and kind of greater Temecula area. And so I'd just love to know, what are some ways that maybe you've just been surprised by God in this last season of ministry as a pastor?
Man, I think so many things. I think first, just the willingness of God's people to jump in and do hard work. Like it amazes me. You know, you look at when you hire someone or you bring someone on staff, you have this expectation that they're going to work hard and they're going to do all these things. But what's blown me away over and over again is how many of our just regular volunteers who work full-time jobs, who have kids, who have successful careers and all these different things, how they're willing to not just put in time, but put in a ton of effort and energy for everything, from creating a bathroom to we had to fix a waistline last week. That was fun. We got a lot of toilet problems at our campus. You know, or even just, you know, sitting somebody going through a difficult situation. It's just been absolutely incredible, man, seeing how many people are willing to jump in. And Menae is one of our unique campuses in that we didn't merge with another church.
That's right.
So we're one of the very few that are like a church plant. And so we didn't have that built-in, you know, Sandals DNA and, you know, 300 or 400 people. We started with a lot of people that were like, hey, I've never heard of Sandals Church. What is this? Yeah. And it's been really neat. So yeah, we've been there 5 years. My family and I, we moved there 5 years ago. Man. We moved there the week before we launched the campus. And yeah, that was
sounds
not
like rocky timing.
Was not the best planning.
Yeah.
But man, it's just God has done so many things from the generosity of the people, the willingness for them to jump in, and then I love it. You know, we get friends, family from all of the other campuses, and they'll come out and they'll, you know, spend a week with us, spend a day with us at the campus, and they're like, man, you know, one, it's the smallest campus, like physically. You know, we're like 6,800 square feet. It's tiny, but we've got a lot of people there. We've got 4 services, and what I hear people say all the time is, man, like it just feels like home. And I love that. I think it's a mix of it feels like Sandals, right? It's like wherever you go, it feels like you're at home, you're at church, but also just the personality of the campus is very warm, you know? So I love it. I love that we're there. I love what God is doing there. I love we get to be a part of it. And I'm excited, not just for a bathroom project, but to see people be more comfortable and to see the facilities work better for the community so that people don't come and, you know, I mean, can you imagine if you come to church every week and every week you have to wait in the line for a bathroom? Oh, man. You might start.
You missed the message.
Yeah. So.
I love that.
Yeah,
I love
those
that.
are things.
Something too that's kind of happening at Menae is just their growth. You guys have seen more and more people coming. You've begun a Sunday evening service and just got to see how God's been at work in a community of people who maybe can't make it to a morning, so they come to the night. So anything to highlight from the evening service?
Matt, I love that you brought that up. The evening service has been really, really cool. It's something we're still playing with. We haven't found the perfect groove for it yet. Okay. But really, we started off wanting to create something new, something unique. And just the bare honest truth is we're just running out of room. You know, our room seats like 160 people, and we've got 500 people on a weekend. We're just out of room, you know. So we decided to start a Sunday PM service, and we thought the catch would be that it was something unique and something different. And we've learned that actually the catch is that people have busy lives. We've got people that are, you know, coaching their kids' softball team, their t-ball team, their football team, people that are first responders that are out working Sunday mornings. And so what I love is what we started to realize is that we are one of the few churches in Menae. We're the only one on Sunday night that has a church service that people could go to who cannot otherwise attend a Sunday morning service. And so I feel like we've really found that sweet spot, and now it's just making sure that it fits the needs of that unique community, right? All of our first responders, all of our retail workers that are working Sunday mornings, like what do they need from a church service? Because they're not getting anywhere else. And so I feel like we've just positioned to really create something, not even like unique, I don't want to use that word, but something that's for them, you know, in a place where it feels like nothing else is for them. So.
Yeah. So listen, if you're watching and you or someone you know needs an evening service, I can't think of a better place in that area of town than Sandals Church Menae. And so, to find more about them, you can follow them along on Instagram, Sandals Church Menae. Go to sandalschurch.com to get their service times. Also, if you want to be a part of the project that they're doing to help bring more restrooms, please visit sandalschurch.com/Giving Tuesday. Find their campus. And man, Rocky, just thank you so much for joining us and be a part of Giving Tuesday here at Sandals Church. It was a pleasure to catch up with you, man. So
thank you.
Up next, we get to hear from Pastor Dan Zimbardi about how important it is for Sandals Church to remain flexible while meeting the needs of the communities that we serve. But as a reminder, I want us just to take a look at a recap of what we were actually able to do last winter to help a community that had some dire needs. So let's take a look at that.
In February and March of 2023, the San Bernardino mountain community faced one of the most extreme winter storms in its history. Snowfall reached up to 11 feet in some areas, trapping residents in their homes and cutting off access to basic necessities like food, medicine, and other critical supplies. The scale of the storm and the resulting isolation left the community in desperate need.
In response, Sandals Church took immediate action. Partnering with Operation Mountain Strong, we mobilized relief efforts to reach stranded residents. Volunteers and staff began delivering essential supplies through snow-covered roads and setting up systems to identify and support the most isolated households.
As the physical relief efforts unfolded, our digital media and online campus teams got together to think through how they could help offer support in a unique way, one that would bring connection and hope to these communities. So our team worked quickly to broadcast a live prayer and worship service, inviting not just those nearby, but people around the world to join in solidarity for our mountain neighbors. It was an opportunity to unite everyone in a shared mission of prayer, support, and encouragement.
This broadcast became more than just a stream. It was a virtual gathering place for people in the mountain communities and beyond them to pause, reflect, and lift up the affected communities in prayer. This digital event provided an opportunity for connection and a chance to cultivate hope.
Sandals Church members from around the world submitted written prayers specifically for the mountain communities. These prayers, messages of solidarity and encouragement, were collected and physically posted around our Lake Arrowhead campus. Each prayer became a visible symbol of support and a reminder that those on the mountain weren't alone in facing this crisis.
For our online and digital media teams, this wasn't just about broadcasting. It was about creating a sense of presence and connection that could uplift and unify. They saw the impact that a message, a prayer, or even a moment of silence could bring to those who felt isolated and weary. Through their work, people were reminded of the power of community and the hope that can be found even in challenging times.
As we look back, this project highlights the powerful role of media and technology in connecting people, even across miles. It's a testament to what can happen when a community comes together and contributes in their unique abilities.
Well, we are back, and Pastor Dan, it is great to have you here with us. If you don't know,
here.
Yeah, it is good to have you here. We usually say top of the morning to
top
each other.
Of the morning.
Or top of the muffin to each other.
Yeah, and right now it's top of the afternoon.
Yeah, top of the afternoon.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Of course, yeah. It's a bit of a Seinfeld reference.
Yeah.
I'm much older than I look, and I grew up watching Seinfeld, and so did he. So he's one of the few people here that actually get the Seinfeld references. But if you don't know, Pastor Dan Zimbardi is our executive pastor here at Sandals Church, and really, you do a lot of things. If I had to kind of summarize it, I feel like one of the main things you do is help really drive Pastor Matt's vision and guide the staff to help kind of bring that to life. As it relates to us, functioning as a church. You play a significant role. You've probably heard Pastor Matt share about what it was like to have you come on board and really steer this church in a beautiful direction moving forward.
Thank you.
And so
Thank you.
We all got to just watch a little bit of the work that we were able to participate in last winter up on the mountain. And so I'd love to hear just your thoughts on what relief looks like and how we maybe pivot quickly to meet needs when something unexpected like that kind of happens. So.
Yeah. You're talking about the Snowmageddon in the San Bernardino Mountains a couple years ago. Yeah, I mean, man, I've had this saying for years that when people are in their worst, the church needs to be at their best for them. There's just no ministry like exceptional kindness intersecting with generosity and helpfulness. I think when those three things sort of intersect in a community, when there's a major time of need or a crisis, something special happens. And that's been my experience for so long at Sandals Church. And so I just think when there's something that's gone down in a community, whether it's in Woodcrest or in the mountains or in Santa Rosa or Azusa, you name it, all these campuses, my hope and my prayer is that Sandals Church, and I don't mean necessarily the church entity, but the body of Christ are the first ones to show up on the scene, to be counted, to be present in one way or another. And I think, what I've seen over the years is when you can get someone to say why have you been so kind? Why have you been so generous and helpful in my time of need? I just don't understand why you have been there for me. I think you've got something. When you can get someone to ask, because I think it's unusual in this day and age to have a person or a group of people just be so over the top kind and loving and generous. In a time of need. I think it's unusual, and it just gets people to ask the question why, and then it's an opportunity for us to just point people to Jesus at a sort of a macro level. And so I think that's what's sort of driven our campuses over the years, is that sort of idea and that vision that we're going to be the first on the scene, be at our best when people are in their worst. And, we're in 14, 15 different communities up and down the state of California. I can think back in my 13 years on staff of just so many different crises that have happened, and how our church has shown up to love on people, to care for people. And what's amazing is that whole idea was actually so similar to my experience when I first arrived at Sandals 21 years ago at an individual level, where my wife and I just experienced people being so kind, so loving, so generous, so helpful to us personally in our time of need and some really difficult and dark days, and how transformative that was for us. To experience the love of Christ through other people. And I see those threads now woven into our broader church strategy when there's a community or people in need around one of our churches.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that, man. Being at our best when people are at their worst.
Yeah.
I love just embracing that and embodying it as a church. So thanks for helping us prioritize that. And find ways to practice it over the course of our years, and you serving and leading us. So
you got it. Well, let me just say before, if you're going to pivot or whatever, but that is made possible by the generosity of everyone who gives and contributes financially to Sandals Church. We just try to do the absolute best we can to steward the church finances well, to do many things. I mean, we're trying to invest to grow and reach more people. We're always, we're looking to accelerate our debt pay down. We're looking to make sure there's money set aside for roofs and air conditioning and carpet and all those upgrades. But maybe even more important than all of that is having dollars available when people are in need. So just a huge thank you to everyone and anyone who's supported Sandals Church over the years and is supporting Sandals Church. We are grateful for that generosity, because without it, we can't, as they say, be the hands and feet of Jesus.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. I do want to pivot a little bit. For any staff member that gets to work with you and kind of be around you, so many of us experience you as both like a deep thinker. You're brilliant, but also very humble. And so anytime I bump paths, I'm always curious as to I wonder what DZ is thinking about, especially when it comes down the road. So many people are making decisions today to support the work of Sandals Church. And so what do you think that might look like ahead? What are you curious about when it comes to us 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road? Kind of what have you been reflecting on lately?
No, thanks for that. It's a great question. And I do. I think about, I see it as part of my role to be thinking, 3, 5, 10 years ahead. It's part of my job. And I would say our executives as well, carrying out the vision from Pastor Matt, as you said. I've got a handful of thoughts. I think that I'll start with this big idea that, so much has changed in the last 5 to 10 years in our culture.
True.
And not to walk through what all the changes are, but I think as a result of so many of the changes and the value differences in different generations, I think that what was once very attractive in terms of church, the sort of attractional church model that was brought in 25, 30, maybe even 40 years ago, is not necessarily appealing to generations that are coming up. And just to unpack that a little bit, 25 years ago, 30 years ago, what was really appealing was like this real big production set. People come to church and what they see and experience is similar to like maybe what they would experience at a concert, let's say out in the world. Smoke and moving lights and all these other sort of high production elements. And so that's when you saw the advent of the mega church and the multi-site church, you just saw tons of that.
Right.
And it's because that's what made sense to culture and the generations that were present at the time. And I think as we've seen now so many cultural shifts, that just doesn't make sense today for most people, and especially for younger generations coming up. And so what you're starting to see and what you'll see more of is way less production value and way more, I would say, ushering people into a connection and intimacy with God on the weekends and then even throughout the week with some of the things that we're planning. You're going to see less like big Sandals Church brand stuff and more local, what's happening at a local campus, in a local community, the local feel and vibe, because that kind of thing just, I think, resonates with people as they're looking for like so many answers to the big questions that they have. They're more interested in what's happening locally. Just as an example of that, my kids are into McDonald's all of a sudden, and
Big Mac.
Yeah,
They want a Big Mac.
So, anyway, bought my son some McDonald's the other day, and I noticed on the bag that it just in real big letters on the bag it said something like, "This McDonald's is locally owned."
Wow.
And that's an example of, I think, how culture is shifting, where 25 years ago, McDonald's was promoting the big sort of corporate brand.
Yes.
And today, they're now focusing on promoting what's happening locally. And it's just, that's what I think people are really interested and engaged in. And so we've got a lot of sort of behind the scenes stuff that's happening to create a more autonomous environment for our campuses to be empowered to make more decisions that work for people in their community, work for the challenges in their community, that will help our campuses better reach and serve and love on the communities that we're in. So effectively, we're moving from sort of this centralized network model where a lot of decisions were made. We're moving a lot of that decision making down to each one of those campuses throughout our network. And so I would say broadly, that's some of the changes that are coming. I would say perhaps more important than that would just be a massive focus on discipleship. We're moving away from a lot of traditional church programming with the goal of having as many people attend a big program or event to really focusing on either one-on-one discipleship or one to a small group discipling people. That's really our thrust and our focus in probably the next several years. I mean, Sandals has always been a church that's been about discipling people, but we're moving more and more of our church resources and money and time and just overall energy into the discipleship process and really equipping people to be disciple makers. And be multipliers is the term that we're using, which is, I'm investing in discipling in someone with the goal that eventually they're investing in discipling into someone else, and so on and so forth. So those are, I'd say, two of the big things that I'm thinking about. I would say the third thing that's always on my mind is just developing young leaders,
the next generation.
Creating opportunity for next gen folks, opportunity, empowerment, creating training and equipping, all of that to raise up the next generations of leaders. That's always been a passion of mine. I think it's always been something that Sandals Church has been great at, but that's a huge part of my energy every day, is just spending time with young leaders. I care about the church that I probably won't attend at some point, and that church is Sandals Church. There'll be a day where I'm not here, and I care deeply about that church. My wife and I mean, Sandals Church is very personal for Lori and I. We've raised all our kids here. We've invested financially, just, as God has blessed us, we've invested over all these years. And it's not just for us and our kids, but it's for the people and the body of Christ that'll be here when we're gone. And so to best support that idea, the thing that I can do beyond giving and serving is investing in leaders. I mean, as young as, middle schoolers, high schoolers, et cetera, helping to raise them up to be our future pastors and worship leaders and youth leaders and so on and so forth.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Just hearing you share that, both as a pastor, but even more so as a follower of Jesus, that's the kind of church I can give myself to, and my life to, and really my family to. So thank you so much, DZ.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure to have you. Incredibly inspiring. Listen, before we wrap up, maybe what's one thing you'd love just to leave our people with? And just a parting word or a blessing, for those who are watching, tuning in, thinking about ways to support Sandals Church.
Yeah, sure. I would say maybe if I could do a couple things.
For sure,
are we okay?
Yeah, we're good
on time.
The big fish is here, man. We're all ears.
Thank you. I would say that we're doing Giving Tuesday differently this year. If you haven't been a part of Sandals Church for long, for years, we had sort of one big project that people from all these campuses were giving into to make this one project happen, whether it's launch a new campus or start a community center. We've done all sorts of things over the years. This year, it's very different. As many of you probably know, but maybe not all of you know, but this year we're doing individual, I'll call them projects or efforts at all of our campuses that are very, again, localized and contextualized to what really matters in each of the communities that Sandals serves. And so I just want to encourage you that as you consider and pray about giving to Giving Tuesday, it's going to the campus that you attend, the campus and the community that you're invested in, and I promise that all of our campus pastors are going to use those dollars to their best ability to really have an impact at the church and, more importantly, out in the community that we're in. Probably my favorite of all the Giving Tuesday things that we're doing was the bathrooms. I mean, raising money for bathrooms does it get any more inspiring? I don't think so. No. Rocky will forever be the bathroom pastor or something. I don't know. Maybe that's not a good term, bathroom pastor. But I just made that up. Anyway. So we're doing lots of great stuff. Thank you again for your generosity and for everyone that's considering making a gift. Just know we're going to have a huge impact in all the communities up and down the state of California. A word of, I would say, blessing and encouragement to everyone that's listening. We've been through a lot over the last several years, but I think that I'm feeling just encouraged, especially as a church, as we look forward into the next year. And if you're someone that's really struggling, my heart very much is for you, and I just want to encourage you to get connected to somebody, not necessarily something or even some program, but just get connected to someone, and ideally that someone is that's a part of the body of Christ. I've done a lot of pastoral counseling over the years, and almost every time that I'm counseling someone who's in crisis, what I found is they have been isolated from the body of Christ, from a believer in a transparent and very real way. And so if you're someone that's in a place of life where you're struggling, make the effort, go first to pursue someone or some people to get connected to them in a real, real relationship with them where there's transparency, there's honesty, where you can be real and you can find healing, you can find purpose, you can find friendship. Man, I see so many people walking around who are just isolated from others for a whole variety of reasons. And I'm not saying this in a blaming or critical way, but just as a way for you to be blessed in the next year. It's connect in a real relationship with someone, at least one person. And you do that by going first, by being authentic and transparent first. And as you go first, that'll help them to open up and be transparent back with you. And that's where real relationships happen. And so that's my word off the cuff of blessing and encouragement for the new year.
I love that. Pastor Dan always is ready for a word, so we appreciate that.
You got it, man. Thank you.
And listen, speaking about getting connected and seeing real ways that does happen, we have a great little recap video for you to look at all the ways that God made a difference as Sandals Church Redlands started. And so let's watch that together.
In the heart of Redlands, something new and exciting is happening. A place where hope meets community and where faith takes root in a city full of promise. The Sandals Church Redlands campus welcomes families, friends, and neighbors. It's not just the launch of a building, it's the start of a movement. It's about building relationships, creating space for connection, where friendships are formed and lives are transformed. A place where the truth of Jesus is shared and where everyone can come as they are and leave changed. With hearts full of excitement and hands ready to serve, our volunteers and staff create a warm, inviting atmosphere, ensuring everyone feels like they belong. The worship, the unity, the shared experience of gathering together, it's more than just a service. It's a celebration of all God is doing in our lives and in this community. As we step into the future, we're excited to see how God will continue to move in Redlands. This is just the beginning, and we can't wait to see what's next. In the heart of Redlands, something new.
A month ago, and so I am very excited to be joined with Pastor Brian Burson, who oversees and pastors Sandals Church Redlands, our newest church campus. Pastor Brian, welcome to the Giving Tuesday live stream here at Sandals Church Center Park. We have covered so much today, and people have been able to tune in and see just all the incredible work that's going on, even beyond what we can imagine. And so I just want to spend our last few moments together hearing from you, and just some of the things that you have been celebrating, thinking through, working towards as it relates to Sandals Church Redlands. So let's dive in. What are you kind of focused on when it comes to needs and the invitation you're making this Giving Tuesday to your church?
Yeah, it's exciting. We have been a campus for 7 weeks.
Wow.
So it
babies.
Babies. So we really do feel like we're building a plane while we're in the air.
Yeah.
It's been so exciting for me, especially coming back to my old stomping grounds. I grew up in Redlands. My parents still live in the same house that I grew up in,
Wow.
and they are attending our campus. And so I used to ride my bike up and down the streets in Redlands. So this is really coming home.
I love it.
And so in terms of opportunities for ministry is very, very special. And so now we're ministering in the community of Redlands in a prime location. We're right off of Tennessee Street. It's one of the busiest streets in Redlands.
Yeah.
And so we have high visibility. A lot of new folks are showing up from the community. We shot out 15,000 direct mailers to people in the community, and we've been going around, going door to door. We've been praying in the community, and people are just showing up. They walk to church. And so it's an amazing, amazing place. And our project, our campaign is to raise $160,000. This is it's an audacious goal.
Yeah, that's a big goal. 160 is incredible.
But to raise $160,000 to renovate a section of the building we haven't had access to up until this point.
Okay.
There's a church that's been renting from us, and they're moving out at the beginning of January, and so then we're going to finally get access to a place that really needs some drastic upgrades.
Some TLC.
Yeah, some TLC, and it's going to be a youth center in part. So we had an experience at Banning where we got a chance at that campus to renovate a section of our campus for a youth center, and it's been an amazing place for students to come. We have the vision for that at our campus. We had, on our first Wednesday night for our youth, we had 180 students show up. We've had well over 100 each Wednesday. And so it's a great space and spot for youth.
Yeah.
We have Arrowhead Christian Academy that's literally right down the street, and Redlands Christian Schools, their middle school is right there as well. And so it's prime location for that. We're also going to add additional classroom space for our kids ministry. We're going to have a real friends room that's for our students at our campus that are just have some extra special needs.
Right.
And then some groups space, which we drastically need as well. So yeah, it's exciting. And we're 62% of the way there.
No
already.
way.
Yeah. So
big goal of over 160,000, and you guys are already 60.
Almost 100,000 right now. So
that's great.
Yeah.
Wow. That is incredible. That is incredible.
Yeah, and it would be a resource for not just our campus, but also our community. Because at some point in time, we want to open up the community center, the youth center, as a community center for students beyond just those who are attending our church. So,
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. One of the things I've been asking our fellow campus pastors as they've been, in the couch as you are right now, is just, some of the ways that God has surprised them in this last season of ministry. Now, for you, there's probably so much you can draw on.
There's a lot.
You guys just relaunched, revitalized this church. And this community. So I'm sure there's a lot, but anything that maybe has really come out of left field, or just maybe something you feel like you're relearning as a pastor in this season that is just, surprised you and really blessed your soul.
Yeah, I just, my favorite part about church are the relationships and the families and individuals that show up.
Yeah.
I think that those are the sweetest parts of ministry. Ministry flows through relationships. And so,
that's a word.
From the top down, my staff are amazing. I mean, my staff, they're just amazing people. Their families are incredible. And then the people that are showing up and serving already, it's just a neat opportunity in ministry to not only serve alongside them, but to really get to know them. And see just their faithfulness in serving as they're watching new people show up every week, and they're tending their kids, or they're loving on them in guest services, or tending them in the sanctuary. So I think that's the aha moment for me always, because it's the joy of ministry are the people. It's not the building. We have an amazing space.
Yeah.
It's the people that I enjoy so much. So
yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. I'm gonna think about that phrase the rest of today, because it is so critical. I think it's real, natural and normal for many of us to kind of just see what we need to do next, and how many people we got to hit up, or how much money we got to raise, and to overlook the way that God has always worked, which is through people.
It is through
He
relationships.
blesses people through people, and redeems people through people, and so I love that you got to highlight that. So before you leave, any kind of final words or thoughts for those who are watching today, and ways that they could be supporting you guys and the work you're doing?
Yeah, I would just say if anything that I was going to share, it would be thinking about return on investment. And there is no greater, in my mind, a greater investment than pouring into the next generation. And this is what we have an opportunity to do, is pour into the next generation at our campus and in our community for our youth and kids. That's the church. At some point in time, they'll take over, and we want to be able to have a firm foundation for them. And so, man, we are so thankful for the generosity of the people at our campus already. And we're just looking forward to reaching this goal and being able to start on the work as early as January. I mean, so that's part of the sweet spot in this Giving Tuesday project, is that you're giving to your campus, and then also you're going to see the work start to happen quickly in the new year. And so for us, that's just a great opportunity for us, a great opportunity for you, an amazing opportunity for our youth and kids. And so we would love to have you partner with us in this work.
Hey, I love it. Yeah. I love it. Yeah, as we've been saying all day long, thank you. Thanks for being a part.
Yeah.
And thank you guys for tuning in, for praying for us, for discerning ways that you feel like God is inviting you to support us financially, to support the various church campuses and their projects. And so we think it's just fitting to end with a time of prayer, just with open hands. Whether we have big goals or small goals, God will bless us through people. And so let me just pray for us as we end our time. God, we come to you with gratitude today and with a heart that is filled with expectation and faith. Even in the midst of all the things that we might be facing, our hands and our hearts are open to how you want to fulfill your promises and to continue the great work that your son Jesus began in his life, death, and resurrection, and giving us the gift of the church. We're grateful to partner with you, God, and I pray that you would continue to bless us, but more importantly, that you would bless individuals who feel led to support Sandals Church and what you're doing through this church community. And so, God, in advance, we say thank you, and we pray in faith now in the name of Jesus that you would make a way, and that these provisions that have been identified and selected would in fact be met. And so we ask that you would bless this work on Giving Tuesday. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Amen. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us today. That is a wrap on our time today, as we got to hear all these incredible stories about what's happening at Sandals Church and the ways that you can support us here on Giving Tuesday. As we close, I want us just to draw our attention one last time to a video that we captured a few years back, just celebrating a milestone of the church. We had a significant anniversary, and so Pastor Matt has put together a video that we think will be helpful for us again as we just, as we look ahead, we also look back. And so one last time, to be a part of the work that we're doing here at Sandals Church, you can go to sandalschurch.com/Giving Tuesday to find out more about all these projects, to find more about Sandals Church Redlands. But for now, let's take a look at this video. Let's celebrate together the anniversary we just had a number of years back. And grace and peace. We love you guys. And we will see you on Sunday at church.
God bless you guys.
Matthew Stephen Brown grew up in church watching his father pastor a congregation and learning about the God of the Bible. When it came time for college, a school where he could study the Bible seemed like a good fit. During the summer of 1992, Tamara Harrington and Matthew Brown both moved onto campus at California Baptist College. One Sunday, Matt and Tammy both found themselves at Harvest Christian Fellowship, hearing a sermon from Pastor Greg Laurie about the love of God and the saving grace of Jesus. While Tammy had been attending for years, it was a fluke that Matt found himself there that night. Over the years, Matt felt as though the church wasn't a place where he could be himself, and he had grown tired of playing pretend. He had lost interest in church and in following the God he claimed to believe in. But whether he had planned to be there or not, when Pastor Greg spoke, Matt heard God and knew he needed to listen. Matt walked toward the altar in response, right past his future wife, who was praying for the man she didn't know she was about to marry. Not long after, Matt and Tammy met on their way to a student event. Although Matt had been asked to talk to her for a friend, he left that conversation with a date, and their story began. With a newly reignited faith, Matt began to pursue all he had felt toward ministry since junior high, but he still found himself tempted to play pretend and be someone he wasn't when it came to church. A few years later, Matt had finished college and started a job at a church near the beach. Tammy Harrington became Tammy Brown and joined him there to lead high school students. The newlywed Browns, who were also newly pregnant with their first daughter, Madison, wanted to spend their lives serving God, but they knew there was something missing from the experience they were having. Matt began to dream about creating a church where people could stop playing games and instead find a place to be real. When Matt shared this dream with his boss, he was asked to leave and given 2 weeks to find a new way to support his new family. Together, this young couple made a brave decision. Head back to Riverside and see what happens when you create a church where people can be real. Phone calls went out to a few dozen of their friends, some who followed Jesus and many who didn't. When they came together for the first time, 8 people found themselves in Matt and Tammy's living room, newborn Madison Brown included. While other churches looked on, few offered support for this strange new church. Health insurance came by way of Tammy's grandmother, some funding came from their adopted grandpa Jack, and hope came in the form of wondering how long until they could quit their real jobs. Even Tammy's dad went around inviting people to attend, and at that time, he wasn't even a Christian. To make ends meet, Tammy went to work full-time as a teacher, while Matt did his best to grow this new church and stayed home with Madison and their newly born second daughter, Kennedy. With a new marriage, new family, new church, and no money, stress ran high. But so did Tammy's faith and Matt's vision, pressing them to stay the course and charge forward. That small gathering that began in the living room began to grow, and with that growth came new forms of help. Pastor Rick Warren kept close watch of the growth of this young church, congratulating Pastor Matt on the first time Sandals Church broke 100 in attendance. More churches began to help out by opening their doors and allowing the growing congregation a place to meet. A small offering provided for some needs, but finances remained tight. So Matt preached at other churches for extra money whenever he could. As the church grew, so did attention for Pastor Matt. A few years in, Pastor Matt was offered a job that would allow him to pastor a large church in a place that he loved. But this new role would mean leaving behind the new church that had just been formed. In the spirit of being real, Matt and Tammy shared the needs of the church and challenged people to consider giving more intentionally. In one service, the people of Sandals Church gave enough to pay the bills and raised enough to move to an even larger space, right back where Matt and Tammy's story began at California Baptist University. At this point, ministry began to grow. Tammy was now out of the classroom and instead working alongside her husband in creating incredible events for the people of Sandals Church, all while adding a third child as their son Ethan was born. But as the church expanded in incredible ways, new forms of pressure began to mount. Matt's voice began to falter, and tests showed it was possible he may lose it for good. Once again, Matt tried to reconcile what was happening in his life with what he knew God had called him to do. Throughout this process, God showed Matt he was far more interested in his character than in his career. Thankfully, his vocal cords healed, but the struggle was about to increase. While the church continued to grow and thrive at California Baptist University, the two organizations began to struggle having enough space to share, and Sandals Church was asked to find a new home. In the middle of the worst economic recession in recent U.S. history, Sandals Church was faced with needing to buy property and needing to ask the people of Sandals Church to help pay for it. During this season, Matt began losing his hair from stress. He and Tammy bravely watched as the challenge of finding a new location meant losing a lot of friends too. Desperate to keep the church alive, Matt rallied the church staff to pray for God to provide what was needed for their next step a few days before pledges would come in. And soon after, the people of Sandals Church once again became God's means of providing what was needed to qualify for the loan to purchase the first ever church property. Again, local churches stepped into the gap to provide places for Sandals Church to gather while escrow closed and construction was completed. Next thing they knew, Matt and Tammy were standing inside the first ever Sandals Church building alongside nearly 2,000 people. With this room came growth, and Pastor Matt and Tammy saw that as soon as they provided space for people to become real, it got filled. For the first time ever, Sandals Church tried something new and rented out space at a local school for a satellite campus. Matt added another sermon to his Sundays and hopped in the car every morning to drive from one campus to the other. Soon, Tammy had the opportunity to bring something that had been stirring in her heart to life as she watched women struggle to be kind. Cultivate was born and began to show women the truth that kindness reflects the heart of God. Even though it felt like the church had just settled into its new home, every space was already bursting at the seams. In just 5 short years, Sandals Church had doubled in size and more space was needed. Clinging to hope that God would yet again provide, Matt and Tammy asked the people of Sandals Church to give towards creating more space for people to be real. Each year that followed brought more phone calls from churches needing help, and the Sandals Church family began to spread not only in the Inland Empire, but around the world. Woodcrest, East Valley, Montclair, Moreno Valley, Banning, and Palm Avenue. It's been 20 years of being real, 20 years of hardship, and 20 years of growth. And after 20 years of incredible service to God in creating Sandals Church, Matt and Tammy are still set on changing lives with this crazy idea of helping people learn to be real with themselves, God, and others.